With me was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow-Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Day 7 for Rainbow-Six-Siege South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. We are back with yet another 2 back-to-back matches that we're going to have. It's a best-of-3, and I've got to say, these 2 matches will be an amazing one to be casting for. I'm your caster for today, Babu Gusta. With me, I have my co-caster, CCV, and I've got to ask you a question here, CCV. Out of all these, out of the matches that we have, Militant Esports, KIRA Esports, MercenarieZ, and Team Phalanx, what do you think that we might see any changes coming in from the team side?
Any changes in their playstyle, there's surely got to be. There are plenty of teams participating today who, I mean, for all of them, right? All 4 of these teams, there's a lot to play for. They're still looking for the qualification spot. And ultimately, all of the 8 teams in the Nationals are looking for a chunk out of this prize pool that we have on offer. Of course, the South Asian Nationals is the pinnacle event of the 2022 competitive Rainbow Six year, which is why it boasts the highest prize pool we have on offer, $11,000 up for grabs. The winners will be going home with $5,000 to their name. Runners-up shall be getting $3,000. Third place, 1,000, and of course, teams 4th to 8th shall be getting, less and lesser prizes divided amongst themselves equally. 700, 250 for 5th and 6th. 7th and 8th shall be going home with 150. But point being that if you have made it to the Nationals, you will not be going home empty-handed. That is for certain. You shall be getting a prize for yourselves and for your teammates. However, one of the more important prize pools as well, even if it's not the largest when it comes to money involved, it's definitely amongst the highest ranks one can achieve in this Nationals. It's the MVP prize, the most valuable player out of all that are playing in the Nationals will be going home with 500 with 500 US dollars, and of course that means a lot, and everything that's entitled to it. And one of the players that shall be going home is of course going to be a part of the 8 teams that are competing in Nationals. So let's have a look at the 8 teams that are participating and that have been playing right from the get-go.
Yep, we have Team Won't Stop Peaking, Shaheens, MercenarieZ, Hunters LFO, Team UWU, KIRA Esports, Militant Esports, and then we have Team Phalanx. All these 8 teams are currently fighting for the spot to have make sure to be in the playoffs itself, but only top 4 teams shall be selected. And as we take a look at the schedules itself, we have our 2 matches for today: Militant Esports versus KIRA, and then we have Team MercenarieZ, who will go up against Team Phalanx. All of the 4 teams that we see right now, Militant Esports, Phalanx, and MercenarieZ, they are in the lower, in the lower part of the leaderboards, where they're currently facing off. And especially for Team Phalanx, currently they're on top 5 of the standings. So winning this matchup will be important for them. So does MercenarieZ. The same thing can also be said for KIRA Esports as well, as they're trying to stay in the league itself. And now for tomorrow's matchup, we also have Team UWU versus MercenarieZ. And then we have Team Won't Stop Peakings, who will be going up against Shaheens.
Yep. So let's have a look at these rosters as well, right? And of course, we've got our first matchup of the day. You've got Militant Esports up against KIRA. And this matchup, also I got to say, highly anticipated because of the explosive nature Militant have had in the Pro Series at the very least. In the Nationals, yes, they haven't had the best of starts, but considering the likelihood of teams they faced off against, right, you can't completely discount them. They played against MercenarieZ. They won a single map, unfortunately lost out on the BO3. They played against Hunters as well, weren't able to win a map, but then again, Hunters are very, very strong. So up against KIRA, Militant do have chances, but KIRA as well, they've had their ups, but they've also had their downs. Both of these teams are looking for stability. Now, here are two rosters who have a lot attached to them when you have a look at their players and the names associated within these rosters, but their performances as well are something that are reminiscent of the earlier two teams participating, whereas these guys are also looking for that secured spot in the playoffs.
Yep, as we take a look at the standings itself, we do get to see Mercenaries be on fifth position by having a total of 3 points. Phalanx with also three, and of course, our top of the leaderboards, Hunters LFO securing their first spot, claiming 8 points. And then we also have Shaheens claiming second place with a total of 6 points as well. They did ended up winning the matchup up against Team UWU on a 2-0 scoreline. Then we have One Stop Peking and KIRA Esports, third and fourth place respectively. The main problems have to be towards Team Phalanx, Militant Esports, mainly because they have a matchup right now. Militant Esports are currently having a fight up against Team KIRA Esports, who is also trying to make a way to ensure that they have a chance to be at least qualified towards the playoffs itself. But all in all, I've got to say Militant Esports, despite them having a major disadvantage up against Kira Esports, you could say there's a lot of promises that can be made, and that we might be able to see that in the map vetoes itself. So let's take a look at that and see what kind of matches do we get to see from these two teams.
Okay, Clubhouse, Chalet, and Oregon. Clubhouse chosen by Kira makes a lot of sense. We've seen these guys on Clubhouse against Mercenaries day before yesterday. We saw them yesterday against Won't Stop Peaking. They look very, very strong. Their wins are powerful. Their rounds are clean. And yeah, Kira are really looking like being a powerhouse. Yeah, it comes with some of its mistakes, but Kira as well are looking to, rectify those and commit as little of them as possible. So we'll see today how they perform. And then you've got Chalet opted by Militant, which is quite interesting. We saw Kira yesterday on Chalet against Won't Stop Peaking. We saw Kira day before yesterday against MRCZ as well. And yesterday against Won't Stop Peaking, these guys, they managed to get 5 rounds. They pushed it into maximum round of regulation, but still Militant have opted for this map. That is very, very interesting. Having a look at the ban maps, the initial bans make a lot of sense, right? Kira ban out Border. Okay, Militant really like it. So that's all well and good. Militant go for the cafe ban. I mean, at this point, it's become a benchmark. Skyscraper ban, theme park and villa, these maps are off the board. So yeah, Chalet being chosen by Militant, it's interesting. These guys could have really gone for the villa as well, but I'm interested to see what they have in store for Chalet, that they are thinking, that they are ready, that they are readying themselves up to face off against the likes of Kira.
Yeah, and since Chalet has been picked up a lot more than Villa itself, quite intrigued to see what Militant Esports has in stores for that particular map. But you still need to focus on map number 1 and map number 3, which is Clubhouse and Oregon, the
Yeah.
most picked maps in this region. And KIRA Esports, I could understand why they would head in for a map like Clubhouse. They've mastered that particular maps. We've seen them go time and time again. Although they do have some ups and downs in certain situations, they always ended up, getting a huge advantage when it comes to mastering the site on both attack as well as on defense. The same thing can also say the same thing can also be said on map Oregon too, because you could have the same thing too. It's always about mastery on both of the sides, but it could also give a good fight between Militant Esports. So when it comes to the win conditions, it's always more like a 50-50 chance that it could maybe go in favor for Militant Esports, or maybe it could go in the favor for Team Kira Esports itself.
Absolutely, the 50-50 chance is there, and we've got to look out for that. And see, that's the thing about these maps is to a certain extent all of them will have that probability on them. Okay, not always exactly 50-50. Some of the teams are definitely stronger there. Case in point, Kira, on Clubhouse as well, right? These guys, they've picked it a lot of times. They have been improving time and time again. So now let's see what they can do. Let's jump into the map of Clubhouse and let's start off this best of 3 without any further ado. Militant Esports it is, Kira Esports, both of these teams, they've had performances which they will be proud of, particularly for Militant, their exceptional run in the Pro Series Fall Edition. For Kira, Nationals are also going their way, but now both of these teams, it's looking to be a must win for them, or desperately a much needed win for their side this BO3 overall. So we now start off with the operator ban phase on this map.
Yep, the operator ban phase on map Clubhouse will be the usual standard bans. The Thatcher ban, of course. the EMPs are very strong and have an easier access of opening up lines of sight. And for the side of the defenders, they'll be forced to bring in the bandit instead of the Kaid. So with Thatcher being gone, they can just usually focus on what they need to do best, and that would be the denial from the mute jammers and of course the Kaid Electroclaws. KIRA Esports opting up a decision to ban Flores is a good idea at that too, because those explosive drones can just negate any ADSs and Vomice magnet nades. So for the attackers, they have to go in for the usual method itself. Now, the defensive bans, Mira and Valkyrie should be the highest ban, mainly because of how great you can anchor the site, and plus, when it comes to the Valkyrie, constant information on attackers' whereabouts, even with the slight nerf that had been made from Valkyrie's end that you cannot throw your cameras outside the building, being inside the building and hidden so well is going to cause a lot of problems towards the attackers. So
Yep.
they're just gonna remove Valkyrie immediately out. But in the end, Militant
Oh.
Esports, instead of choosing for a Mira ban, they will just ban Kaid instead. This is actually interesting.
Yeah, Militant Esports, actually focusing a lot on the breaching and the anti-breaching side of things. They ban out the Thatcher and the Cade. So that's quite interesting. Now, considering the fact these guys are starting out on defense first, what is their defensive plan looking like? Are they looking to bring that bandit, the mute? I mean, so far, it's only going to be Ninja Freak on the mute, and that's pretty much it. And I also believe, sadly, yeah, it is going to be a 4 versus 5 for their side. Really unfortunate. Hopefully their fifth joins back as soon as possible. We have had matches here in the South Asian Nationals where teams haven't been able to get their or get all 5 of their players in time, or maybe a tech issue may have happened for one of their players and they just couldn't join us. I believe Papa Phoenix as well is one of their substitutes. Usually when I think of Militant Esports, I think of Cheesy Chimkin. Not able to see him right now. Very, very sweet person as well. As I'd like to say to everyone watching, again, go check out Militant's interview as soon as it will be uploaded on all the Esports Club socials and R6 Esports SA Twitter. Interviews will be there. And yeah, Cheesy, very, very sweet guy. And everyone in Militant, really humble guys. I really like that about them. But yeah, no Cheesy for the time being. 4 versus 5 definitely puts them at a disadvantage. So we hope and we pray that all their players get back up and running as soon as possible. But for now, they got to make do with what they have and what they have brought.
Yeah, they have.
And
Yeah.
Rooney is there.
All right. So yeah, like to be honest, ECB, I do have to agree with you. For Militant Esports, they're already gonna start the map out at a major disadvantage, and even more so, Thurv will start to make things even much more difficult for Militant Esports to even hold out their site itself. So with the Aruni gone on defense, now they just have to focus on the rest of the 3 players on the side of Militant Esports. Now, this, you could say that this is a very difficult situation for the defenders to be in, and since KIRA Esports have already gained control towards the construction side, the breach has already been done all the way from CCTV. Now for Militant Esports, the only thing that they can rely on has to be the crossfire angles being placed from Garage Catwalk itself.
Yep. And these crossfire angles, I mean, they're going to be holding it regardless. You can see his Spidey time. He's ready. He is holding that angle from Catwalk, watching the window and the main CCTV breach. Problem for these defenders, yet again, the attackers can surround them oh so easily. And there's not much the defenders can do. And there's not much room they have to hide. Look at that. Ninja Freak was in the corner of that cash room, blown to bits from below. Means that the mute is now also gone. Another anchor lost, and problems and problems for the side of Militant. KIRA ultimately close out the round with little to no issues on their end whatsoever, and it's going to be a CCTV and cash room attack win for their side.
Yep. The cooked grenades' main objective, especially for the Iana, was just making sure that they would remove the mute jammers. But it turns out they didn't expect that Ninja Freak would be there at that particular place, so he just got caught in that crossfire. And as usual, KIRA Esports will not have any problems executing the site on CCTV. Not a lot of problems being made. It was a good coordination being made from KIRA Esports themselves as they slowly got the initial frag out too. They started to push all the way towards construction. They did open up the CCTV breach to make sure that there's a lot of distractions being made and force the defenders to focus on two angles instead of one. So everything was looking very good from KIRA Esports' end when it comes to coordination.
Yeah.
And for Militant Esports, although they did try their level best to hold their ground as best as possible, they did get at least a kill or two, but in the end, it is what it is. And having the loss of Cheesy Chimkins not being able to, play in Militant Esports, forcing themselves on a 4-5 will be an even much more difficult situation on a map like Clubhouse.
Absolutely. Clubhouse is known to have its lavish rooms, right? These extended, huge extensions. We saw it yesterday as well with KIRA and Won't Stop Peaking. KIRA, these guys themselves had their rooms established. I still remember Deathmer as the Melusi at times, being on second floor logistics office, holding that angle towards kitchen, and killed off a lot of members of Won't Stop Peaking that similar way. So that is absolutely necessary on Clubhouse. You can, yes, have a very total like anchor heavy defense. It's not bad theoretically, but the only problem you run into is if you go for something like that, the attackers can encroach upon you very, very rapidly. And again, look at KIRA Esports. These guys are not wasting too much time. Hasn't even been a full minute into the action phase. They've cleared out most of first floor. Hatches are looking to be opened, and yeah, they can proceed forward with the execution. They've got plenty of time. The only thing will be how soon and how quickly can they find the defenders. And it looks like Melusi Spidey time has already been spotted. Avidvi can get on the hunt. He's got the support of his teammates, and with all that being said and done, KIRA Esports now are done with their map control side of things. Now these guys can proceed forward with the execution as well. But regardless of whatever they want, they can take their sweet time. Bar hatch goes through. Ninja Freak, however, gets the opening kill. And this is what Militant should have been looking for. This is what they've got. And they find another beautiful break from the Smooth. And he's not looking to stop anytime soon. Only now is he silenced by the Thermite.
Yep, 2 kills from Ninja Freak, and that too an important one as he succeeds in eliminating both Vortex and Death Armor. Both of them heavy hitters would have been at least could have helped KIRA Esports to have a firm establishment from the side itself, but not being able to get control on downstairs, in which now they will from Athav as he succeeds in eliminating kill steal. They can now head in towards the site itself and proceed with the plant, but the main problem has to be the denials, and that denial has to be from Phoenix. The plant is going on, so does the drop down. Atharv has been constantly, he is safe, but that push will be too late for Papa Phoenix to get the kill. In the end, it will be a post plant. 40 seconds, 2v2, it's been equalized, and you can see the player, one Spidey time, is actually thinking of going all the way upstairs, and they know exactly what's happening. We will make sure to take care of that situation, while Papa Phoenix is actually going in for the defuse. Sounds will be given. Shrisha will play this nice and easy. He's just going to play it as patiently as possible. Wait for the player to make his opening, and that's exactly what the attackers will do. Unfortunately for Papa Phoenix, time will not favor for him, mainly because he needs 6 seconds to go in for the defuse. He'll just go down itself and actually get a headshot to remove Papa Phoenix himself. And round number 2, I've got to say, KIRA Esports, they're not going to have any problems in the next future rounds as well.
Interesting. Avidvi on the Ash goes for the 5.7, not the M45. I don't know. Man, there's something about the M45 that's just... It sounds so much better. Like, I still remember the time, I used to, like, very few times, but, like, when I used to go for, like, the Ash plays and quick matches and all, I always preferred the M45. I don't know. Just, yes, it has a smaller magazine. I know that for a fact, and it is a disadvantage of it, but it sounds so much better, and... But anyways, still, a kill is a kill.
I use the
talented nonetheless. Oh, okay. But yeah, for it,
because it has a good effect.
Yeah,
damage,
fair. I mean, that's the thing. Yep. Where was I? Oh, yes, Avidvi. Regardless of which gun it is, very talented. Yesterday, as well, Coffee was playing the initial match for KIRA Esports, and then Avidvi had swapped him out. And as the entry fragger, he assumed that position, had an excellent day in the server. Today, he aims to do the same. 4 kills already for him, no deaths, regardless of the fact that he is getting all those entries, means that KIRA are looking for yet another optimal result for their side. They couldn't completely get it yesterday. We still remember the heartbreak they had faced on that map of Theme Park after 15 rounds, losing 7 to 8 against Won't Stop Peaking. But right now, they are 2-0 up, looking to make it a 3-0. Spidey time went for something risky, gets punished for it. I can't blame him for attempting a spawn peek or something along the lines of that. It's just sad he got punished, and not much can be done. Even Ninja Freak is up bar stairs. No attacker assumes there can be a Mozzie lurking, but this is where he can strike himself.
Yeah, Militant Esports, they're going in for a very aggressive attempt, and turns out it will work out one, especially for Ninja Freak. But the trade outs, the trade games that KIRA Esports that always loves to play ended up being in their favor instead. Atharv has already succeeded in removing 2 of the aggressive players, Spidey Time and Ninja Freak, and with both of them being downed, now they can just focus on the site entirely. They just need to worry about some certain utilities. Even the exothermic charge will be used to open up the hatches to his kitchen, because you don't have to worry about Kaid himself. And no impact nades will be used too. Killsteal, aggressive attempt once again, hoping to find a kill, but he does not. And he will be denied from Athar once again. He's on it for his squad. If there was one more, it could have been an ace, but nonetheless, gotta say, for Militant Esports, they are currently not looking too good at all. That Amar is gonna just drop all the way downstairs from the hatch itself, finds the final player, and gives KIRA Esports the lead that they require. 3-0 will be the scoreline, folks. And I believe a rehost will be requested from the side of Militant Esports to make sure that all 5 players will be available and prepped and ready for the matchup itself.
Yeah, hopefully the rehost takes place, and it is a rehost for their 5th to join back. That is going to be excellent news. Sadly for Militant, thing is that it's already been 3 rounds in their defense, and because of the 4v5, I think primarily that is the major factor why these rounds haven't been favoring them, right? Is because they don't have their full manpower, and especially when you don't have your full manpower against the likes of KIRA Esports on Clubhouse, one of the strongest maps, if not the strongest map for KIRA right now, it's going to be a troublesome day in the office for you guys. And for Militant, already troubles have started to brew right now. So with their 5th, hopefully they can put an end to it, and at the very least salvage this half with 3-3. It is extremely necessary for that 3-3 right now. Try something in their own attack, perhaps, maybe something different. Militant will have to rely a lot on their own factor of going for kills and being extremely sneaky with their kills. There are 2 kinds of going for kills that teams usually go for. On one hand, you've got teams who are just completely aggressive out in the open. They know that a gunfight will be taking place. Their opponents know it as well, and they just know and are confident in the fact that we will win the gunfight. That's why they open and wide swing the angles, usually end up winning. Militant are not necessarily of that kind. These guys are more of that sneaky aggression, where they really sneak up an angle and then they strike. And that's how they've gotten a couple of kills on KIRA Esports, especially like Ninja Freak and the double kill he got in the last round. That can be an example of that. So keeping that in mind, if MLT can still execute that with 5 of their members, they do indeed have a chances of winning a couple of rounds and maybe equalizing this.
Yeah. For Militant Esports, they still have a chance, especially with the aggression that you talked about, CCV. Spidey Time and Ninja Freak, I believe. There was some good attempts from the aggressive plays, but you also need to consider the trade games that KIRA Esports have been denying them constantly. If that aggressiveness really did work out with them getting a kill and falling back to safety, that is where Militant Esports could have the major advantage if they get used to it. But the trade games from KIRA Esports, they're working it effectively. So even if there was an aggressive attempt, a trade out will be immediately given from Athar's end, who is currently playing as the support Thermite. So doing both the exothermic charges, I'm not saying just the exothermic charges, playing both the support
Yeah.
role and denying flanks, doing both things at the same time, clearly shows
Right.
that a Tharp is capable of denying not only a lot of information, but also has the higher chances for the rest of the players to have an ease, not being able to have a huge burden about getting most of the kills, focus on the side, and put themselves in a post-plan situation. So KIRA Esports, they have got it covered on a map like Clubhouse, and in the attack coordination, they are doing a phenomenal job at it. But for Militant Esports, now knowing that since the rehost has been requested, they'll bring in the fifth player to ensure that none of those plays would happen. I believe they will be going in for a full-on aggressive approach, and that aggressive approach will hinder a bit from KIRA Esports' end. So I just have a question to see whether if they would make a decision to change the operators. Maybe we don't get to see Nomad being played a lot. We might be able to see
Yeah.
an Iana being brought out. The grenades, the claymores from the Ace. Ace could have worked out, but we see Shisha bring in the Hibana, and Hibana is very much required when it comes to open up the hatches. So I just gotta
Exactly.
I just have some question to see whether if they will change the operators or not.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about KIRA Esports. If they want to, they absolutely can. In some instances, it's necessary as well. Like, yeah, that, extra importance being given to hard breaching is brought out always on Clubhouse. Hibana being extremely necessary as always is a major factor, primarily due to the reason because the amount of hatches. And now more than ever, with Cade being banned by Militant themselves, it's interesting we haven't seen any impact tricks or any operators with relevance to impact needs or actively seeking out the impacts. They haven't really gone for that. They even opted for Basement Church and Arsenal. Very soon KIRA Esports opened the hatches. Very soon they were looking for that execute. Militant, all their major focus was on kills. They tried to deny some map control, but ultimately it eventually failed. So there are different theories and tactics these teams can approach this entire matchup with. They just have to essentially think about it and confirm within the entire roster what they're comfortable with. And even if they aren't necessarily everyone's comfortable with, you can still pull something off and make it work if the need be, especially in matches like these where creative thinking is heavily necessary, right? Because if you just keep on doing the same thing, it's going to lead to the same result. If Militant keep on doing the same thing of constantly peeking the angles, yes, even if they're creative in and like sneaky with it, it's still just peeking the same angles. They aren't doing anything different strategically, which is ultimately cutting back at them and cutting back at their defenses. We haven't seen KIRA haven't been in major time pressure for the entirety of this matchup, particularly because they are quite efficient and rapid with how their entire attack is. They get a couple of entry kills. Okay, now it's time to execute. Plant the diffuser. Even if you don't want to plant it, you can kill the anchors. Plain and simple, done and dusted. Militant need to find a way to stop that. Militant need to find a way to slow down KIRA Esports.
And also, since we have a major changes that we've seen from the operators, with the
Yeah.
Uduruk having the ability to withstand, even
Yep.
the Doc having the stim, maybe they could figure out a way to have much more sustain in the site itself. And now, since we got the confirmation from our broadcast site itself that we've got our match up and running, we're not going to waste any time at all, folks, and proceed with round number 4. 3 rounds of attack in favor for KIRA Esports, which means that Militant Esports, they have a lot of work that needs to be done.
Absolutely. For the side of esports right now, they're going to go back to CCTV and cash room, the bomb site where it all started off, the bomb site where we went to first when we saw these two rosters up against each other. But this time, yep, Cheesy Chimkin is here. It's a full 5-man roster. That is really good to see. And hopefully, it is going to be a better beginning and a newer start for MLT. So, without any further ado, what is their composition looking like right now? Well, we can see the missing link was clearly the bandit himself, was clearly the primary anti-breacher, someone who is extremely necessary for the map of Clubhouse, the bandit. And now that Cheesy is present, he can go for the bandit tricking, try and destroy the exothermic charges, the X-Kairos that Atharv and Shrisha are bringing respectively. So that can help out the likes of Militant. And again, slowing down KIRA Esports. As much as these defenders delay delay the attackers with their breaching, with their tactical map progression and map control, the easier it becomes for the defenders to eventually deal with the attackers when they do end up in their crosses. Because then it will be the attackers under pressure, right? That, okay, guys, we don't have the breach open. We need to funnel through the cache entrance. We need to funnel through, garage catwalk. They can kill us from there. And that pressure then lies, like I said, on the attackers and not the defenders, like the past couple of rounds where it's been Militant who have really been in angst with how quickly the attackers have gotten control. So this time, KIRA as well know they've got to be quick with it, and this time KIRA are going for the approach of clearing out the roamers and entering from the western side. Interesting.
Yeah. Instead of getting first floor control, they want to just go in, guns blazing towards second floor itself. Knowing that there's two players, and especially with the help of the drone that Sheesh has been providing, all Avidwi and Vortex needs to do is just figure out a way to remove these two necessary, operators, and in which they will do. Starting off with Avidwi. Spidey time has already been gone all the way to a second floor gym, which means one of the crossfire angles has been taken care of. Another one from the hands of Death Armor, which means the entirety of second floor gym is under the control for KIRA Esports. Now, since the main concern from my end was that since Bandit will be playing towards CCTV, having control towards first floor lounge is a necessity, because you can just easily go in for a cooked nade kill where you can destroy the bandit. But instead, KIRA Esports took a different approach. This time, by instead of pushing in towards first floor lounge, we'll just give a lot of distractions towards construction itself in a way that the bandit will be forced to make his trek towards construction itself, where the attackers will have easier access to destroy that one particular player.
Yeah, and this time, well, now strategy and bandit tricking doesn't even seem to be the priority for Militant. Now it's about survival, because once more, KIRA Esports, they've got plenty of time. They are next to the bomb side, and man count favors them heavily. Look at that, outnumbering the opposition 5-3. Deathmer still prone, still clearing out these angles. As for utility, yeah, there's still plenty to work with. Two smokes for a Turf, two flashbangs for Shrisha. They can launch them, they can execute if they want. Point is, where are they looking for? Because going for this roam clear means that no breach has effectively happened. They need a breakthrough. They found out where Ninja Freak is. They're looking to kill him, and indeed, Shrisha's Freak will be successful. Papa Phoenix from within Garage has also been isolated, but he takes down the Thermite. Inside the bomb site, Cheesy gives up a really, really good fight, but falls down eventually, and this Aruni can't really do much. Unfortunate for her. The pistol was there, the sidearm was present, but she was sided away and sent into oblivion. So this round, gotta say, early round, really, really nice for KIRA Esports. One thing I tremendously liked is something we don't always see, but it's the micro synergy between the team, right? Vortex was on the Zofia, and then you had Avidvi on the Iana, and the way in which these guys cleared out from jacuzzi wall in towards bathroom, in towards a bedroom was so theoretical yet so elegantly executed. You saw the Zofia go for a breaching charge, breach the jacuzzi wall, then breach into the bathroom wall, throw two stuns in towards bedroom, hold the hallway so that if a defender fell back, they would be killed, and then Avidvi went for the killing and was successful. It's these small micro synergies that really make it work for you, for your team as an attacker. And yeah, it was such a small yet beautiful example of that I really feel like a lot of up and coming players can learn from it. I know what I just said, it's very obvious what we saw, but it's the manner of execution that we really don't see often, especially with up and coming teams here in South Asia.
Absolutely true, CCV. The way how KIRA Esports have been proceeding with their attack coordination, using those breach charges from jacuzzi, like you said, denying any defenders to have a quick rotate back towards the side.
Exactly.
Quickest removal when it comes to the roamers, focusing towards the side. It was just beautifully done when it comes to that attack coordination. But for Militant Esports, having the biggest concern, the thing for Militant Esports is that if they think about survival in the mid phase of the round, it clearly says that KIRA Esports would just immediately win that round, regardless of what the aim Militant Esports had. In the previous round, they were mainly focused on denying the wall on on towards CCTV, and now they have to change their strategies. And I believe bringing the Mira could help them when it comes to having a good anchored hold towards the side itself, both on logistics as well as in towards the bathroom side. Now, the biggest problem has to be the way how KIRA would execute, and I believe they would show their presence known on towards CCTV. Now, they still have to be careful on the place towards the stairs side, in which Athar will be heavily focused on that particular place, almost gets the shot off from the Mozzie, but instead Ninja Freak will still get it. He will drop the diffuser, in which Spidey Time gets one more tool. This is looking good from Militant's end. And now they're slowly removing players one by one. Ninja Freak, once again, great shot at eliminating two of the players towards CCTV. They've even got the confirmation on towards the diffuser. The breach hasn't been done yet with the exothermic charge. And now trouble seems to follow around in Kira's footsteps. Spidey Time will get the headshot. And now it's all down to Shrisha. The Salma breach charges. The diffuser still in towards CCTV, and he needs to deal with 5 players, in which he will find one of them. Ninja Freak will be taken care of. We still need to focus on the rest of the 4 players who will go in for an immediate trade if Shrisha goes in for the execute. Run out being made all the way towards outside the construction will find the player, and with it, we will see Militant Esports secure their round on defense.
Yeah, very solid, near flawless round from Militant. As a matter of fact, this time KIRA Esports went a lot more for that direct push, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they were looking for. They just wanted to, I guess, eliminate all the defenders as soon as possible, but they got a little too overconfident in their gunfight taking capabilities, and Militant finally told them that, guys, okay, yeah, sure, you want some gunfights, you want some rounds, but you can't completely stomp over us. We will retaliate, and we will retaliate in such a fashion that we will almost get a flawless round because of because of the way in which we are countering, you know, your unbrittled aggression. So KIRA Esports, a setback for them, but I think it's a good lesson that they should learn. You can't get complacent with how you're going for kills. You can't speed run these rounds. You still have to be effective. Kind of, I mean, very KIRA Esports that, you know, the previous round we're like, man, the micro synergies and the way in which KIRA executing are really good. They go for the roam clear, and next round KIRA like CCTV breach done, boom, we go in, and damn. So, but no,
Yeah.
that's still fine. KIRA have a 3-round lead for the time being. They'd like to extend it and make it a 5-1 if possible. That's going to be an exceptional half for them, and still setting themselves up for a very early Clubhouse win. Militant, best case scenario, 2 to 4 half. Salvageable, I mean, yes, technically, but they will have a lot of work to do as soon as round 7 starts. And yeah, but that's the problem, right? Because of the unfortunate circumstances that led them to play that 4 versus 5, they couldn't help it. It means that now that we are starting things off, and now that, you know, the 0-3 is done, they've got to continue like that. Good thing for them is this time they have their 5 players, and we just saw in the last round, these guys, they are capable of defeating KIRA Esports, and once more, Deathhammer is going to be the first person to be killed off. So Militant Esports are off to a really solid start. Let's see if they can continue this for the rest of round 6 and for the rest of Clubhouse.
Yeah, the thing about KIRA Esports is that they always go accordingly to the books. No matter when there is a strategy, they will make sure that they would put it their 100% best. But when it comes to the adaptation, that's where KIRA Esports have their main weakness onto. And for Militant Esports, all they've got to do is just make sure that they aren't as, you know, predictable as they are in those previous rounds on defense. Athar will succeed in removing Spidey Time this time, making sure that the trade will happen nonetheless, but it's a bit quite late. But in the end, they will at least equalize it to a 4v4. Now, Mozzie still has one of his, captured attack drones, so he'll be able to give vital information towards the logistics end. But now, since Kitchen has been compromised, and Militant Esports, knowing that KIRA Esports would go all the way downstairs, Ninja Freak has at least one information on players' whereabouts, and that is all the way towards main stairs. Now, with everything being said, Militant Esports still has control when it comes to roaming. KIRA Esports, on the other hand, they still want to commit to the site, mainly because they don't have enough time left. 1 minute, the push will happen nonetheless in towards tunnels and maybe, you know, down the hatch, but they've got to make sure that at least one player from KIRA Esports would be holding on towards Kitchen to deny those flanks being happen. Now, Vortex just pressuring a lot towards Cheesy's end in towards the tunnel. But he's been heavily met with those Kiva barriers, so he will stay alive. 40 seconds. Ninja Freak is going to go all the way downstairs. He's going to hold his ground from main stairs itself. I believe he has the C4. Yeah, he could use the C4 to deny the players from main stairs, but tunnel's been compromised, and Vortex will get one. Killsteal gets the other as he removes a Widby. Now, since it's equalized to a 3v3, Killsteal as is now currently pressuring towards the kitchen side. Papa Phoenix will get one more, and now it's 2v3. KIRA Esports have dropped down from the kitchen side, but guess what? The alibi, he has control now into his kitchen, and he will destroy it. Nonetheless, Papa Phoenix will get it. Now it's a third who will get back the control on towards kitchen, but he doesn't have enough time left, nor enough man count to determine the situation of this win condition. Papa Phoenix, my goodness, he's just dancing around the sides of the site, and he will let Militant Esports win accordingly to time. Round number 6. Gotta say, beautifully done when it comes to holding out the aggression. I have to the amount of roam games that we've seen from both Ninja Freak and Spidey Time really did help cement the win in this mid and late round. So 4-2, we will end the first half itself. Role swap will commence with Militant Esports being the one on attack.
Right, so yeah, yet again, you know, that second win for Militant Esports helping them secure the final 2 rounds of that first half, but still 2 very, very important victories. KIRA were looking to finish the map of Clubhouse like just a one and done thing, 7-0, 7-1, but Militant have stopped them dead in their tracks, and I think KIRA will be extremely cautious with how to exactly start on their defense, because yeah, as is the case always with most South Asian teams, you give them an inch, they will take a mile. KIRA cannot give any further momentum to Militant. Already a major change has happened, and everyone has already spotted it, right? It's going to be the side swap. KIRA Esports now on the defense and Militant on the attack means that the way in which both of these teams will be approaching the same bomb sites we just saw for a couple of times in the past couple of rounds is a lot different. KIRA now the ones holding the ground, Militant on the attack. Militant looking to be the ones to plant the diffuser means that KIRA have this opportunity of, you know, starting off on a stronger foot yet again, quite like what they did in the first half with the 3-0 lead they established. Only thing is, this time KIRA don't have a 5 versus 4 advantage by default because of the situation Militant had. This time it's going to be a lot more equal. But you also have got to wonder, okay, Militant have all 5 of their players. What is their plan? Ace and Hibana brought out. Papa Phoenix on the Osa. They ready themselves up for an execute and for a breach. Vortex bandit trick. Oh no, it will not be successful. And not only that, Athar will also be the first casualty. Great headshot with that AK-12 from Killsteal. Means that KIRA are really not having the best of starts.
Yeah, this is big from Militant Esports. Not only did they get to remove the player all the way towards the catbox's side, now they're pressuring in towards Garage Place itself. Meaning that when it comes to the execution towards CCTV, Militant Esports has a higher chances to succeed this post plant. But in order for that to happen, they need control of Garage, and now they will divert their focus towards construction this time. Proximity mines will be removed from Spidey Time, making sure that the roam will be taken care of, and the Iana is just making sure that none of the players from KIRA Esports would have an attempt or maybe think about going all the way upstairs to get that surprise kill. But this time, with Militant Esports securing a turf, now they just need to figure out a way to open up those lines of sight. And Papa Phoenix, construction side, he will get away with a kill from Vortex. And I've got to say, KIRA Esports, they had no idea about that construction push, mainly because they were heavily focused on the players outside.
Yeah, they were, but again, the proximity sensor went off and still nobody was watching it. Nobody was waiting for it. Situational awareness isn't the best for KIRA. Now it's plain and solid gunfights that they've got to rely on. Attackers will be closing in on them from every single angle possible. 3 defenders remain, 5 attackers out there. Frag grenades are getting tossed. 2 more frag grenades left for Spidey Time. Deathhammer now goes down. Shrisha low on HP. It's all down to the smoke and Militant. My god. Look at the way in which these guys are attacking. It's looking to be a flawless round from their side. And it shall indeed be. 1 down but not out. But that's about it. Even the almighty SMG-11 could not be capable of withstanding the wrath of 5 players pushing down the corridors. And This time, KIRA Esports, yeah, their defense crumbled. Gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. A breach after breach after breach. Militant kept making progress. There was just nothing stopping these guys. KIRA Esports are in heaps of trouble. Militant only now a single round away before it's completely equalized. In the entire lead KIRA had taken great pains to establish would be all for nothing.
KIRA Esports, they decided to do the same hold that Militant Esports did. But this time, Militant Esports knew exactly what to do in that situation. They brought in the OSA, the bulletproof shield, which give them the higher chances to hold his ground and plus gain information both at the same time. Removes the player from Garage Catwalk, which forced KIRA Esports to get the control on Garage once again, which means that there was two players who went in towards Garage to make sure that none of the attackers would gain control from that ever again. And once they were distracted on that certain position, what did the OSA do? He went all the way towards construction, and he ended up getting a kill towards Vortex, while Vortex was unaware that there was that there were player present in towards the construction site. So Militant Esports, they just played their own mind games towards KIRA Esports, thinking that they were making a full-on fledged push towards CCTV, and turns out it was just the opposite. And I've got to say, Militant Esports, this was a very great execute being made from their end. And for KIRA, they did not expected this push to happen. More of like more of like a split push that had happened from both construction as well as CCTV. So since the site's been changed from Basement Church and Arsenal Room, they're not going to rely on impacts. Actually, there is one. It will be from the side of Vortex, which means Vortex will be playing from the site, and Death Armor will be the ones doing the roam game. With the AUG in hand, it's a very dangerous weapon in long and maybe mid-range itself, but it lacks in fire rate. So if he has to make his shots count, he needs to make sure that he gets a headshot, but he's still got to focus on the G8 LMG, the place where Papa Phoenix gets the first frag. Okay, a Thurf goes down. Not quite sure exactly where did that happen, but I believe the Gara hook did give instant control from main stairs. I believe it was a surprise attack, but this is going to hurt a lot from KIRA Esports.
Yet again, and yeah, KIRA Esports, they've just been very, very quiet after, the initial couple of rounds. Since then, not much has been able to take place from their side. Militant right now, I mean, they desperately are looking for kills, but as for KIRA, yeah, we can see that even when it comes to kills, these guys haven't been performing. I don't know what changed after the rehost, but since then, Athar still on 2 kills, Vortex 2, Deathmer 2. It's just been plain and simple, like not the best of performances. So they've got to put an end to this, and yet again, they need to initiate those gunfights. The room is, I believe the room is still present, but there are no flanks. There's nothing. Every single member of KIRA Esports that's alive right now has backed off. So indeed, they have abandoned the room. They just want to stay in the site, hunker down, and then take these gunfights. Problem for them is they tried the exact same thing last round in CCTV and Cash. Did not work. Militant Esports have reached the bottom of main stairs. They're fragging away towards church. They're looking for more and more control. Kill steal almost spotted. Vortex in that corner. Doesn't check it completely. Can allow this opportunity for the Melusi. Deathhammer goes down. Okay, that's the diffuser drop Vortex, but his body also falls to the ground. Once more, KIRA are outnumbered 1-2. A bit be very low on HP. Shrisha has got to step up, but does he have the right opportunity? Downs one. Can't prevent the diffuser from going down. There's a lot more to be done for this alibi.
Yep, not a lot, and Papa Phoenix will just make sure to get that headshot from the SMG-11. My goodness, the attack that we're seeing right now from Militant Esports is very strong. And let's not forget that this is a map being picked by KIRA Esports. Now, on defense, we usually did get to see KIRA Esports just push in from second floor gym when the site was on second floor CCTV, and they've succeeded in most of the times. But now I'm kind of confused as to what exactly happened on round number 8. Is it because of Papa Phoenix using his Gara hook to have instant control from mid stairs, removed a Thurv, and then came back to safety while he was mainly focusing in towards tunnels? Maybe that could be the reason. The main reason why I'm saying this is because the barricade was destroyed from main stairs, and I'm thinking that could be the reason how Phoenix did get away with a kill like that. But removing Atharv immediately removed the chances of a roam game capacity from KIRA Esports' end that did force them to play as anchored as possible. And even with the impact nades not really working out to their favor, they only had 2 impacts to, maybe to destroy some of the important utilities, or the removal for the Osa's bulletproof shield itself. That's mainly why you require to have those impact nades to make sure that the explosive power would get away in the control. But the way how they proceeded in the late games, what usually you see from the attackers on a map like Clubhouse, they usually see them drop down from the hatch, push in towards tunnels. But instead, they have opted for a decision to push in towards basement church this time, that ended up being in favor for Militant Esports. And because of that, they have finally equalized it in round number 8 to a 4-4 scoreline. Osa's bulletproof shield will be present. Both of them will be placed right from outside the CCTV balcony, which means the breach needs to happen. But talking about KIRA Esports, looks like they've adapted to it. Instead of bringing the Bandit, they have brought in the Legion, which means that they want to play it accordingly to post plant. And if Killsteel manages to fail the challenging gunfight towards Garage Catwalk, then you could say that KIRA Esports' adaptation might come into play here.
It absolutely can for KIRA Esports as well. They're playing for that post-con Avidvi once more on that smoke, but problem is no C4s. It's not a single operator that they have that encompasses or enforces the C4 in their lineup. So yeah, they're just relying on, the Legion goo mines and the smoke gas canisters to prevent the plant from going down if and when Militant Esports go for it, because already breaches are done, attackers are ready. These guys want to execute as soon as possible. They're just looking for that breach into the site, and they're looking for that breakthrough now. Not just the breach, again, metaphorically, they're looking for that method of entry. KIRA not willing to give them to it. The attackers, yet again, have surrounded the defense. How well can the defense hold on? This is now going to be the question. Frag grenade tossed. Doesn't hurt anyone. Still displaces the defenders. Flank may happen, but so far everything is at a standstill, and it's yet again going to be Militant to get the entry kill.
Oh boy, things are starting to heat things up for KIRA Esports as they're slowly starting to lose their control on the side. Spidey Time gets another one from the grenade, one from a bullet. Gets to remove both Death Armor and Avidwi, and guess what? They're already in the side. Spidey Time, my goodness, already in cash room, causing chaos. He's already pushing in. Third kill. He might be able to get the fourth, in which he does not. Atharv will deny that. 2v3. The whole site's been compromised. Militant Esports are now currently at a standstill. It's been dropped down, and Shrisha's gonna win that gunfight. 2v. Actually, it's a 1v1 with Shrisha, and players left. He gets the triple kill. My god, KIRA Esports, Shrisha, man. What once I thought was just major chaos from Militant Esports' end, they had full-on control, and then Shrisha appeared out of thin air. 3 kills, and then it's chaos. KIRA Esports, they ended up winning the fight.
Yeah, that was a very chaotic round, and it was just kill after kill after kill. On one hand, Spidey Time, triple, yeah, like you said, pushed into the bomb site, but after that, the attackers just individualized the gunfights. Killsteel went down. Cheesy just pre-fired into East Hallway. Okay, there is your teammate downed in cash. Maybe, maybe help him. But yeah, I'm not sure what exactly Militant were also looking for. KIRA Esports, they win out the round when it really should have been Militant getting their 5th. And now, as problematic as it sounds, this can be the undoing of Militant. I mean, we have reached a point in the Nationals, and we have reached a point with teams where even a single round lost, right, can mean that all that momentum, it can be just nullified almost instantly. And it's also got to do a lot because of the psychological factor to it. Militant know that round should have been theirs. The way in which Killsteel got all of those entry kills was exceptional and extremely influential to them winning the round. But sadly, they just couldn't capitalize off of it. So keeping that in mind, KIRA Esports now took it, and this is going to be hurting MLT a lot. They'll be looking to bounce back into it, but you never really know. This can be, KIRA's chance of getting back into it themselves. Potentially, now they get their sixth, and they want to end it. So, considering that, I believe a tactical timeout has been taken from the likes of KIRA Esports. Shrisha had requested for a pause. I think KIRA do want a tac timeout. They just don't want to go through, the in-game menu, because yet again, that will mean like we may face the bug as well, right, where if you take a tactical timeout, sometimes the game resumes regardless. So I guess they just didn't want to do that. So keeping that in mind, all right, once it's over, both of these teams, they'll be going through a lot of discussions, and they'll be making sure that everything is going to be rectified as soon as round number 10 starts. But I believe, yeah, we're getting the ready confirmation. So hopefully, seems like both these teams are ready and we can jump back into it.
Yeah, it was this close, man. This close that Militant Esports had done a fantastic push from the side. And when you saw that breach was made from the Hibana's end, opening up the whole line of sight towards Garage Catwalk, if that Azami barrels weren't present at that moment, they would have gotten the whole control from Garage Catwalk. It mainly had to do with that one single utility that helped KIRA Esports cement their ground and forced Militant Esports to go in on a different set of push, which was all the way towards construction. The grenade kill from Spidey Time was really good. The execute that he made, catching operators off guard, was also a good thing. But lack of information on the rest of the players was the main reason why Militant Esports had lost in the first place. It had to do mainly because of information. And since KIRA Esports had tons of information because of a single use of a bulletproof cam, Atharv had in that previous round, KIRA Esports had 2 bulletproof cams, I believe. One from Atharv and one from Vortex. And since that they heavily relied on gaining information, Shrisha ended up getting those 3 important kills mainly because of those information themselves. If that bulletproof wasn't present, then chances for Shrisha to win that round would have been very difficult. But 5-4, KIRA Esports, they desperately needed a win on defense, especially the way how Militant Esports are being so strong on attack. But now this time it looks like it's favoring for the side of KIRA. Atharv doing what he does best when it comes to getting the early peak. He will get away by removing the Zofia. He gets to fall back from the side easily, and he'll be happy knowing that none of the impact nades and concussive will be flown around from the side itself. So that is an important pick coming in from KIRA.
Yeah, very, very important pick, and absolutely extremely necessary to help them into this round. Atharv finally, stepping up when his team needed him the most, and KIRA Esports also looking strong. The previous round helped them no matter how the previous round went. This time, the tactical pause also seemed like to do a lot to help these guys. So moving on forward, I gotta say that, KIRA are initiating these gunfights. They're waiting for it. And that's exactly what they want. Really, really good. Militant individually, their players are getting picked off. Their 2 top fraggers are now the 2 casualties. It's all down to the support players. It's down to the 2 hard breachers and Ninja Freak as the buck now to carry the round forward. But it doesn't seem like much will happen. No. KIRA Esports in total control. Seems to be a flawless round from their side. Okay, Deathhammer goes down. But sadly, it's pretty much done and dusted. Bomb site is on Basement Church in Arsenal. We have seen 5 bodies drop to the full floor. All 5 of them have been on the second floor as well. So yeah, we are a far and away ways from this bomb site. Killstreal will be making his way through, but sadly it won't be for much. It's highly unlikely. He can get back into the round. The Yokai drone concusses him. He's got no choice but to retreat. He's disoriented, and escaping from this position is going to be nightmare, essentially, to deal with. And even, like I said, escaping also is going to be a nightmare. Dealing with it will be a nightmare. Pretty much for Militant, it's all wraps. KIRA will be getting match point very, very soon, and they better start thinking about the final 2 rounds of this matchup.
Yep, 1v3. I believe Killstreal might have the chance, but no, it won't. Atharv will just deny it immediately and confirm match point for KIRA Esports. 6-4, I believe, with the attackers winning
Yep.
3 rounds on attack back to back. KIRA Esports will finally come back to their senses, especially with the pause time being requested. They did understood exactly how Militant Esports operates, and they decided to force in a way that Militant Esports would go in for those individual gunfights. And since Athar was the one who did eliminated Phoenix very early, maybe it was a run out all the way towards stocks. I'm not quite sure, but Athar getting the initial pick at the earliest amount of rounds really did give KIRA Esports a very good control from second floor
Yep.
itself, which forced Militant Esports to focus on that specific spot. They had to remove the roamers first, then and only then they could focus on rimming up the hatches. But since even the second floor hold was so strong that Militant Esports players slowly started to decrease, and with the only player left, what more could they do? It was just the ace. The roams were present, the holes were present, the denial was present, the C4s and gas canisters. There was no other way for Militant Esports to be heading on with an execute, especially with Papa Phoenix, who was already been denied at the earliest amount of round, which could have helped the attackers to have an even ground. But since Athar denied that, there was no other way for Militant Esports to get a win like that.
Yeah, unfortunately for Militant Esports, no matter what they were looking for, they were denied when it comes to kills, when it comes to their positioning. Like it was mentioned, the bomb site was Church and Arsenal. 4 of their members were killed on second floor. No progress made, no way for them to execute, only a single person alive. So that round was done and dusted. Right now, for the side of KIRA Esports, just ride the wave of what they've been doing for the past couple of rounds, do the same thing, and pretty much hope for the same results. It's really Militant who've got to, change something, be it the gunfights they're looking for, where they're looking for these gunfights, and how exactly they want to initiate them, or anything else that can be helpful. But, oh, successful bandit trick from Vortex right there means that one exothermic charge will be destroyed for kill steal, and Papa Phoenix yet again is the first person to go down. So trouble is really brewing for Militant Esports. They've got to get back into it. They need to find a way to deal with what has been happening so far.
But the breach will be successful nonetheless by just opening up the walls towards second floor gem. But the amount of damage that had been dealt around from KIRA Esports is very effective. And that removing the sledge in a Vidvi. Oh, he gets away with a kill. Ninja Freak will at least get the refrag, but he's still got to worry about both of the angles. But Vidvi gets 3. He gets 3 kills. And now it's killed still back in a 1v3. He needs to clutch, and it will be denied from KIRA Esports. What a way to end things off on second floor gym. For a moment that there was hopes and dreams for Militant Esports to win majority of their attack rounds, ended up with a single pause time from KIRA Esports, adapted to the situation, and ended up winning the rest of the defensive rounds.
Yep, exactly what we have seen so far from these teams, being extremely momentum heavy, and the synergy they have, the synchronization in which they win multiples of rounds. KIRA win the first 4, then Militant win the next 4, and then KIRA win the next 3. There are no back and forths between these rosters, and I feel like that is going to be a theme we shall indeed be seeing on Chalet. So yeah, for both of these rosters, my god, that was a matchup where at no point can you really drop the ball. It's one thing to be in a matchup where every single round is extremely dicey and every single round is back and forth, because then you know for a fact that even if the previous round didn't really go your way, the next one surely can. You just have to make sure you play the best. But with matches like these, let's have a look at the highlights as well, so we can further emphasize the point. You need to just be, if you are winning, just keep on doing the same thing, and if you're losing, hope for the best, because you're in for a wild journey the next couple of rounds, and it's going to be extremely difficult, getting back into the groove once you have seen your opposition win 2, 3, 4 rounds consecutively. But yeah, that's exactly what ended up happening for the entirety of this matchup on Clubhouse.
Yeah, even with Militant Esports having a fantastic attack coordination from both the sides, all KIRA had to do was just realize what kind of push that Militant Esports were doing and quickly adapted to it. a great performance being made around from Killsteel. Even Cheesy made a fantastic job, playing as the support role. The Hibana, the Xkaros pellets to give good lines of sight. But all in all, KIRA Esports, the way how they've recovered the round with Atharv getting those initial frags, the crossfire angles that have been placed from second floor gym, the tricked wall from the exothermic charge forced the players from Militant Esports to have only one exothermic charge remaining, which could have been helped in removing other sides of walls. But all in all, this play though from Shrisha getting a triple kill was just so huge for him, man. This triple kill was very unexpected because Militant Esports, they had firm control grip on every single situation as possible. I mean, they even opened up CCTV, they even opened up the construction, they removed most of the players. All they had to do was just push in towards the site and go for post plant, but instead making a decision to go for how can I say they went in for picks mainly has to do with the control on Garage Catwalk not being in their hands. If they had Garage control, then they would have head in for the post plant itself, in which Militant Esports, they didn't want to take the risk. They decided that since that there is present, it's best to go for picks, and it did ended up favoring for KIRA Esports, especially Shrisha, who did get away with 3 kills and a lot of information from those bulletproof cams. So all in all, KIRA Esports, despite having a strong start, and for Militant Esports having a chance of a comeback, it really did in the end it really did favor for KIRA Esports once they realized what kind of mistakes that they were doing, and it did ended up favoring for KIRA Esports. But nonetheless, for Militant Esports, they're not out of the game just yet. Map number 2 Chalet is in play, and ending the score count on a 6-4, ending a score count on a 7-4 shows that on map Chalet, which is a map being picked by Team Militant Esports, we might have a
Yeah.
lot of changes and high likelihood chances that a deciders might come into play.
Absolutely. Militant will be a lot more confident in how they'll approach Chalet. But that's the thing about the two initial maps, right? Is that on both Clubhouse and Chalet, these teams know what to do. They're extremely familiar with it because of their previous matches, not just in the nationals, but in the Pro Series, Community Cups, and of course, everything they do in their own private time. Their ranked games, their scrims, their dry runs. So, keeping that in mind, to what extent are MLT Esports looking to rasterize or change the map of Chalet into something of their own liking, or about the entire playstyle? But right now, having a look at the summary as well, we can see that performance of KIRA really stepped up towards the end, but there was that major dull period for those 5 rounds where MLT were winning, where KIRA just didn't really step up to the plateau, and some of their players were still affected by it towards the end. I mean, we saw 11 rounds and still Vortex and Deathhammer on 5 kills each. Even though we saw Vortex play the Zofia a couple of times, means that there's a lot more to be desired from KIRA Esports and their individual performance. As for MLT, they gave it their best, but they just couldn't win enough rounds.
Yep. And since on map Clubhouse, KIRA Esports have secured this first map, high likelihood chances that KIRA Esports can have a chance to end things off on a 2-0. But Militant Esports, they picked map Chalet for a reason. They might have picked for
Yeah.
a way that they could have a chance to bring this back. So I'm actually kind of waiting for it to see what kind of plays do we get to see from Militant Esports' end, knowing that Chalet is kind of, let's just say it's more of like an attacker favored map. And since KIRA
Right.
Esports are going on attack first, Militant Esports will be on defense. And then in the second half, we'll be able to see whether if Militant Esports can hold their ground or not. So for
Right.
KIRA Esports, the most picked maps is always either Clubhouse, Oregon, and maybe Villa on some certain times. Since Militant Esports had already banned that particular map, they decided to pick map Chalet, hoping that they would have some even grounds in between. But it always depends on what would be the result in the second maps itself. So you could clearly say that I have no idea on what's going to happen on the second map. But Militant Esports, if they need to rack up some points, they have to win map 2.
Indeed. And for Militant Esports, right, the thing is, they have played 3 matches, 3 best of 3 so far. Sadly, none of them have been a victory for them. They have only got 2 individual maps, one against Phalanx and one against MRCZ. Those are the 2 points they have in the standings. They need a win. If not even, they need yet another map. But yeah, constantly just getting a single map in BO3s is not going to be enough. At some point or the other, they've got to start winning. It best be match number 4 for them overall in the group stages. It best be, this matchup that they have against KIRA Esports. But yeah, things are looking not the best. It's still probable these guys can make that comeback. It's still probable they can, get one map at the very least, and then move on forward and, essentially get that best three underway. But still having the possibility of that, getting it done, it's a major hassle for them. And the way in which they've got to do it is going to be put in that extra hard work. Make sure that there are little to no mistakes and basically have the best start, because that's the thing we've just realized after having a look at the Clubhouse, after having a look at the map of Clubhouse, sorry, is that whichever team has the best start, whichever team wins round number 1, they're sure to win more and more rounds, regardless of who's on attack, who's on defense, what map is it. It's extremely momentum heavy. So whoever gets that better start, whoever can win that particular group of rounds at the very initial stage of the matchup, can have a great impact on the overall best of 3, and can help their team secure Chalet as well.
Yep, Chalet. I'm not gonna lie, but once I saw the whole match schedules and the match history that we've seen in
Right.
the South Asian national matchups, when Militant Esports went up against Team MercenarieZ, the second map was also on Chalet, and guess what happened in that CCB? They won 7-2 by winning 4 rounds on
Ooh.
attack and 3 rounds on defense. And
Huh.
Mercenaries, they had only won 2 rounds on defense in the first half itself. So I believe that should be the main reason why Militant Esports has chosen to pick Map Chalet up against KIRA Esports, is because they've done one thing. Although they didn't win, the matchup up against Mercenaries, because in over they've Militant Esports had lost all of the matches except they have some overtime points when they went up against
Yeah.
Mercenaries, and I believe the second matchup was up against
Phalanx.
Phalanx also went on a 2-1 scoreline, but
Yep.
the second matchup when they went up against Hunters LFO, they unfortunately ended up on a 2-0 scoreline. So Chalet can help Militant Esports to put themselves on towards deciders, because lately, since where they did have some strategies behind it, and since that they're going on defense first, I believe when they went up against MRCZ, they went on attack first. Yeah, I believe they went on attack first. They did ended up getting 4 round wins on attack itself. So since they'll be heavily relying to survive a lot in the defensive rounds, the second half will be the part where KIRA Esports needs to strengthen, or should I say fortify, their hold on the defensive side, especially in towards
Right.
first floor bar and gaming room, because that side will be crucial to determine whether if Militant Esports have a chance to win an attack, or will it be KIRA Esports defense. Because bar and gaming room, you could say, when it comes to those substantial win rates, it usually favors for the attackers. But once you have those defensive plays right, once you start to get the initial kills, waste a lot of time for the attackers. And since the attackers will have less amount of time and less amount of players, that is where the defenders usually have the major advantage. And that is the main reason why bar and gaming room is considered to be one of the most difficult maps to master. But once you get the hang of it, and once you start to win that specific site, you could say for the defenders it'll be the major one. But for now, folks, we're not having any breaks at all, so we are proceeding right back into the game. Map number 2, Chalet. Let's see the deciding factor to see whether if KIRA Esports can end things off on a 2-0, or Militant Esports to put us to the deciders.
Right, let's wait and watch. So for the side of KIRA right now, they are starting out on attack. Thatch is already off the board. So what exact kind of a ban are they looking for? Maybe they take off Nomad, right? But we have seen Atharv on the Nomad plenty of times, especially like in the 2021 year. I remember on this map very well, Atharv used to go for a lot of Nomad plays. But this time, it's not a counterpart to Nomad that's off the board, but someone who fulfills similar-esque duties. Jackal, who's more of an active roamer hunter rather than Nomad, who holds that passive angle. He's off the board. Again, it's Chalet. Makes a lot of sense. KIRA want those roamers established for their entire defense, and they don't want any black eyes peeping through and watching their team when they're attacking themselves. So that's all well and good. the side of MLT, their final ban, considering they're on defense, maybe Mira and anti-breacher. It's unlikely they'll be going for that ban, considering the fact that yeah, again, why bother? But no, okay, it's Echo who's gone off the board. So yeah, Echo as well, he boasts that bulletproof shield that he can bring, the MP5 SD alongside the Yokai drones. We saw a bit of Echo usage on Clubhouse, so Militant getting rid of him on Chalet also makes sense. And yeah, one substitution for MLT is that their substitute Papa Phoenix is now gone. Instead, Heko will be replacing him. And yeah, Papa Phoenix had a decent day in the server, so it's interesting seeing what Heko's performance will be like now on this map.
Yep. Let's see how Militant Esports will proceed on map Chalet, since it's their pick. And for KIRA Esports, this would be an interesting challenge for them to see how well that they do on defense specifically. And if you take a look at the operators select itself, we have the Flores, the Avidbees will be currently playing as the Flores. You even have the Shock Drone Shrisha playing as the Twitch. So you have ample amount of information being gained, denial of utilities will be present, and if there is a deployable shield in which the defenders have none, interesting, I believe they'll heavily rely on soft walls breach, mainly in towards mezzanine hallway, and reinforcements will be made from that specific spot too. So some lines of sight will be made with the reinforcements. Womice magnetics will be present all the way towards the library side. Information will be given from the Banshee deterrence, and just like I said, that Amar just started off with a bang as he removes Spidey time.
Alright, so yet again,
Alright.
you're gone. Not even been 25 seconds into the action phase. Kill steal follows suit. Cheesy very low on HP, and KIRA Esports are like just completely all guns blazing. That is that. She was prepping up a nade, but Cheesy dies. Ninja Freak follows. It's been 40 seconds into the action phase, guys. Oh boy. Okay, all down to Heko. The person just subbed out. SMG 11 works wonders. 1 kill. That's nice, but goodbyes. 1 minute into the action phase, and ladies and gentlemen, KIRA establish round number 1. So, having a look at the instant replay now, I gotta say, the instant replay was longer than the round.
You could
It's
say
the dumbest
you could
jokes.
you could say it was faster than an instant noodles. So
Yeah.
well, but all in all, man, that was very quick though, especially from KIRA Esports, being able to remove not only just the roamers, but they just
Everyone.
immediately got control from Fireplace Hall. I mean, everyone.
Yeah.
Like, even I did not expect this to happen. Vortex and Deathamar were the ones who initially got the kills, and once they found the opening, they just cleared the whole site. They didn't have to worry about breach. They didn't have to worry about utilities. Nothing. Just find the guy, remove it, and next thing you know, they got the win. And now we're back on round number 2 with the same side once again. No change in the operators, except for Cheesy, who will be bringing in the Legion this time. And on the side of attack, Avidwe will bring in the Nook, and Deathamar will still bring in the Sledge nonetheless. So round number 2 being in play. Let's get to see how this would work out for Militant Esports, knowing that they had a very quick fall in the first round.
Yeah, for Militant right now, they'll be essentially looking to, get back into it and see and make sure that KIRA don't completely trample over them in this matchup. Oh, sorry, not in this matchup, but like in this round, unlike what happened in the previous one. So yeah, considering that, I gotta say that the side of MLT, things are looking good. Meanwhile, for KIRA, for KIRA Esports, they're just starting things off, with their attack again, slow and steady, droning everything out, making sure all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed, and they're proceeding forward. If they can find any defenders, eliminate them. Speaking of defenders, there is Spidey time sneaking around towards, these stairs. He can be spotted by an attacker. If the need be, he can be killed. He's got to be very careful with where he steps. He's got to be extremely careful with where he proceeds. Otherwise, these Solarium stairs can be the death of him.
Yeah, Militant Esports, despite having a very shaky start on the first round, they still got to worry about some places. Okay, Cheesy doesn't have any info. Well, now he does from the Legion School Mines. Oh man, for a moment there, I thought that there was hopes for a Widwy to get that, special kill, but instead he'll get picked out. So does Spidey Time, who will get picked out as well from the side of KIRA. So when it comes to man count, it will be equalized. C4 is being tossed out from Heko. I'm not quite sure whether if it would help Militant Esports to get a kill or two, but nonetheless, they don't have enough amount of time left, and I believe Heko is trying to recover the C4 back, but turns out it's not working well because there's one player holding out from the Windows side. Cheesy, on the other hand, will succeed in getting one more kill this time as he removes Death Amar. Now he needs to find the rest of the three players, and it will be a difficult task for them, knowing that the whole Solarium stairs have been compromised. Now the push needs to happen. Heko is still hell-bent on getting control of that C4 because it was mainly an accidental use of it. But imagine if he did detonate it and getting away with a kill. That would have been an accidental C4 kill nonetheless. But they're losing a lot of time though from KIRA Esports' end. And Militant Esports are just making sure that they would not set foot from the side itself. You forgot about the window where Cheesy was. He'll get the kill off from Vortex, and now it's a 2v3. They need to make the push, in which Risha will get one more. They will head on for the plant itself. Post plant can be a huge success. There's no C4, mainly because Hecker's been gone. No C4 from both Ninja Freak and Cheesy, so they have to rely on gunfight itself, in which it will fail. 2v1, a third gets one, and now Cheesy will go down two at the hands of a third, KIRA Esports. Once again, a good hold and a good recovery as they'll secure round number 2 as well.
Absolutely, that final execute from them, they sacrificed on one thing. Their post-plant positions weren't the best. Just Shrisha barely got the breach done, barely with the help of Atharv, went for that diffuser plant just right there in the corner, held that angle, had the cover from the ace. They had to play off of that. They couldn't extend any further because there were 3 defenders looking at them, and also the fact that they were less than 15 seconds on the clock. But they still made it work. KIRA Esports still, individualized all of those gunfights one by one by one. Atharv picked them off, and one by one by one, they got the kills. Overall, 2. Now the rounds in favor of KIRA, forcing Militant to yet again change strategies, go for kitchen and dining. Now this is nice from Militant. This really reminds me of something like what Hunters LFO usually do. Because when Hunters and things aren't really working for them, especially on Chalet, on defense, those guys change strategies instantly. They're like, okay, we are not winning on basement snowmobile garage. Okay, let's go to second floor. Not winning on second floor, bar and gaming, otherwise kitchen and dining. They are very, very dynamic with how they're changing their defenses. Other teams, they're hesitant on doing that, and there are many teams who are guilty of this. KIRA Esports won't stop peaking, Team UWU, all of these guys would much rather stick to a plan, and they'd be like, if we lost on bar and gaming, we go bar and gaming again, and we make sure we don't lose. I'm not saying something is wrong and something is right. You only have to be, on one bomb site, or you have to constantly change it. Everything has its ups and downs. Of course, Rainbow Six is a very dynamic game. But yeah, it's nice to see once in a while, Militant Esports doing something different than what the majority of teams do. That's, I think, all I wanted to highlight.
Absolutely true, CCB. Militant Esports having, that dynamic approach, especially similar towards Hunters LFO, just shows that they're not afraid to, making decisions like this. But once that they've picked this site on first for kitchen and dining, they've got to ensure that they would not, face any mistakes or problems, because if that does happen, then KIRA Esports can just usually get another win on attack immediately. But apparently they're taking a bit too much time here from KIRA's end. Of course, the breach is still present from second closer side. All they've got to make sure is just find some good information, deny that info, open up the breach, and then proceed to get control from the second floor site itself. The roamer's control should be taken care of, so does the players controlling from the site. And now, since there's just drone works happening from KIRA Esports, they're mainly trying to get information, in which they will. Second breach will also be done all the way towards first floor kitchen as well. And now we get to see KIRA Esports establishing crossfire angles. The probable shield will be destroyed from Vortex. Now, with everything seems to be going accordingly in order for KIRA Esports, the biggest concern has to be the place in towards trophy.
Yeah, and towards Trophy, these attackers would like to gain control, pincer down the defenders. Meanwhile, from Fireplace entrance, yet again, it's Shrisha to get that kill. But more kills follow suit. Unfortunately for KIRA, it's their members who are getting dropped down to the floor. There's that flank from Fireplace stairs as well. People are watching for it, but they've got to be paranoid. And Cheesy wins the gunfight, takes down a Widby. Only 2 attackers now alive. And these guys, yes, they can plant the diffuser, they can look to plant it, but they've really got to be careful of the eyes above. Look at Heko, look at the angle he's holding. There's no way KIRA can proceed further. 20 seconds left on the clock. He isolates a gunfight. SMG-11, once more it is. Vortex, what's his play? Can't really enter because there's an angry defender looking at him. How does he look to eliminate him? Oh wait, does he not know? The mute is still upstairs. I think he spots it right now. He's got the diffuser, opting for a safe plant, but now time is of the essence. Can Ninja Freak reach to the Zofia in time to shoot her down? Most likely, yes, he can. And that is going to be the first defensive win for Militant Esports.
And that was too close for comfort for Militant. So close. KIRA Esports could have stole the round once again, but Ninja Freak was at least present right on time to deny that. And the powerful plays that we saw from Shrisha, I mean, getting 3 kills, initially having the whole side control at their end. Turns out they didn't have much information on those 2 important players who are currently in second floor. The breach was already done. 2 of the breaches were opened up. They've even took care of the roamers. They even took care of those anchors presented towards the kitchen. Everything was looking good. But it was Heko who made sure that those plants would not go in favor for KIRA Esports, and he did an excellent job in denying it. And because of that, Militant Esports will secure their round on defense. A really necessary one, and a good decision to be deciding to defend towards kitchen and dining. Now the main problem has to be the second floor site that they picked once again, and this will be a difficult state for Militant Esports because they just lost 2 of the site towards KIRA Esports. I'm sorry, not site. They lost 2 of the rounds on the same exact site, and there's high likely a chances that Militant Esports can lose round number 4 if they are not careful about this. So the adaptations that Militant Esports require needs to be made imminent. And for KIRA Esports, I'm thinking that they will also have some different strategies involved from them as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely got to be different stuff from KIRA to be involved in order to essentially secure out these rounds, and something different needs to be employed. Question is, what exactly? And yeah, and how soon can they do that? Are they saving it for the defensive half? Maybe keep on trying something different on their defense. But on attack, really, KIRA should be looking for 3 or 4 rounds. They cannot be, they cannot suffice with only 2. That's a given. For Militant Esports, make the best out of it. Try and get the form. Because yet again, I mean, I know I've emphasized on this and I've made it quite important to state this multiple times indeed, but both of these teams really momentum heavy. Militant have just stopped KIRA dead in the tracks after that previous round. Their defense stood the test of time. Their defense held and made sure it was necessary and it was capable enough to deal with what KIRA were doing. So they got to continue doing that. This time, however, yet again, a lot more easier said than done. Vortex finds the opening kill steal. This time, he's not having the best of times in the server. Granted, yes, it's only been, 3 rounds, and this is round number 4. But yeah, you would expect a lot more from some of the members of MLT. Ninja Freak on a single kill. That was the end kill he got in the previous round. Spidey with none. Heko also falls. And KIRA Esports, these guys, they are looking good. Militant, they need to put an end to this. Yet again, they can't be just peeking these angles. It's way too risky, and they are just going to get punished for it.
Yeah, it turns out history starts to repeat itself at the same site. Militant Esports are having major issues from the side itself. The angles are just perfectly present from KIRA Esports as they're just neutralizing people one by one, and another as Death Hammer gets to remove Cheesy out of that place. Flawless round coming in from KIRA Esports and from Militant. I think it would be a best idea to not go for the same site once again. Hopefully, heading towards both of the first floor sites, or maybe heading towards, basement wine cellars or snowmobile garage if can. But the chances of, them heading towards basement is significantly low, mainly because of the defenders not having a higher chances to succeed in that site itself. So the only side that they can win is either from the second floor side or from first floors. So they will make a decision to head in towards first floor bar and gaming room this time, which means that there will be a lot more attention towards second floor library site itself. So one of them will be playing from library, one of them will be playing from mezzanine. Those crossfire angles will be put to perfection, and making sure that the players would be present and will stay alive for longer periods of time. So since that there won't be a Wamai could have helped on library, but instead they'll just make do with the Jaeger's ADSs, which means that one of them will not be playing towards library, they'll be playing towards mezzanine itself. Reinforcements, walls will be opened up for an angled peak. So everything will be present from Militant Esports. All they've got to do is just make sure to get a guaranteed win in round number 5. And with Shrisha, on the other hand, he's been remarkably strong with his initial frags. 6 kills currently right now on the whole on the entire 4 rounds itself. He's been dealing major damage. He's been getting 2 or 3 kills constantly in these certain rounds by eliminating both either Spidey time or kill steal. That really decreased a lot of chances for roam and majority of the stuffs. So Militant Esports needs to be careful when it comes to peaking certain angles and ensure that they would focus on mainly wasting a lot of time rather than heading in for an aggressive peak to get an initial pick or two.
Yeah. So let's wait and watch exactly what did they go for, that initial kill or not. And well, right now it is indeed going to be Heko who wins that gunfight. Even as the smoke, he was still ready to take the duel as he saw fit. Eliminates Avidvi, and Avidvi is also a member who's really not having the best of individual days. 0 kills and 4 deaths for him after 4 rounds. And right now in round number 5 as well, things really don't go his way. But as for his teammates, he can still help them, stay on drones, give information, and his teammates are doing plenty to justify KIRA having a good performance. They lead by 2 rounds. This round is equal unless Spidey Time wants to say something. Otherwise, it's going up library stairs, spots 2 attackers, neither is looking at him. That's 1, that's 2. What a play from Spidey Time. And that is going to be easy retreat back into the bomb side. He came, he saw, he conquered, and he fell back silent like a ninja. No one saw him. And for Militant Esports, I mean, yeah, it's an amazing round. It's practically a free win that has happened. Shrisha, Vortex, Shaw, these guys have been having exceptional performances, but making do with the situation at hand, it's going to be highly unlikely. Still, the person who has dealt the damage to KIRA has been dealt justice as they see fit. Spidey Time is now gone, but there are 3 more defenders they've got to deal with, and only 40 seconds now remaining on the clock.
Yeah, C4's been tossed out, not being able to find one, and that's going to backfire a lot as Vortex tries to retaliate back. But time's running out. They only have 30 seconds. Shrisha is all the way towards Fireplace Hall. All they have to do is just time the drop down in which it will be denied from Heko. It's 1v3. Shrisha is the only operator left for KIRA Esports to clutch this. Not a lot of time left. 20 seconds left. Diffuse has already been dropped all the way towards the hatch. And with the 10 seconds of smoke gas canisters being put already towards the side, there is no other way for Shrisha to be pushing all the way towards the side itself. So it's going in for a different approach. Not having any information in towards Cheesy's whereabouts will let Militant Esports secure this win. An important one. And they'll make sure to put themselves in a very good scoreline, 3-2. An impressive performance from Spidey Time, as he will put a smile to Ninja Freak's face.
Yeah. Going to be a very, very cheerful state for the side of Militant Esports right now. They get 2 rounds, and yet again, kind of like the first half on Clubhouse, everyone just wants to equalize things, then see what happens on the second half. Here, for KIRA Esports, going on defense on Chalet, they still need to make sure they have an advantage. They cannot go into the second half with, the that 3-3 split. We saw what happens when KIRA have a 4-2 split on Clubhouse. We saw they went into their defense. Again, statistically, the stronger side, 2 rounds up, and Militant almost made that comeback. Militant almost got back into it. And we're looking to defeat KIRA Esports. This time, KIRA have got to be a lot more patient, and KIRA have got to be a lot more ready of what to expect from their opposition as well. So, with all that being said and done, point being, KIRA need round number 4. Militant, if they get this and they equalize it 3-3, big advantage for their side, and they'll be really, really glad and satisfied with how the entire half went. Are KIRA going to let them get 3 rounds? I mean, again, neither team wants to let the other win, but we saw the kind of plays that are possible. We saw that flank from Library's test from Spidey time. Even this time, kill steal from next to the bomb site, wants to go for kills, doesn't spot anyone just yet, but that won't stop him anytime soon. That will still indulge him further and motivate him to look for any attackers as long and as soon as he finds a kill. And for the side of KIRA Esports, yeah, slow and steady progression. You drone in, scope out the defenders, kill out the roamers, and then you think about the execute.
Yeah, but for KIRA Esports, taking a lot of time towards information might end up being its downfall if they don't focus on the site as quick as possible. Because it's the same site where KIRA Esports took way too much time, not clearing out the entirety of the second floor, and it did ended up being in favor for Militant Esports nonetheless. So KIRA Esports needs to find a different solution to this. Maybe having quick control towards second floor and then heading towards the plant on first floor kitchen by denying those vertical lines of sight. Spidey time will still be present from trophy room, yes, that is still guaranteed, but knowing that there isn't verticality control from Militant Esports will have a finer chances to proceed with post plant. And turns out that Amar finds an opening, removes Heko. Cheesy's already been down, which means both of the players towards second floor and first floor will be denied. And apologies for that, folks. Yeah, as I was talking about it, Heko and Cheesy, with both of them being eliminated, with only 3 players left on Militant Esports, KIRA Esports can now heavily focus on the side in which Atharv gets 1. A great headshot at that. Now it's still a 5v2, 5v1, almost a chance of a flawless win, because it's now all down to Ninja Freak, where he will decide to remove Deathmaker. And Atharv really needs to be careful on that vertical line of sight, but the plant will be done nonetheless. Push will be made, and Ninja Freak will get caught out from a midway. KIRA Esports will secure the round on round number 6, claiming the first half on a 4-2 scoreline.
So, yeah, yet again, for the side of KIRA Esports, good half from their end. Militant, again, still manageable. A 2-round deficit is exactly, what most people call a completely decent zone. And again, it's not on the extremes. That's what the 5-1s and the 6-1s are. Getting back into the groove from that is a lot more difficult, because not only do you have lesser rounds to your name, there are more rounds between between both of the rosters. So keeping that in mind, it's still possible for Militant, considering these guys, they're the ones on attack, and considering they're still getting those kills time and time again. They just need everyone to be performing true to their roles. For example, Cheesy and Heko, these guys have been getting a lot more kills than their teammates. If maybe they want to be put on the entry fragging roles or the frag heavy roles, I think Militant can very well make that decision, and it can work in their favor. But also, the players themselves can just go for more kills. And a great example of that is going to be someone like Shrisha. The person who has the highest kills in the entire server right now. He was playing the Twitch primarily for the entirety of that first half, and he still made it work practically because of the way in which he was playing. He was just peeking angles, plain and simple, winning the gunfight. So even if Heko and Cheesy are playing support, which they are, Flores and Ace right now, they can still make things work, and they can still ensure their team get the initial kills, which is something Militant will desperately be looking for.
Yeah, absolutely, CCV. For Militant Esports, securing a lot of rounds on attack will be their biggest goal. And for KIRA, in order for that to deny it, they've got to make sure that they have higher chances of success towards the site in towards first floor. Now, Barden Gaming Room will be the site, and Militant Esports will make a decision to push in towards Trophy Room. there is 2 players still present. Information will be given from the attack drones itself to get ample information towards first floor kitchen side. And Shrisha opting in for a wall bang, which almost claimed the life for kill steal, but he will still feel safe knowing that Shrisha didn't had ample amount of information. But now they still have to worry about the room clears all the way from second floor because Vortex is still present from that exact place. And since that they have control in towards Trophy, they'll be met with a decision to either remove Shrisha or take out Vortex. And having the high ground potential is very important, so they'll do exactly that. Ninja Freak will succeed with his first frag. He removes Vortex out. And now since they only have to rely on removing Shrisha, which most of the time he'll be present for roam games in the late game, they still need to focus on the side very clearly because let's face it, you still have the Wamai with the deployable shields, you still need to focus on getting controls into his hallway, and you don't have necessary time left to remove Shrisha because for the roamers, removing time is exactly what they're trying to think right now.
Yep. That's all they're looking for, and that's all they're trying to do as well. Further, remove those roamers. Now, Avidvi's location is known inside of library. He's still holding the angle towards mezzanine, still watching out for any attackers in that corner. Shrisha also gets lit up severely. Militant are still heavily focusing on these roamers. KIRA Esports, when is their plan to fall back? I think right now is when Deathma should give up the post and go to the bomb site. Yes, he does just that, and just in the nick of time makes it possible. Time notices where this low Aruni is, and there will be people to hunt her down. Ninja Freak is given that responsibility. 30 seconds on the clock. Militant are prioritizing kills, but it can work their way. All they need are those kills secured, then go for the plant. KIRA need to just survive, but it's a lot more easier said than done. Pressure is building. The drop down's gotta happen. There is a Surya gate. Atharv's gotta make sure he's also there. He's one of the anchors inside of the bomb site. Takes down kill steal. 6 seconds on the clock. The diffuser's gotta go down. The body is dropped. Cheesy needs to stick it. Can Deathma prevent it? He's going to be looking through the hatch. He spots. Yes, he does, and he wins the round for KIRA Esports. Yet again, KIRA had to stay alive, and they ensured just that, taking down the Flores and taking down Militant Esports in this round with him.
Yep. Once again, we will witness KIRA Esports steal the round thanks to Death Armor. All the way towards second floor library. All he had to do was just waste time, deny plant, and let KIRA Esports get the win on round number 7. Crucial round. 5-2 will be the scoreline. They just require 2 more rounds on defense to get the win and also secure map number 2 at their hands. And for Militant Esports, they were this close to succeed their round on attack. Everything was present. They even removed both the important roamers, Vortex, and also Avidvi, who was still patiently playing from the side itself. The gas canisters were already expended. They even had a confirmed down from kill steal. All they had to do was just wait for the attackers to proceed with the plant. The denial was present. No one was holding in towards second floor library, and that was exactly where Death Armor got the best of it. Good kills, and also a great job at holding on defense. 5-2, and now in round number 8, the site will be on first floor kitchen and dining. This site will be very crucial because second floor, the place towards second floor, will be heavily met with fortifications. So Militant Esports will be met with the decision to either either to at least brute force the site, or go for roam clear first and then head in towards the site itself.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
So, and right now, for the side of Militant, you gotta get back into it, really. And you summarized it, Baba, as well, right? Time is ticking out. Gotta make sure, you don't waste the opportunity, because that's also what happened on Clubhouse to that certain extent, where KIRA Esports, time was running out for them. Before you knew it, Militant had equalized the entire map 4-4, and only then did KIRA get a groove on. This time it's the same thing, but with the opposite team. Vortex gets the initial kill, takes down Spidey Time, severely tags Ninja Freak as well, but as a true Jaeger, he's going to be the first person to be eliminated from the defensive side. Death Armor, the alibi, also follows, and what started as a very good round for KIRA is now favoring Militant slightly because of the man count, but mainly because of the time it took for these attackers to, get these defender kills. It's not been more than a minute and 15 seconds into the action phase. The two roamers are gone. There is another player on second floor. Yes, Atharv can do something since he's the one holding the far more aggressive angle. Has got a little bit of support from Shrisha, but overall, Militant can really progress forward in this map easily.
Yeah, with now the breach is being done towards second floor. Militant Esports once again are losing a lot of time. Atharv misses the timing, and he will force to fall back all the way towards Solarium Stairs with the help of Atharv. Actually, not Atharv. Atharv and Shrisha, both of them will be heading back towards the site and make sure that they'll make their final stand. But Cheesy is just patiently waiting to get an all clear from the side of Militant Esports so that he can proceed with the breaches being done. C4's been tossed, informations will be given heavily, and if the defenders have that information regarding this issue, they might be able to toss out the C4 and get a kill. There you go. Nitro Cell's been used. Won't be able to find a player as of now, but it will give a good line of sight for kill steal, in which Militant Esports can use it to their advantage. Cluster charges being used, breach charges will be made, so there'll be forces where the defenders will be forced to fall back, and there you go. Avidwi still has two smoke gas canisters, can still deny the plant, but Atharv getting a headshot like that is going to put Militant Esports on an even much more disadvantage. Ninja Freak is so low on HP, which means that Cheesy has to be the one to go in for the plant. Ninja Freak is going to drop down from the hatch itself. Another smoke gas canister. Ninja Freak will be down. 2v2 equalizer. They have no idea that Militant Esports are going for the plant. They will get the kill nonetheless, and now it's out of the hands of Heko. 1v2, and now they don't have any information towards Heko's whereabouts. This could be a good surprise factor, but now his location has been compromised. It still won't be a ball, and Avidwi gets it. Oh, slow. Oh, so close. And Avidwi will just get a triple kill from the SMG-11. My goodness. The smoke gas canisters just used at the late rounds, knowing that the whole second floor will be compromised, and this huge important kill that we've seen from Atharv, getting that huge trade out, that was a headshot to remove kill steal. And since Ninja Freak was just 10 HP, they had to rely on it, and guess what happened? Triple kill from from the smoke player, man. Triple kill.
Yep, and also because kill steal was gone, there was no one else on second floor to, overwatch the defenders pushing in towards kitchen. It allowed the KIRA members to push up and then go for even further kills. But, yeah, SMG-11 being the most important gun in the entire South Asian Nationals after all. I think if we have a prize of the most valuable gun, it's definitely going to be the SMG-11. Yesterday, the amount of plays we saw in KIRA won't stop peaking. The amount of kills we saw in the later matchup, as well with the Team UWU and Shaheens. Today, what we're seeing, SMG-11 seems to be the best gun. And anyway, Babat, have you heard, what I've started to call the SMG-11 now? It's the SMG-11 stands for the Sigma machine gun nowadays because of just how powerful it is. It's the Sigma tier of guns. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Every single time you see this weapon, you know for a fact something is about to go down and you won't be able to comprehend it. 1v2s, 1v3s, late round clutches, through the room headshots, through the room spray downs. It's become the gun of South Asia now, the preferred weapon of mass destruction for these players.
What? Jesus. Okay, Deathhammer, you just gotta calm down, man. You just have to calm down. Cheesy was just usually removing that default cam right from the basement, and you had to reply it with a headshot. And he doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. Triple kill. Triple kill for Deathhammer. And now he's in it for the ACCV, Spidey Time and Kill Steal. I believe he heard you, and once you said Sigma Machine Gun 12 was the most powerful gun in the South Asia history. Well, here comes the MX4 Storm, the storm that is approaching right now for Militant Esports, as they cannot control this man right here.
Yep, it's a storm, but now Deathhammer himself has been silenced. Even if it's temporarily, it's still a relief for the side of Militant. Was looking to get back into it. The Stim Pistol healed him, but no, Militant Esports now just holding on to Library means they've gotten back into the round. I mean, to a certain extent, yes. The only problem is for Militant that this entire the entire interaction that's taken place from all 10 of the players, right, from between both the teams, has just costed so much time. You have a minute and 20 seconds. The attackers haven't even made it into the building. They were outside of Library, but that's gone. They can't progress further. They can't enter library because of the angles being maintained. They are still right here outside of these windows, outside of piano, looking for a way to enter, but it's highly unlikely they'll be able to. Spidey time very low on HP. Once more, pressure is on Killsteel to progress further in this matchup to prevent KIRA from, getting the BO3 to their name. Militant desperately need a map, but right now they're farther than ever than they were to getting that map point and elevating themselves in the overall group standings.
Yeah, even though that this is still a 2v3, KIRA Esports, they still need to play it safe, and Vortex needs to be careful on this initial gunfight. Information will be given. Spider Time is very low on HP, but is going up against Killsteel. He's still holding on towards library. Information will be heavily given. I believe that there is one bulletproof cam. Spider Time actually kills Steel. He'll get away with a kill, equalizes it to a 2v2. Now, this is concerning from KIRA Esports, as once they had a major advantage thanks to Death Armor, and now things are slowly starting to fall apart. But since once I said it's Rishan of it, we will just patiently just remove the rest of the players, though, while they were making a push. And with it, folks, we'll be able to conclude our second matchup with KIRA Esports winning their second map on Chalet 7-2. And also we have Shrisha being on the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and yet again, for the side of KIRA Esports, very, very strong showing on Clubhouse as well, right? 7-4, had a very strong start. Yes, there was a point in the middle where they weren't having the best of times, but they still closed down the map nonetheless. And here, again, smooth sailing with the exception of a couple of rounds. Sure, yeah, Militant were looking to get back into it, but no, KIRA Esports denied them that luxury and overall secured this best of three with the overall through and through very nice performance, ultimately, which means that the round differential shall be favoring the likes of KIRA Esports and putting further dissonant on the side of these Militant Esports players, that how exactly did they proceed in the Nationals. Now they have played 4 matches. They haven't won a single BO3. They've only won 2 maps overall. This is also going to be a 0-2 for their side. Really, really unfortunate. And now is the time they've got to get their grips on, because if they lose their next game, it will be very, very, very unlikely for them to proceed forward into the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely, CCB. But I do have to appreciate the performance being relayed from Militant Esports. The flanks, which is put to perfection from Spidey Time, the plays, how they've played it as patiently as possible. The aggressive attempts from Militant Esports was a job well done. But you still got to understand that KIRA Esports, they're also fighting for the same thing. And the way how Shisha performed, especially with winning most of his initial gunfights, forcing Militant Esports at a major disadvantage almost half of the rounds. While they were on attack, every single time initial frag always went in favor for Shisha. Somehow he'd get away with a kill or two. Although there were some mistakes that was rectified after the future rounds itself, that the second floor control, once the site was on first floor kitchen, realizing that the whole second floor site wasn't cleared out once they went in for the execute, they changed their strategy, and evidently it did help out KIRA Esports to succeed in the round. And this clutch, though, from a Widby, 3 kills with the SMG-11 was so powerful. And also this unexpected wall bang from Death Armor, that, my goodness, it really did put Militant Esports on a bit of a state of bother. But yeah, 7-2 will be a huge score line that KIRA Esports will be happy about, both when it comes to their round differential status and also having confirmed the spot. I wouldn't say confirmed just yet. There's still a lot of matches that needs to go, but having this win 2-0 with good round differentials is having a lot more chances to stay in the standings itself.
Absolutely, and it's nice to see KIRA improving overall as well, right? They won against MercenarieZ, they almost won against Won't Stop Peaking, went to 15 rounds on map number 3, now they won against the likes of Militant as well, and seeing the individual performance, you gotta say that, yeah, these guys, they have indeed been putting in the work. Look at that, everyone is very consistent. This was a rather quick matchup, only 9 rounds, not much to say with the exception of Deathhammer finally getting on top and finally, going for 4 initial kills, but most importantly, no initial deaths. I mean, a huge congratulations to him for that. There have been many times where Dethimer, has been an opening casualty, or even on Clubhouse, we saw it, particularly yesterday against Won't Stop Peaking as well. He had that predicament against him. But today on Chalet, he was a master of his own, and he made sure he was going to be the top fragger of the entire matchup overall. So that's all well and good. On the militant side of things, yeah, they put up some decent numbers, but sadly, their overall team performance just wasn't comparable to how KIRA were playing.
Yeah, on both of the maps that we'd seen on Chalet and Clubhouse, despite Militant Esports having a shaky start on defense, they were doing exceptionally well on attack. The executes that they made on CCTV site was very well done. Even on Chalet, the way how they held their defense was really good, both from Heko and Ninja Freak. But all in all, it just came down to the adaptations, the consistency in which KIRA Esports really did show their efforts when it comes to not only winning their gunfights, but also making sure that they would get enough amount of trade outs. Shrisha was the one who who was the one who did get most of these initial kills on the first map. But if you focus on the majority of those maps, I'd say a Turf. Mainly because, I mean, we
Yeah.
get to see that in the MVP scoreboard itself, playing both as the support roles, Thermite and Jaeger. 20 kills, and also a kill per round is one round itself.
One,
65%
quite
cost
consistent.
percentage. Yeah, it's very consistent. So even not only do we get to see a third play as a support role, but you'd always see him pull out this spawn peak kill or a run out kill that eventually put in favor for KIRA Esports almost most of the time. You did see a Thurf get a
Right.
spawn peak twice or thrice on both of the maps, on Clubhouse as well as on Chalet too. Where if you see
Yeah.
a Thurf gets the initial frag, then the chances for the rest of the plays to happen into us side decreases substantially, and the chances for the attackers to make a comeback also raises down substantially too. So KIRA Esports, they play always accordingly to the books, and a Thurv is always the one who'd usually make things easier for both defensive side as well as on the attack.
Absolutely, and yeah, Athorv has been that consistent fragger for them that isn't always going to be fulfilling that aggressive entry fragging archetype of the operators. He isn't going to be Vortex or would be necessarily someone who takes up the Iana or the Jaeger or the Ash or any of those operators. Rather, he's going to be on the support. We have seen Athorv on the Nomad. We have seen him on like operators like Jaeger and all. We've also seen him on the Buck. Yesterday we saw that a lot. So whatever the team needs, he can provide that. He is one of those versatile players, and that's all really good to know. And I mean, with him getting so many of these skills, it's always just a cherry on top for his teammates, and that's always a nice characteristic to have in a roster. Have that confidence in your teammates that they'll be able to get the kills even if you particularly aren't having the best of days. We saw, especially on Chalet even, right, some of the players just weren't having the best of times. They were having quieter games. On Militant, there were a few players who just, I mean, again, on Militant, then again, they had decent performances. But overall on Clubhouse as well, right, that's the thing, is that even if you aren't performing the best, your team is there to back you up. And well, speaking of teams, now we can have a look at the updated group standings. Where exactly do all the teams stand right now? KIRA Esports, 4 matches played, 6 points for them, looking really, really strong. Militant Esports, 4 games played, still 2 points. They have got to get started. They need to start accelerating from their next match onwards.
Yep, winning those matches should always have to be an important task for Militant Esports. And if they cannot, and if they heavily rely on OT points, it will be difficult for them to have majority of the chances to stay on the top 4, mainly because we have Shaheens, Kira, Won't Stop Peaking, and MercenarieZ fighting for the same thing too. And speaking of MercenarieZ, we have our second matchup between the two teams, MercenarieZ and Team Phalanx, I believe, which will
Yep.
happen after this next matchup. So the winner of this will have a chance to dethrone Won't Stop Peaking Esports itself. I mean, just imagine if getting 2 points win would have at least 5 points, in either which MercenarieZ or Team Phalanx can have the opportunity to be on the top 4 position. while won't stop peaking, despite them winning their important matchup up against KIRA Esports, in the end it did went all the way towards the deciders. So KIRA Esports, they've secured third place, but for won't stop peaking, they also need to win a lot of matches to ensure that they would stay in that position.
Absolutely, and that's the thing for Won't Stop Peaking. They have played one BO3 fewer than KIRA Esports have, so they still have extra time to get back into it, maybe get those extra couple of points, win that best of three, equalize the score, bring it down to bring it down to the round differential. Then we can see what happens. As for the side of MRCZ right now and Team Phalanx, yeah, must win for both of them. Both of these teams, not the highest games played. Mercenaries currently have the lowest amount of matches that have been played by a roster in the standings, or in the in the overall South Asian Nationals. So they themselves, we'll be seeing a lot more of MRCZ over the next couple of days, and of course after the break that we have as well. But once that happens, it's still going to be interesting seeing the final place or the final position that these guys will be finishing in. Is it going to be second, third, fourth, or maybe, just maybe it can be first as well? You never really know. And that's the thing about so many of these teams, is that it is uncertain. How it stands right now, Hunters LFO and Shaheens, these guys will be fighting against each other tooth and nail for that first and second seed. Really, the ones up for grabs for the remaining 6 teams are third and fourth. But for Militant and Team UWU, things are looking more and more desperate as matches go on and time moves forward. This is really the breaking point for them. If they cannot suffice, getting a couple of match wins and a couple of points on board, then we may be bidding them early farewells already. Of course, they'll still be playing all of their matches. Or everyone watching, if you have a particular team of your liking, if you have players who you enjoy watching, don't be worried. At the end of the group stages, it will be seeing 7 matches played for all of these teams. Every single roster will be playing 7 different best of threes against their opponents, but it's about the points you'll be getting out of them. So for the side of Team UWU and Militant, yeah, they've got to make sure they improve a lot. And well, speaking of a team that has improved over the past couple of days, KIRA Esports in front of us, having better and better performances as time goes on.
Yeah, Shrisha, it's interesting to see his stats too. Cost percentage of 80%. My God. And also we have Athar with 20 kills in his name. 14 kills to Widwi, and Death Armor having the most balanced KD ratio of all time, 14 kills and 14 deaths on both the maps. The huge rating is currently has to be on a Widwi, especially with the 1v3 clutch that he made on post plant in Chalet was just so well done. And plus, Shrisha, how can I even forget about Shrisha too? On map Clubhouse, when he when he just held his ground when the site was on cash room, getting 3 kills like that is a very difficult task, and Shisha has done an amazing job while providing support both as well as on defense as well as on offense. Atharva, on the other hand, loves to go aggressive if he wants to, but it's always a huge question mark, mainly because if you have to go in for runouts and spawn peaks, it's a huge risk. Where there's huge risk, there's huge reward. So Atharv always usually takes a certain timings, and that timing has been so perfect for him that it ended up favoring a lot from his end. So that's the main reason why you have his KD ratio of towards 20 kills. 20 kills and 10 deaths on both of the maps. So I'm gotta say, this performance that we've seen from KIRA Esports, despite having a shaky start in the initial starts of group stages, we are seeing KIRA Esports slowly starting to recover their mistakes, and they're even they're growing much more stronger. So the next future matches that we've seen from KIRA Esports, maybe if they do go up against MercenarieZ, Shaheens, or Hunters LFO, I've got to say KIRA Esports will definitely give a big fight. But for now, folks, we'll be taking a short little break, as we'll be right back with match number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. fresh on the scene. Back out 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 fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. on the scene. Back out fresh 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 on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
then I stop myself for a while.
fresh on the scene. Back out 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 fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Don't you
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Stop myself for a while.
the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
A warm and rather starry evening here in the South Asian region, folks, as we bid you welcome to the South Asian Nationals. Today is day number 7, or I guess tonight is part of day number 7 of the Nationals group stages, as we are here, of course, for, like I said, the SAN for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotae Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are here for game 2 of day 7, or as you would like to call it, game number 14 of the group stages in total. It is going to be MercenarieZ versus Team Phalanx that we'll be going into in just a short moment here. And Baba Gusta, how we tonight?
Well, to start things off, we did had an amazing matchup between KIRA versus the KIRA matchup. It did go all the way to 2-0. I've got to say, this second matchup that we're going to witness here is also going to be an amazing one. MercenarieZ versus Team Phalanx. The first matchup, which KIRA Esports was Militant Esports, did ended up on a 7-2 scoreline on map Chalet. Although Militant Esports had a lot of problems with it, KIRA Esports will end up getting the win and also put themselves on third place in the standings. But if we talk about these two teams here, Jack, talk about MercenarieZ, talk about Team Phalanx, they're currently in fifth and sixth place respectively, with Team Phalanx being on fifth, MRCZ being on sixth. So if MRCZ wins this matchup up against Team Phalanx, they'll have a chance to be on the fourth place. Whereas on the side of Team Phalanx, they also have the same chance to put a lot of chance for them to stay on the fourth position itself, but it always depends on how would they play it, what kind of map vetoes do we get to see, and what kind of problems does both the teams needs to deal with.
Absolutely well said right there. I mean, all things considered, yeah, there is definitely going to be a lot of things to be considered in this game between MercenarieZ and Phalanx. Like you said, Baba, of course, on paper, there are certain factors that should already be playing a key role in this matchup, but of course, that's not quite the case now, is it? We know full well how some of these matches tend to go, so we'll just have to wait and see how, the teams will perform today. MercenarieZ, of course, speaking of them and their overall performance in groups so far, it hasn't exactly been great for MRCZ. It's been a little bit up and down, mostly, not too particularly good. Now, the match that MRCZ that we saw them play, of course, versus Militants was, shall we say, less than desirable for them. It was 2-1. Sure, MRCZ did still win, but Militants, currently given their overall standings in the group stages, of course, uh, one could say that MercenarieZ shouldn't have had that much trouble against them. And yet, it was a 2-1, and MRCZ looked very shaky for a good part of that match. We keep harkening back to it, of course, but that is a game that will be remembered as MRCZ goes on as a bit of a bump. You could even call it a roadblock, not a roadblock, but like a road bump, a speed bump, right, in their path to the top fours of the South Asian Nationals. So we'll have to see how they perform here today against Phalanx, who in their own right are a very, very good team who are looking to get themselves a couple more wins here for the Nationals itself. Again, everyone's gunning for that top four. And today's day 7, so we're officially past the halfway stage of the Nationals itself. There is not much time to go, folks. So if you want to win matches here, if you want to get points, you got to do it now. We are effectively at the business end of the tournament, and very, very soon there will only be 4 days or so remaining after tomorrow's matches, and of course, the final 4 days between the 26th to the 31st. Well, I technically would call it final 5 days, but that depends on how you count the days. Regardless, there's only so many days left and only so many matches left. Most of these teams have played upwards of 3 matches at this point, and I say most because some still haven't because of the way the matches are being handled. So some teams are still at 2 games, some teams are yet to play more than 2 or 3 games, but most teams have been through those matches, right? And there aren't that many teams remaining to fight. Take the Hunters, for instance. They've played 4 matches so far. And actually, speaking of that, let's go into the group standings here and now to actually put a pin in what we were talking about. There you go. Hunters with 4 matches, 4 wins. They're at 8 points. Shaheens with 3 matches under their belt and 6 points in 3 wins, of course. KIRA Esports are at 6 points in the meanwhile, 4 matches and 2 wins. Of course, the other points come from the fact that they have, it's been 2-1s basically, their matches. That's why they are currently at 6 instead of just at 4 or 5. It's been all 2-1s from them. At the same time, Won't Stop Peaking, 3 matches, 2 wins, 1 loss, currently at 4th. That Won't Stop Peaking is actually looking pretty good, all things considered. MercenarieZ, however, have only played 2 matches and they have won just the 1. They actually lost to KIRA Esports as well as, of course, being 2-1 against Militants instead of the expected 2-0. So they've only got 3 points right now. They want to make that, of course, 5 points going forward from here, which would mean winning this game. And they cannot allow KIRA Esports to win a game as well. Win a map, I should say. Not KIRA, Phalanx, excuse me. I keep thinking back to that game of MRCZ and KIRA. But right now, MRCZ cannot allow Phalanx to win a map, because if they do, then Phalanx can creep up 1 more position and MercenarieZ will still be in a spot of bother. And of course, all the way down to the bottom, Militant with 2 points and Team UWU yet to gain a point. Not a great outing for Team UWU, I'll be honest here, at the Nationals, but unfortunately, it is what it is for them.
Yeah, and let's not forget, if Team Phalanx or MRCZ succeeds to put this matchup on a best of three deciders, there's highly clear chances that they could have a chance to go all the way to at least fourth place towards Team Won't Stop Peaking, because if they do win this matchup, they'll have 2 points. Whereas MRCZ, I believe they have two more rounds left, which means that they'll have a total of 5 points. So 5 points is more than enough to secure fourth place. So does Team Phalanx. If they at least secure OT, they'll be at least on fifth or sixth position relating towards round differential scores. But all in all, it always depends on what kind of map vetoes do we get to see between these two teams. And I'm pretty sure that when it comes to MRCZ, high likely a chance that we might see a Chalet and Chalet, maybe Theme Park, maybe, or when it comes to on the side of Team Phalanx, Villa is definitely a must pick for them, because when it comes to Team Phalanx, they always love bringing map Villa, and they, even though they have a lot of bumps and bruises along the way, they sure make a lot of changes in their strategy, both on attack as well as on defense. They love going aggressive on map Villa, so obviously there should be a maximum reason for Phalanx to pick map Villa, and for MRCZ to head on in and go for the usual picks map Chalet. But for now, in order for that to confirm my suspicions, let's just take a look at the map vetoes itself and see what kind of match do we get to see from all these three teams. But okay, turns out it was quite the opposite. Phalanx has decided to bring in Chalet, and MRCZ has decided to bring in Clubhouse. Okay.
All right, then. That is certainly quite the turnaround right there. I'm not entirely sure why Phalanx would go to, uh, why they would decide to go to Chalet of all places against MercenarieZ, but you never know. After all, MercenarieZ, they did lose Chalet the other day against KIRA Esports, right? It was a 7-4, if I recall it correctly. So
Yep.
Phalanx might be feeling pretty confident about their chances right about now, as they could take MercenarieZ for a bit of a loop on that map. Of course, they'll be attacking first, and since Chalet is considered an attacker-sided map, things could get a little bit dusty. Not dusty, I should say, a little bit rocky for Team MercenarieZ if they aren't careful on this map. And we'll see how things progress from there, as mercenaries that is need to buckle up. Of course, Clubhouse, interesting decision once again from them. Not a map we see too often, right? Mercenaries have brought out Villa, they brought out Skyscraper, they brought out Chalet before, or been taking to Chalet, one of the two. But Clubhouse we don't see too often from them. They've in fact picked I think Oregon more than they have picked Clubhouse. But we'll be going there, as is their decision for this matchup right here. MercenarieZ will be attacking first as well. And of course, that means they'll be playing the second half defense. Phalanx, this time picking attack on Clubhouse. And finally, decider is Theme Park. And that map, of course, MercenarieZ are going to be attacking as well, which is pretty interesting. Once again, playing the long game right here for MRCZ. All three maps, actually. MRCZ will be on the supposedly, and I say this in quotes, advantaged position in the second half. So we'll have to see how things go from there for them, and how excuse me rather, how they decide to take their matchup, and overall how they end up playing this match.
Now, since we've talked about the entirety of the map veto itself, Phalanx picking map Chalet, MRCZ picking map Clubhouse, and the decider being on map Theme Park, you won't be able to see Villa or Oregon being brought out a lot, especially in this Nationals. But the main question of it all that I have to ask is, what kind of operators bans do we get to see on these three maps? Well, if I have to talk about Map Chalet, I'm pretty sure a Thatcher and a Valkyrie will be banned most of the time heavily because of how strong his EMP gadgets are, and also when it comes to the Valkyrie's cameras, you'll be having constant information on the attacker's whereabouts. So, with both of them being removed, I believe an Azami ban might be in play, but I'm pretty sure the Azami ban will be very efficient if the map is on Clubhouse. Chalet, on the other hand, heavily requires denial of operators. And maybe we could see either a Wamai ban, or even more so, we could see a Mira ban coming in on map Chalet itself, because of how strong the site would be on first floor bar if Mira is available. So we might see a Mira ban on defense, Valkyrie ban on the defense as well. Attackers, maybe a Thatcher or a Flores on a map like Chalet. Clubhouse will also be the same. There won't be any changes nonetheless, unless and until Team Phalanx and MRCZ wants to make a decision to go in for a targeted bans, in which we did get to see a lot of targeted bans for MI7 from the previous matchup, where we did get to see one of the teams ban Twitch most of the time. Although it didn't favor a lot for the opposition team, MRCZ didn't had any problems dealing with it. They did ended up winning those two matches without facing any hiccups. But since this is Phalanx we're talking about, of course, Phalanx, they've had major ups and downs in all of those three series. Going up against MRCZ will be a biggest competition, but still, you could say that Phalanx has experience. They know what to do exactly in this particular situations, and since that this is the nationals, they'll be doing whatever it can to ensure that they would guarantee at least a win or two on both attack as well as on defense. So now, since Phalanx will be very strong on defense itself, MRCZ will make sure to mitigate that effects by winning a lot on attack. But only time will tell once we get to start the match itself, talk about the ban phase, and also see what would the results be in all of these three maps.
Again, it'll all come down to how the first map goes. I feel like if Mercenaries are able to take away Phalanx's map from them, then there really shouldn't be a reason why that they would lose map number 2, which is their pick. And them going to Clubhouse is more of a comfort pick, I feel like, given how the Nationals have been so far for them, for the Mercenaries. They're probably going to Clubhouse. They're probably picking Clubhouse thinking, yeah, we just need to refocus ourselves, recenter our efforts, and just go from there. Chalet, of course, it's been contentious for them as of late, as we have seen so many times. So we'll just have to wait and see, folks, how MRCZ conducts themselves there. Phalanx taking them to Chalet, of course. It's been that kind of month, as it were, for the Mercenaries. They need a couple of wins here. They need this match to go their way, just to reinstate to themselves that they can, in fact, win this. Their morale will be a little low, given their loss against KIRA Esports the other day. It went so long. That game was probably one of the longest I've ever casted, right? And yet, Mercenaries simply could not close the deal. They were in trouble for so long. And even after making a near excellent, not perfect, but a near excellent comeback on a Villa, they still couldn't finish it off on map number 3, which was, ironically, Clubhouse. So they're going to that map as well as, being attacked first on it. And we'll just have to see how they conduct themselves. For the bans, of course, I expect a couple of interesting bans, say like the Flores, say like maybe Osa on Clubhouse. Of course, we've seen that before. Maybe a Dekebi, although Dekebi feels less likely, all things considered. And there are other operators, right? Of course, Thatcher, Jackal, Valkyrie, Mira, they have to be factored into all of this as well, given how frequently they get banned. But in the Nationals, it has been a nice change of pace to see them not be banned as much, especially recently. With all that said, folks, let's go into the game. We're not going to be taking too much longer before the match starts up, as of course we've kept you here long enough. Without further ado, match number 2 of day 7 and map number 1 as well. Mercenaries versus Phalanx, as we go straight into the bans of map 1.
Both Mercenaries and Phalanx have suffered a lot in this South Asian Nationals, but only one will proceed into the top of the leaderboards. Whom will it be? Let's find out. In the ban phase, starting it out, talk about the bans itself, like we already suggested. We would definitely see a Thatcher ban immediately coming in, either from MRCZ's end or from Team Phalanx. Flores will be banned nonetheless. Those explosive drones will not be available for the attackers to remove those deployable shields, even with the ADSs and Wamai's magnets being involved, all from those hallway stairs. So Flores ban will be a must. Now, Phalanx, on the other hand, definitely pretty sure that they will ban the Thatcher, but instead an OSA will be banned. Interesting one. Those bulletproof shields are very powerful once you get control on certain choke points. So since Osa is gone, Thatcher is available. So does the Jackal, which means that anti-roamer operators, as well as some, soft breaches and denials of operators will be present for the attackers. And also on defense, Azami ban will be a must because you don't want to create any lines of sight. You could say it's a long range kunai barriers that can provide you ample amount of cover from the position that you're in. The last ban will be at the hands of mercenaries. What kind of bans do we see? Will we see the usual Mira ban, or will it be the Valkyrie? Well, turns out it will be the Mira. Decides that it's best to remove the Mira because of how good control firm you have from the side. And I believe that they would prefer to let Valkyrie out on the loose, mainly because they could handle Valkyrie and make sure that they have much more control in holding out those roams. So expect a lot of jackal plays coming in from the attacker's side. They'll mainly focus on rimming out the roamers first, and then head in towards the side to gain the maximum amount of success.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out now, won't we? As these bans, like you said, Baba, very, very interesting. Of course, Azami, we all know at this point, Baba explained it perfectly, why she is the subject of, excuse me, rather, a lot of bans lately. Of course, Osa as well. She's been getting a couple of bans, not a whole lot, but all things considered, Osa, given her talent shields and, of course, the powerful 556 XL gun that she has, borrowed from Thermite, of course, it is... it's a very good kit, a very powerful operator, and the secondary EMPs have made her that much stronger. Flores, we've seen before, we've seen it time and time again. If you don't have a mute for whatever reason, if your jammer gets zapped or shot, well, Flores is going to come in with his Rotero drones to absolutely ruin your day. And finally, Mira, who does get banned pretty much every other map or so these days. And I mean, Mira, we've explained it time and time again, right? Why she gets banned. The Black Mirror is one way, it's line of sight, information, killing potential. She's got it all. But you know who does as well? Valkyrie, who will be in play this map. So will Jackal, so will Thatcher. 3 of the 4 standard bans have not been in play today, which I am quite happy about. We've been seeing a resurgence, not a resurgence, but a sudden rise in Osa and Flores bans. So that has left Thatcher, that has left Jackal, and other operators to be allowed in play, and that makes me just a little bit more happy. I still remember last year during casting for other Siege games and all that, we, like you and I, Baba, we used to talk about this a lot, right? That Jackal and Thatcher every single game, we used to say, like, guys, there are other operators, you do know, right? And now that, of course, the meta has diversified a lot more than it was last year, I feel like the players are also picking up on the fact that there are other bigger nuisances to deal with than just Jackal and Thatcher. And of course, Azami as well. She's really become a meta pick, and I'm very happy to see that she's become this powerful in the meta and this much of a source of concern for attackers whenever they're pushing a site, whenever they're trying to get in. Azami's Kiba barriers can really make or break several rounds and site holds on multiple maps. She's got largely the same effect as Mira, right? Where approaching a Kiba barrier, approaching a Mira Black Mirror without the fear of being seen approaching it, of course, but really, all things considered, it's like the Prisma, right? Alibi's Prismas. Is there going to be an alibi right around the corner to shoot you dead? You never know at the end of the day. So we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, let's focus in on map number 1. We'll be going into it in just a short while. And of course, like we said before, MercenarieZ are defense first. So they will not have access to the Azami, but they have access to Valkyrie. And those Valcams, we've seen it before. They are very, very strong in every sense of the word. They will be an absolute nuisance to deal with for the attackers.
Yeah, and since Thatcher will be available for both the sides, I'm pretty sure when it comes to disabling gadgets, tricks won't be available. You might not be able to see either a Kaid or a bandit being brought out from either of these two teams, because on a map like Chalet, you are heavily required to have a lot of trap operators. So we've seen Hasib play Capcan almost every single matches that we've seen. So we might expect MercenarieZ to bring those trap operators into play. And just by looking at the operator select itself, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what MercenarieZ are trying to do. They're going to remove every single thing about breach denials and just heavily rely on traps like Goyo's Vulcan Shield, traps like Smoke's gas canisters, which could help MercenarieZ waste a lot of time And even with the electronic gadgets being successful on disabling certain jammer gadgets, you still need to use some certain explosive utilities to open up those reinforcement walls, and even more so those deployable shield which is placed at that certain location. So everything is present. It's heavily relied on trap, it's heavily relied on wasting time on defensive side. So let's see how Phalanx will perform in this endeavor. They'll bring in the Zophias. They'll bring in the Zofia this time. Explore, you definitely need those soft breach capabilities. You even have the Iana that can give you both destruction as well as information with her Iana's, with her Gemini replicators. And also we have our flank watches being covered from the Nomad's air jab. So apparently one of the players on the side of Team Phalanx are experiencing issues. So we just have to wait and watch and see what's going to happen at that particular moment. But for now, we just have to focus on the round as of now. Round number 1, MRCZ, good setups being made. We just need to wait for Phalanx to see what kind of reply that they would give.
Again, that is going to be up to the admins about the whole situation with the mouse and all that stuff, folks. We'll just have to wait and see. It is a technical issue, all things considered. So, of course, that needs to be put into consideration. And for now, we'll just continue with the round for the moment, it seems, as, yeah, we are in round number 1. The site has, of course, been picked. It is first floor kitchen and dining room. And, of course, given everything that we see from the side of Phalanx's attack, they've got, everyone covered here. They've got the Thatcher, they've got the Thermite, like you said, and of course the Iana will be very, very good for information gathering. I believe it's Libra who's the one who's got the mouse technical issue that they were talking about in the chat, so not sure what Libra's going to be doing for this round, which of course does put them in a bit of a handicap, as it were, because the Nomad is essential to the second floor control. We'll just have to wait and see as Taha will blow up one of those Goyo Vulcan shields, allowing for a retreat for the Goyo, and time being wasted in general as well. Sherry approaching the site, that line of sight and rotate made in the hallway, of course, is going to be something to take care of. There is the secondary EMPs, no, the proper EMPs that are going to be used. There you go. Sight wall has been blown wide open, along with a bunch of Goyo Vulcan canisters, or one to be specific. That leaves things a little bit more dicey as another gas grenade will go on, but Ion finds devastating enemy. Well, that's your Thatcher down. That's a great shot from Ion, getting that first kill as the attackers lose the first body.
Yeah, with the Thatcher gone, they won't be able to disable any electronic gadgets from the site itself, but this major damage has been dealing around from Sherry. It's a lot. Here comes the Vulcan shields once again. 20-second of denial from the attackers, and the denial has been just kicking off left, right, and center for MRCZ, as the UMP will claim one more life, forcing themselves on 3-4. And this push will be a bit more difficult from Phalanx's side. C4 will be tossed. Taha will get one. So does the second shot, as he'll recover the kill to remove Hercules. And Libra, once again, he has the issue, which would leave MRCZ winning the round on defense. Unfortunate that Team Phalanx had an issue like this, but in the end, they could at least ask for a pause time. And we'll see whether if Team Phalanx can recover this round on round number 2.
All right, looks like a pause will be taken. Libra, I think, is going to, restart the game or something along those lines to fix this particular issue, which is unfortunate, but it'll simply have to be dealt with as it comes along. Oh dear, there goes Taha as well. Not sure what happened there, but looks like we might end up at a rehost, folks. All things considered, just nip the problem in the bud and go in for a rehost entirely. So not the best start to things, all things considered. But we will, of course, just have to clear things off in the back end with the admins and all that. Again, me and Baba, of course, we're only the messengers here. We'll let you know when things are a little bit better and when the match can actually go live again. As for the time being, round number 1 has happened, and it was won by MRCZ. That was a pretty good holdout, all things considered. Of course, had Libra been there, things might have been different. And again, that is something that is up to be discussed. And once the admins get back to us about the ruling of the matter, we will let all of our viewers know. So, yeah, with that, we are back, of course, to me and Baba. Again, Hopefully, everyone in chat is having a nice evening. I know that the first match ended pretty quickly, the KIRA Esports game, right? So they will certainly be quite happy with their overall results in the last couple of days that they have played. Only a little bit stung by the loss that they faced against the Shaheens, but again, that's not really too much here nor there. Militants, in the meanwhile, of course, they won't be too happy about what just happened. They will want another win. Who knows, when they face up against Team UWU or any of the other teams, they might sneak in another victory. Maybe they could still have a chance. But again, the more matches go by, the more dicey things become. And of course, the harder it'll be for teams with not enough points to secure them in order to get into the top four.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. And talk about Team Militant Esports. They unfortunately had they're not having a good match at all, especially when they did lose up against KIRA Esports. But on the bright side, you could say that when they went up against Team Phalanx, they did went all the way towards the deciders. So it was 2-1. Phalanx did ended up winning that matchup up against Militant Esports, securing good points and making sure that they would stay at least on the balance end. Now, the main goal for Phalanx is to make sure that this win up against the team MRCZ would at least have a chance that they could put themselves back up on the fourth position. But in that position, just by being in that position itself, it's a difficult task, mainly because you have to, compete against teams like KIRA Esports, Won't Stop Peaking, Shaheens, and Hunters LFO, who is in fact currently at the safe zone, claiming good amount of points from their end. Now, let's not forget, Monkey Hunters, they still have some future matches left, and it will be given almost maybe on day 9 or day 10, whenever we get the schedules properly. But for Team Phalanx, I believe that this should be their second match. I'm guessing, yeah. This is their third match. Yeah, first match was up against Hunters LFO. They did ended up losing to that matchup 2-0 up against Team Monkey Hunters. Both of the maps were Clubhouse and Theme Park. And then we also had our again, like I said, the best of 3 match that it did happen up against Militant Esports. Phalanx did end up winning that 2-1. So since they still have around since all teams will encounter in a total of 7 matches. They've already completed 3, which means 4 matches are still left for Phalanx. So they need to make sure that the next future matches that they've played guarantee the most chances to secure a spot in towards the playoffs. And that itself is a difficult task for both the teams. I mean, not just both the teams, all 4 teams from Phalanx, MRCZ, Militant Esports, and Team UWU. Talking about Team UWU itself, they're not looking good when it comes to their standings itself, because they're still at the bottom of leaderboards, not being able to secure at least 1 maps from their end. So it's very unfortunate. But when it comes to the days almost coming to an end in the group stages, you could say that the position is at risk. If you lose much more matches, the higher chances that you might not be qualified for the series itself. So that's the main reason why Phalanx and MercenarieZ are trying their level best to make sure that no matter what kind of mistakes that they've made, they don't want to take any risks. And that's the main reason why you do see a lot of changes in the ban phase itself. We do see a lot of strategies being changed up from both the teams. You even saw MRCZ having the same operators accordingly with what kind of bans did they make. Instead of relying on bandits and kaids, they relied on trap operators like Goyo and smoke gas canisters. They would like to play accordingly with those. C4s for denial of plants. Everything is situated on map Chalet itself, where it all relies on denial abilities itself. Now, the only difference has to be the way how they get those initial peaks, how they get in towards the site and secure post plant. That is what Phalanx needs to do in this attack. And yeah, since we're currently having a rehost, we just have to wait and see what kind of plans just both the teams have in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Once we get to know what the ideation is for both of these teams here today, we will, of course, find out what the goal of the teams will be in terms of their every single round, every single half, so on and so forth. Okay, all right. There's a loud bike that was passing by from my end. Not sure if everybody heard it on the stream as well, but yeah, did they take the muffler off? Yeah, I think they did. All right, then.
I'm
Not
quite
sure
sure,
what's going
yeah.
on with that person, but
I mean,
hey,
even I
some people
also
like
had a
to
lot
have
of
bikes.
issues from outside, so yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I know, right? No, no, but thankfully I live in a pretty quiet part of the city. All things considered, it's just these couple of bikes here or there that end up being so loud. But
Hmm.
you know that all of that aside, that I'm not. I wasn't even joking, by the way. That actually just happened. Um, but all of that aside, like I was saying, you know, the per round, per half, per map strategy for these teams is going to be very, very important because, you know, all things considered, Phalanx are a team that quite like their momentum, right? They're not. I would say that they're not momentum heavy, like say a team like Won't Stop Peaking is, right? But at the same time, they're not exactly, you know, against having good momentum and really being hard to stop when momentum does indeed go their way. They just happen to have that attribute while also being just generally pretty skilled at the game. MercenarieZ, they love momentum again, similarly, but it's not their only be all end all. They can play a variety of different styles depending on the situation, and they can, of course, adapt as and when needed. And of course, like we said before, MercenarieZ have been on a downward slope since for a little while now, actually. Their performances haven't exactly been getting all that much better, while Hunters continue to pull ahead. And their longtime rivals, that is, the Hunters, continue to pull on ahead. Hunters, of course, we won't be seeing them for a couple of days because of other commitments that they currently have, and so on and so forth. They're not in the table for now, folks. But if you know, basically, is what I'm saying. But yeah, right now we'll just have to wait and see how Team Phalanx and MercenarieZ continue on this matchup, how they go about conducting themselves in this match. Again, I feel like MercenarieZ have a good chance here on Chalet, but it will depend on their overall playstyle, and especially in the first half. Is it going to be a 3-3? Is it going to be a 4-2? Is MercenarieZ going to be able to take and keep a lead here? That, of course, is all what we need to find out. But again, the rehost is currently happening. Once we get some updates about the lobby, we will let our viewers know as well. Like we said, me and Baba, or whoever we're cast, whoever's on the casting desk, right? We are just the messengers here, folks. And, you know, we all joke about casters start the game already and all of that stuff. And hey, if Inter can joke about it on the official Six Invitational stream, then so can I here at the Nationals, all right? I'm just going to put that one out there. But
Oh, man.
no, but you know, all of that tomfoolery aside, like I said, we're just waiting to see. Because the thing is, if you're wondering why we're saying a whole bunch of this and that, is because only one round has happened. We don't have much to talk about. And
True,
MercenarieZ and
yeah.
Phalanx, they don't really have much of a rivalry going on, right? It's usually been pretty mercenary sided whenever they fought before. Phalanx have improved significantly since. We'll just have to see if their improvement is enough to currently, you know, challenge the mercenaries in their seat of power, because mercenaries are yet to be truly dethroned. In these nationals, whoever are in the top four will now be their new positions for this region going into, of course, the rest of the year and the next year. And that, of course, will be determined here again at the National. So, yeah, you know, actually, now that we think about it, we did have CCV taking interviews with the players, right? And some of those interviews are over on our Instagram, and some of them are being uploaded to Twitter. At least one of them did get uploaded, right? And we did ask them, or he actually did ask them the question, who do you expect to be in the top four? Well, I'm going to be posing that question to our chat as well. Those watching right now, let us know. Who do you think the top four for the South Asia Nationals is going to be? Personally, I feel like MercenarieZ, Hunters, Shaheens, and either KIRA Esports or maybe I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Won't Stop Peaking could end up in the top four. Not in that order, specifically speaking. Shaheens could still win it out, or could Hunters. As far as MercenarieZ and you know, Won't Stop Peaking or KIRA Esports go, their chances of winning it out are a little bit less than I'd like to really say that and make that prediction. But at the same time, you never really know, do you? So yeah, those are mine. Baba, what are yours? What are your top four? What do you say?
My top four predictions. Well, I usually don't change a lot, but if I have to make a prediction right about now, oh boy, Hunters and Shaheens, obviously they would be in the standings
Mm-hmm.
itself, claiming first or second place. Now the difference has to be third and fourth place. Now Won't Stop Peaking has made an amazing performance up against KIRA Esports, where they did ended up winning the match in a best of three. I mean, the decider map, which it did go all the way to maximum overtime, where Won't Stop Peaking had won against KIRA Esports. And also KIRA Esports, they also had a fantastic matchup against Team Militant Esports, where they didn't had any problems for them to deal with. 2-0, they've secured fourth place. Now, I could say that when it comes to third and fourth place, KIRA Esports and MercenarieZ could claim the spot on third and fourth, mainly because they're always the SA favorites. We know that they they do know exactly what to do on those certain situations. The teamwork coordination goes out well in their favor. But if I have to talk about a different team, I'd say Won't Stop Peaking has the chance. I do have to agree with that, because Won't Stop Peaking's the performance that they've made, sure that it's been a while for them to experiment and try to understand properly as a team to execute the site as well as to defend the place both at the same time. But it requires a lot of patience and it requires a lot of time for them to master that teamwork, in which Won't Stop Peaking has succeeded in doing so. So you could say that either you could say that Won't Stop Peaking can have a chance, but in order for them to claim third or fourth place, either you could say MRCZ, KIRA Esports, or Won't Stop Peaking. Phalanx, high likely a chance that can happen, but we just have to wait and find out to see what would be the end results of that.
Indeed, we will have to see what the end results are. And again, it could really, like you said, comes down to these individual performances here from the teams, of course, going into the rest of the tournament and how they decide to conduct themselves going into what will be, of course, the further future rounds and matches of this tournament. The Nationals, the biggest stage here in South Asia, and of course, there is no greater stage than this. With all that said, it's been a while, we know, but let's go back into the game, folks. The lobby is ready. The players are in. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go back to match number 2 of the day number 7, that is, or match number 14. Again, really a lot of ways to consider all of this, and it will in fact be round 2. MercenarieZ did win the first round, and with that, round 2 will be in play. It seems like it'll be on second floor, master bedroom, and office site as the second round comes in.
Yeah, they secured a kitchen and no, not kitchen. I'm sorry. I believe the site was on bar and gaming room. No. I'm sorry again. It's kitchen and dining room. Yeah, kitchen and dining room was the site that MRCZ had won on the first round without facing any issues from their end. So on the side of MRCZ, I'm pretty sure that even though if they have some certain problems, they might not be able to face any issues regarding this. But I just realized that Shinra used to be playing on MRCZ, right? And he's currently been swapped from Shinra to Din. So I'm quite excited to see what kind of plays will he be able to make on the side of MRCZ. But for Phalanx, first round, although I've got to admire the push was good, although they didn't focus on gaining second floor control, at least they had some chances for them to push in towards the side. But the trap denials is exactly where MRCZ had won on round number 1 itself. Now, since the site's been changed to second floor master bedroom, they'll just opt in for a lot of denial of utilities. With the help of Wamai's magnet nades, Wamai will be playing in towards mezzanine. You even have the Aegis ADSs to stop a lot of gadgets being used around. On the side of Phalanx, we have lots of claimers to deny any roam games coming in from the defensive side. So everything is prepped and ready. So the first thing that Team Phalanx will do is gain library control and then make themselves slowly in towards the side. But the main problem has to be the mezzanine hallway, in which MercenarieZ are just focusing very hard on it.
All right, we've got ourselves a library push coming in from the side of MercenarieZ as Sherry will already push up the mezzanine balcony. This is very, very quick as well. We haven't even passed the 2-minute mark. The Iana comes in and Devastating will find Taha. That's a big drop. The defenders losing the Wamai this early. Not a good sign for them. They'll have to keep a few more operators alive here and now. Ayan is going to be coming up blue stairs, it seems. MI7, the drone, I don't think it saw the mute, but of course, gotta be careful still. They're playing below. Ayan is actually the one coming up the back. Has to be careful on top of these stairs. There's a player on the balcony. He sees another one. That's the Zofia, and he gets it and runs immediately. Ayan can't spend too much time here, but no, missing shots on Libra as Ayan will go down, unfortunately. An immediate trade from the attackers, which leaves MercenarieZ in a 3v4.
3v4, a good recovery being made from Libra as he now gets to focus all the way towards the side. And I just realized that there was not a single player present in towards mezzanine hallway. And now, since Phalanx don't have to worry about it, they just have to mainly focus on the side and also in towards piano where Nodi Ashrit is. Smokes will be used, so does the M5 shotgun to deal major damage, and the second will be confirmed. A headshot to remove devastating. And that is definitely got to hurt from Team Phalanx. Now, one of the angles has been taken care of. MercenarieZ can now fully focus in towards the push that's going to happen at the breach of second floor master bedroom. And another kill from Nodi Ashrit. My goodness, the M5 shotgun is so devastating in close range. It's going to be difficult for Team Phalanx to proceed a single push in towards piano. And Din might be able to get away with a single kill. There you go. Hercules will be down, unaware of the player proning towards that spot. And the final kill will be at the hands of Nodi Ashrit. The lone smoke player all the way towards piano will get 3 kills, 2 with the M5 shotgun, 1 with the SMG-11, gets the final kill, and MercenarieZ will end up claiming round number 2 as well.
All right, then. Beautiful time for the smoke to be popping off, and Ashrit is going to be very happy about that particular round. That is for sure. First floor bar is going to be the side of choice coming in from MercenarieZ going into the third round. And do mine eyes deceive me? That is indeed a rook being brought in by Taha. The armor plates are going to be in play. I really want to see this now as we have this operator in play, the rook, with the withstand armor plates as well. Of course, you know, as we all know, the whole withstand thing, like whether or not it's actually useful is extremely situational. You'd have to be downed and then left entirely alone to be able to pick yourself back up. And that's not even considering the fact that you come up with much less HP than you started. So that is something to consider with the rook, right? But the thing is, the armor plates allow for another particular thing. They increase your maximum HP and allow you to tank another bullet or 2 as well. It's more of a blanket buff across the board than the whole multiplier stuff that it used to be. But oh dear me, Ta's actually going to get downed immediately. Looks like the rook spawn peak was in play, but he can pick himself back up. There you go, folks. The withstand immediately seen as well, as the rook will simply march away with a sliver of HP remaining.
Oh boy, and let's not forget, they still have 2 more rook armor plates still present from the side. So even the attackers could get control of that powerful gadget. But for Taha, I'm pretty sure he might not be able to get another rook armor plates once again. But yeah, I also did make a mistake of myself previously saying that the rook armor plates was present at that moment. But again, I'm just gonna focus on round number 3 itself with MercenarieZ, aka Taha, who did attempt for a spawn peak. Not only did he survive with the help of his rook armor plates, he can just easily just withstand and get away. But now, since he's very low on HP, he only has around 10 HP left, so he's got to make sure that whenever he decides to make a peek, it's got to be very accurate. And Ayan, he might be able to find a kill or 2. One of them will be caught out from the Gemini replicators, which means that the information will be given. Ayan will be forced to fall back safely in towards the deployable shield and continue to give suppressive fire from that particular place. Now, information is very clear for MercenarieZ, knowing that they're making a push all the way to a second floor master bedroom. Now, what would be their response, knowing that Taha is very low on HP? Crossfire angles will be placed nonetheless, and with all 5 players from Phalanx making their way, MercenarieZ, all they've got to do is hold on. But will the man count succeed at the hands of Phalanx?
I don't know if this being a singular all 5-player push is a good idea. Shield is taken care of. Sherry gets one, but no! Lefty team kills! Libra is down. Lefty finds Nodi Ashrit in the meanwhile. Devastating is DBNO. Can be cleaned up now by the rook, and Taha will actually do so. 3v3, but Taha goes down to Lefty. 50 seconds remaining. They've got to set up vertical. Do they have soft breach? Only 1 impact probably from Sherry remains, which makes things a lot more complicated. Without vertical, of course, clearing out the important areas of the site, say for instance pantry hallway, or even in the main part of the site, bar that is, it gets harder to clear this. You got to go from the stairs, you got to go from the doors and the hatch potentially, and that of course complicates things quite a bit. Less than 30 seconds remain as the EMPs go off. Sherry taking a little Gershmot. I think that's a self Gershmot as well. There goes a Thunder, excuse me, Razor Bloom, actually. Said the name of the wrong gadget almost. But yeah, one Razor Bloom Dim will not actually be flashed. MI7, all you gotta do is watch that door right there. He's gonna watch the window, gets the down. Din gets lefty. That's a big drop right there. Zofia pushes up, but Din is unfazed. Gets 2, gets 3 as well. Mind you, the C4 kill was on a downed operator, but that doesn't matter. The two together dual-handedly, I was almost about to say single-handedly, dual-handedly, stopping this push and keeping Mercenaries not just afloat, but alive. Mercenaries, 3 rounds now on the defense on Chalet, as they will now make it 3-0 Team Phalanx. Even if they win 3 rounds here, it is no longer possible for them to take a lead unless they win rounds in the second half. And they're going to be defense in the second half, Baba. That's going to make things a lot more difficult for them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. Especially on the second half, Phalanx will have the major advantage, but in order for that to happen, they need to at least secure at least 2 or 3 rounds on attack to ensure that they have some fighting chance in the second half, especially if they make a single mistake or two. And Phalanx, you saw how they made that push on round number 3, right? It was a full-on frontal push towards second floor piano as well as on towards the office, where there was no involvement in towards the library side. The library window wasn't even opened, which gave even much more further grip and control towards MRCZ's end. And once they realized that all 5 players were making their way into a second floor, MRCZ didn't even have to worry about library side itself. They just have to worry about them, arriving from the site itself and let those utilities comes into play. And Din, he just did an exceptionally well job on holding that particular place, making sure that he would get all 3 kills, denying the plant, and also securing a win for MRCZ. Phalanx, on the other hand, although that brute force attempt is working out slightly better, they still got to worry about those crossfire angles once they reach in towards the side. And that is the main thing that I'm worried about, because MRCZ, on round number 3, they've only brought in Rook once. And now in round number 4, again, changes of operators, where this time we've seen a lot. We do see MI7 bring in the castle. The armor panels are very powerful. So does Taha's, Goyo Vulcan shield, which can provide a lot of denials from the defensive side, which means that Phalanx's time is on the clock. No matter how many times that every single second gets wasted, the more the advantage MRCZ has got in hand. And look how passively they're playing here, Jack. They're not playing, they're not going in very aggressive. They're just waiting for the attackers to make their play, and then they would respond. Then they would respond back for a counter play.
That seems to be the case indeed. One breach has gone off. That's on the mezzanine balcony that connects to office. And in the meanwhile, they're going to have another breach taken care of as well. Going into the site, MI7 has to be careful. We did see an attacker Shadow approaching that very hallway. Shots are fired. MI7 gets the down on one, not the kill, mind you. Hercules comes into support just in the nick of time. But of course, it's not a full kill. Din could come in top of mezzanine and get a kill. This breach is theirs to access right now. Taha's got a vertical line of sight as well to work with. Shots are being fired. Ayan finds one. That's lefty off the board. That's your Thatcher gone. That is, of course, a massive situation. Taha from the back. They did not clear bottom floor, and that allows the Goya to come in and walk away with a big shot. Here comes the Ying Candelas, and the push into sight is coming in as well. Shots need to be fired any second now as the diffuser needs to be denied. And gets one, but Sherry gets another. Sherry gets 2 now and could turn this around, but Naughty Ashrid denies diffuser and gets the final kill in the site again. Like you said, Baba, their passiveness actually turned out to be the thing that ended up giving them the win, because Phalanx were led into this false sense of security where they thought, yeah, okay, they're not really pushing us. They're really playing on the back foot. They're probably not even going hard on the roam, right? So we can, we don't have to go for second floor. We don't have to do all of that. We can just breach and get in. We even got their castle, guys. So that was probably the thinking there. But Mercenaries, that's exactly what they wanted. And they executed on that perfectly. Now 4-0, MRCZ, I think they're sending a message today, at the very least so far, that yeah, we may have lost on Chalet a couple of times, but not anymore. We are not going to lose this map. This will remain ours.
A trap was set for Phalanx, and they took it without having any idea what MRCZ was about to do afterwards. And that is definitely going to put Team Phalanx at a major disadvantage, mainly because Phalanx were the one who picked this map. You know, if it was on Map Villa, maybe the situation could have a different place, but Chalet, I'm not gonna lie. Phalanx, when it comes to the attack side, they're doing the best. They're doing the best as they can when it comes to denying a lot of operators. But the way how MRCZ just changes their setups, some setups are very passive, some setups are very aggressive, some setups are just like spawn peek from the rook. And the amount of changes that you see from the defensive side is going to put Team Phalanx on a major toll when it comes to their attack coordination. Because sometimes you have to either expect with a spawn peak, sometimes you got to expect with, the players who might go in for an aggressive attempt, or maybe they'll just play passively for this entire map where Team Phalanx will, waste a lot of time. So everything in their head are like, look, we should not waste any time. Let's just focus on opening up the lines of sight first and then head in towards the site and hope that we would get a kill or two. But when it comes to the roam games from MRCZ, especially with Ayan and Taha still being available and roaming around the basement sites, this will be a difficult task for Team Phalanx to focus on it. And let's not forget, Team Phalanx haven't destroyed the default cams just yet, which means that MRCZ have so much control on the situation. And Team Phalanx, man, you've got to take out those default cams.
That is a bit of an oversight, I feel like, from the side of Phalanx. They haven't really gone for a first floor clear either. They've got some time for it, but oh dear me, Phalanx, that's a big one that you've missed. That's so much information on piano window that's being given away actively at the time being. And there you go, the shotgun peek comes in. Libra takes so much damage. Naughty Ushrith really wants this, but Lefty goes down as Aeon finds the first peek and the first kill at that. That'll be your Thatcher gone again. Devastating, takes a ton of damage. That shotgun is just doing work right now from Naughty Ushrith as a gas grenade will go out. There's a defender who just dropped down all the way, and Sherry escapes the gas cloud just about before the damage ticks could come in. Mind you, Naughty Ushrith is also low on HP. Not a whole lot. He's still pretty active in the map. And as the smoke, he's got to save those gas grenades until a little bit later. But these cross angles, these extensions that MRCZ are holding, it's almost like, Phalanx don't really have much of a response. Sherry takes damage as MI7 finds devastating. There is a flank coming up from blue that could take care of the air jab, but no, Sherry shuts it down before it could go anywhere. Wants to push through, but the Surya Gate will put him down. And of course, that's why he takes care of it while pushing into Piano. Big plays happening right about now. Shots will be fired. He's going to get the down on MI7, but his position is given away, and he's down as well. Push through breach is coming in potentially. No, it's the door actually. Ayan finding Sherry. That's the kill confirmation. It's all down to Libra and Hercules, the last two on the map. The push is in, and the Ella loses the gunfight. The plant is going off. 8 seconds remain. Where's the C4? It's not there, but Libra has been down by the gas grenade, and one push is all it takes, and there you go. All they need to do is just find where Libra is and get the confirmation. They could even go for the defuse right now. Well, they're going to get MI7 back on his feet. Ayan gets the kill. There you go. Finishes it off. And that is now 5-0 for MRCZ, looking mighty comfortable today.
Naughty Ushrith, Jack, 8 kills playing as the smoke. 8 kills. The shotgun just did so much damage.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. You remember a couple of nights ago I said, right, that with the smoke, with the mute, or anyone who has the M590A1 shotgun, you want to commit, right? Shotguns in this game are weird. If you don't commit, they somehow sense it through your, through your movements, I guess, and they don't work the same way that you would want them to. But Naughty Ushrith, clearly committing. Something fierce right now.
Yep, and here we go once again. Taha with the Rukamo plates, which means that there will be a higher chances of a spawn peak. But on the bright side, they at least know that it's going to happen. So Phalanx will just play this as safe as possible. And a little bit of an oopsie-daisy moment for MI7, as he dealt some minor damage from the impact nade that Taha thrown apart. But in the end, it'd be like, not to worry, even though we don't have any bandages or Thunderbirds is, Thunderbirds is Kona station, we still have the Rukamo plates. Despite it doesn't deal any, despite it doesn't, take any explosive damage, you'll be safe from bullets at least. So, yeah, 5-0. MRCZ just requires, let me see, 2 round wins. 1 round on defense and 1 round on attack to secure a win on map Chalet. And Team Phalanx, I've got to say, the attack coordination that we are seeing right now, they have absolutely no idea on how to execute the side in the first place.
They, yeah, like, really, they don't seem to be able to figure out what to do here, which is a bit of an unfortunate thing for them at the end of the day, right? Because if they aren't, well, let's just say it's not going to bode too well for this Team Phalanx. As, of course, Baba Gusta pointed out, it's only 2 rounds for Mercenaries at this moment, and they could very quickly shut it down the way that they have been playing. And Devastating is already down. Dayan once again popping off on the roam, as he tends to do. Gets a big kill right there. Sherry coming down the back stairs. The Rook has to be careful. Taha's looking at the stairs at the moment. Shots are fired, and he doesn't quite get the kill, and he's surrounded, just completely surrounded. There was no way for Taha to get away with that positioning. But there's a Frost here as well, who the drone will spot, and position will be given away. But do they know that there's a Jaeger here? They do now. As the shots were fired, Sherry has to be very careful against Ayan, of course, and that's exactly why Sherry goes down. And it's a 3v4. Your Zofia is out of there. More shots are about to be fired, as there's an Alibi that is still peeking, but does it really matter? Ayan getting one more. And there's Libra, who's been downed as well, leaving it all up to Hercules, the last one standing. Such a complete shutdown from MRCZ. It's a quad kill as well, as the position will be given away of Hercules because of the kill that just rang out. Ayan's looking for the ace right now. The Hibana doesn't really have much choice at the moment, as the peak will be in. Shots are fired, and there you go! The ace for Ayan on the roam. 2nd floor is his domain, folks, and you better not play with him. If you come at the king, you best not miss. And, well, let's just say that Ayan certainly did not miss. Phalanx 0-6 down in the first half, and at this point, they're probably regretting this decision to go to Chalet, as Mercenaries are just 1 round away from a full 7-0 victory. Tactical timeout taken by Phalanx, but really, is this going to be enough?
I'm not quite sure. Especially on a map like Chalet, this used to be favored a lot towards the attacker's side. But once you see MRCZ changing strategies from every single round, Ayan just popping off with the Jaeger. I mean, he didn't even require the Rook armor plates. Actually, he did. Especially when it, gives you increased, health from the defensive side. Oh man, this is not looking good for Team Phalanx's end. Not one bit. They haven't secured a single round on attack, and now Team Phalanx, being the ones on defense, they've got to figure out a way to bring this map. And if they cannot succeed in doing so in map number 1, Clubhouse will be an entire different scenario. And since MRCZ are currently, when it comes to standing wise, since they're in 6th place, getting themselves back up to 4th or 3rd place is definitely what they're aiming at right now. And they're making sure that whatever mistakes that they made in the first half, going all the way towards map 3 up against KIRA Esports, they want to get that revenge back. And I believe with the statement being given up against Team Phalanx on map Chalet, I believe the next future matches will be an interesting one, Jack.
Absolutely. I'm already looking at Clubhouse and thinking, how are Phalanx going to counter here? Because Mercenaries, whatever they did in the last couple nights, it has clearly helped a lot for this team at this moment, because they are, cleaning house at the minute. They have come today prepared for a big fight, and it's well, it is still a contest. We still don't know if Phalanx can string together a few rounds here, but that's the thing. Even if they do, Mercenaries are on the attack. And like we said time and time again, despite its odd couple of defender-sided days, Chalet is largely an attacker-sided map. So we'll just have to wait and see how they respond here. As in the meanwhile, the tactical timeout has come to an end, and Team Phalanx, of course, will be going to their defensive half. First round here on 2nd floor, bedroom and office, and what could potentially be the last round for this first half as well. Mercenaries, the pressure that they have applied just from winning these 6 rounds alone, man, I do not envy being a member of Team Phalanx right now.
Yeah. Especially in the second half, they have to make sure that they win every single defensive round. They have to win 6 rounds on defense back to back if they have to get this recovery back on Chalet. And MRCZ, the way how confident that they look on defense, especially the performance that we've seen from both Nordi Ashrit and Ayan. Oh man, this will be a tough one to talk about. But let's see what will happen in the action phase itself. With all the setups being placed around from Team Phalanx, everything is prepped and ready. And so does MRCZ. They're already prepped and ready with that action phase too. And Ayan is not wasting any time at all, playing as the Nook, being as stealthily as ever. Being as stealthily as ever. Default camps will be destroyed. Information is being given, and Ayan might get away with the kill. There you go. Sherry's gone. And oh boy, already with the alibi being dusted out, Team Phalanx, they've got to be careful now.
The rest of the 4 defenders are playing in the site as well. It really was only Sherry who was outside of the site, so things are already looking a little dicey. As you've got, of course, the prismas that are being that are being shut down, and the breach is being prepped. They don't actually have a Thatcher. Mercenaries, that is. Interestingly enough, Hercules is really peeking that soft wall right there next to the half wall, but Hercules takes a bit of damage as well. That was a grenade from below to remove the mute jammer. Not intended for the mute, but of course that bit of damage will mean that Hercules can take 1 less bullet and stay alive, that is to say. Here we have the drones coming in from the MRCZ camp as well, as they are setting up this push. They're setting up the entry. Is there a C4? No, there isn't actually. Oh, there is actually. Never mind. Hercules does have 1 C4. Ayan just holding down kitchen, expecting some sort of flank or something. Oh, this grenade could be big. Ayan, as soon as he decides to let it rip. And there it is. No, it actually doesn't get the smoke. Who's playing there, but Devastating goes down nonetheless. It was actually the mute who was playing in that position. Never mind. But still, the smoke is down. And now Hercules has to hold this down with a shotgun. Do they know that there's a shotgun in play? Knowing everything that they do about the site so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they do already know. Shots are fired. Hercules takes a ton of damage for the time being. Goes down to Din. The plant is happening. Oh my goodness. MRCZ are setting up for a flawless, and it is a flawless. Just completely caught unawares, completely shut down in all ways to Sunday. MRCZ will make it a 7-0, folks. One of the first that we have seen, one of the few, that we have seen in the Nationals, a 7-0 in map number 1. Phalanx losing their map in, shall we say, spectacular fashion, as now MRCZ are very much poised to strike on Clubhouse.
Yeah, 7-0, man. What a response being made from Team MercenarieZ. And also, I do have to talk about one thing, is that MRCZ is the only team in this region specifically that uses smoke grenades so well. I mean, the smoke grenades to block lines of sight is such an important thing, mainly because when it comes to the execute, it's heavily required. And even with even with operators bringing in Ying, they'd mainly prefer to use the Candelas more than the smoke grenades. And MRCZ just utilizes those certain gadgets in such a great way that they'd end up winning those rounds one by one. That's the main reason why we see MRCZ winning most of their attack rounds. Although the same thing cannot be said when they went up against Hunters LFO, where we did see them, win all of those 5 matches on attack, and then Hunters LFO did the same thing again, winning 5 back. But jokes aside, this 7-0 that we've seen from MRCZ feels like that they're here to make a statement in this national. They're here like, yes, we've made a lot of mistakes, we did lose a lot of matches, but now it's time for us to get serious and get back into the playoffs and get our revenge back up against KIRA, Hunters, and even more so up against Shaheens. So I've got to admit, this first map, 7-0. Second map, I'm even much more afraid for Team Phalanx.
Absolutely. Phalanx are going to be, they're not going to be happy about this, are they? They're going to be kicking themselves. They're going to be absolutely livid at how things went in map number 1. And, understandably so, right? Given the entire situation, they probably felt confident going into Chalet, especially because KIRA Esports, we did say that MercenarieZ lost to KIRA, right? But we never talked about the score. The score, folks, if you're wondering, was a 7-4. It wasn't even OT that KIRA won by. let's go into the highlights and talk a bit more about that. So KIRA wins 7-4 on Chalet, right? And Mercenaries losing 4-7. They already had a tough time against Militants. And even us here at the caster's desk, we did, mention how Mercenaries has had such a not great outing in this Nationals. So overall, the entire atmosphere was that, yeah, Mercenaries, they've got to try and turn things around here. They're not exactly performing greatly, and then here they come today with this particular squad. And oh wait, that reminds me, I didn't even do the roster introduction, did I? Oh no, how can I forget?
No.
All right, folks, we'll save that for map 2. But I gotta say, this roster that we saw play today, Din, MI7, Taha, Ashrit, and Ayan, my goodness, they were absolute powerhouses, each in their own right. The support, the aggressive frags, the flex rolls, everything going off so well. I mean, it's a match where we got to see Rook's new buff. Pretty much today is what, day 2 post patch, right? The patch landed on Tuesday. Today is Thursday, so it's day 2 post patch, and Mercenary showed us what the whole Rook buff is about, and I love that from them, right? A little bit of experimentation, and Taha was actually the playmaker for that round. Well, playmaker in quotes, I say, right? But he still did a lot of good job, and he wasted so much time as the Rook on second floor, all because he got away with being alive going into the second half of that round, because he was the Rook and he was down. But since he's got his armor plates, withstand, and suddenly you've got yourself a Rook that refuses to die. I mean, there's really not much more to say than that, is there? It's just the Mercenary show tonight on Chalet, as they have taken a 7-0 and a clean one at that. Not a single round drop. There weren't even that many like 2vx or 3vx situations. It was just Mercenaries all the way.
Yeah, all the way. MRCZ, man, what a dominating performance. Those 7-0. We did get to see some amazing plays being made from Din. We also did see some plays from Sherry's end on round number 4, where there was an attempt of a Candela being used. But yeah, Mercenaries, even with Team Phalanx going in with the executes on the attacks, removing players one by one, it still wasn't enough. And MRCZ winning map number 1, map number 2, Clubhouse. I have to say, for Phalanx, I'm pretty sure that they still have a chance on Clubhouse itself, mainly because on how balanced the map is, and plus when it comes to the whole region in this, when it comes to the whole in South APAC, South Asia region, you could say that Team Phalanx has some normal strategies that could help them hold their ground. But since you're going up against Mercenaries and ending their first map on a 7-0, that is going to cause a lot of dent in towards their motivation, their morale boost. It's very difficult to say if Team Phalanx could succeed on map number 2, but only time will tell, folks. Only time will tell whether if Team Phalanx could fling back, or will MRCZ just they just woke up and chose violence.
I mean, MRCZ clearly have chosen violence, given that it's a 7-0, but we'll only be able to turn that into a factual statement once we are done with map number 2. And again, it depends on how map 2 goes. Map 2 being Clubhouse, of course, it's a map that's more well known by all the teams involved, as it is one of the maps that is still part of the SA Classic that we call it, right? With all that said, let's go into the the team statistics, excuse me, right there. And oh dear me, looks like we've had a bit of an issue in the graphics right here. We apologize for the issue, folks. It's a 7-0 for Mercenaries. That needs to be flipped around, as it were. But yeah, let's look at the Mercenary scorecard. 14-2 to Ayan. Fantastic performance, all things considered. That ace clearly did a lot of work with Ayan's statistics. 86% on the cost. 4-1 on entry as well. And Naughty Ashud, of course, 6-2, 86% as well. Just good survival rating from both of these players as well. Taha 4-5 and 57%, having the quietest map for the Mercenary side, which is still a fair bit better than how Phalanx have fared. Oh, there we go. Nope, never mind. It hasn't fixed itself. Sorry about that, folks. But yeah, overall, I was going to talk about the Phalanx scorecard, but we'll do that in just a moment, I guess, when we get that fixed up, folks. But Phalanx's scorecard, just from what we could see, not the best performance from them, all things considered. And no hate to the Phalanx, of course. They are a team that has shown us that they have potential. But much like Militants, much like Team UWU, potential can only get you so far. You need to actually win as well. And Phalanx have done that. They've shown us that they're growing as a team. So to see them lose 0-7 isn't exactly to say that they're a bad team or something like that. It's more to say that they were outclassed today by Mercenaries. All right, we've got the match summary, and this time it is the correct orientation of that 7-0. Sherry, 4-7, Lefty, 4-7. Sherry's actually got a 71 cost percentage, so doing a whole lot of work for the team. Libra, 57%. That Nomad clearly did a lot as well. But of course, 43% cost to both Lefty and Hercules, and devastating with 29%, and 1-7. At least, they got a kill on entry, but really Phalanx not looking all too good today on this map.
Yep. Even like you said, Jack, even if Team Phalanx did ended up on a 0-7 score line, especially in the nationals, doesn't mean that they're not out of the game just yet. I mean, they just fought all the way from all of the three series, right? Summer, summer, spring, and fall. And Phalanx getting the spot towards nationals is in itself a big thing. And since they have some major issues that they had to fix, I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to fix those issues in the next future round too. So map number 2, Clubhouse. I still have hopes for Team Phalanx that they could give a good fair fight towards MRCZ, and maybe a higher chances that we would be able to see map number 3 as well being in play. But all in all, we just have to wait for it, and with some certain times being left around from both the sides of Team Phalanx and MRCZ, on the other hand, they're looking as strong as ever. And I just realized Hasib wasn't present. We saw, I believe, Din and Nodi Ashrit. Din and Nodi Ashrit were swapped from Hasib and Shindra. And without the two players that we see now, Din and Nodi Ashrit, they have done a phenomenal job. Nodi Ashrit, playing as the role of Hasib, while he's usually the one who play as the smoke main, right? Smoke main on defense, support on attack. Nodi Ashrit has done an amazing job when it comes to playing as the support. Din, on the other hand, has done an exceptional job playing as the fragger role, playing as the sledge. Although he didn't succeed in getting his first initial picks, he has done the necessary jobs when it comes to opening up those soft walls, engaging in certain gunfights with the help of those crossfire angles being made either from Ayan or MI7. He's been making sure to sustain and secure important kills whenever there is necessary. So I've got to say, MRCZ, this lineup that we've seen it's actually really good, especially with Ayan, who's just popping off, especially with the ace that we've seen. Phalanx, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure that Sherry is here, but I don't see Hussein on the side of Team Phalanx. Hussein, back when in the previous series, he used to be such an expert when it comes to playing as the Valkyrie, right? The amount of Valkyrie plays that I've seen from Hussein was just insane. But now we don't see him.
That actually reminds me. I have a question. Did we even see Valkyrie in this map? Valkyrie was available.
Yeah, we haven't. No, we did not.
We didn't see
Valkyrie
a
was still
single
present.
Mercenaries. Mercenaries didn't
From
play
both the sides,
a
MRCZ
single
and Phalanx,
Valkyrie. Phalanx got only one round in. I mean, not really much time to experiment, right? They're currently 0-6 down. I don't blame them.
Yep.
But Mercenaries didn't even need to play the Valkyrie. Okay.
You could say that MRCZ heavily relied on trap operators, right? The Goyo and Smokes were more than enough for MRCZ to hold their ground, especially when Phalanx make their push. Even with they do get control on second floor, you could say that Team Phalanx were very predictable when it comes to their executes, right? So all Mercenaries had to do was just wait for Phalanx to breach the wall and push in towards the side and let those traps work into play. That's the main reason why you see MRCZ play so passively, knowing that Team Phalanx would heavily rely on brute force, they heavily would rely on manpower control, and because of that, MRCZ predicted in a way that they relied on these utilities that it did end up winning a lot of round on defense.
Well, with all that being said, folks, of course, the team statistics and all that are taken care of, and we will be going into map number 2 very, very shortly indeed. And no breaks, folks. We're going straight in to map number 2 as we go into the map veto to remind our viewers exactly what map it will be. It will be Clubhouse, as MRCZ are I mean, just wow. The map that they played, MRCZ 7-0. Clubhouse, we are going to be very much eyes on MRCZ, right? And Clubhouse, that's the thing, right? Clubhouse is a much more balanced map than being one way or the other, right? Sure, some could argue that it is slightly defender sided, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. But given how attackers win quite a few rounds on Clubhouse as well, Mercenaries starting on Clubhouse might actually be a good thing for them because they'll be on defense second, right? And supposedly Clubhouse is defender sided. So if they end up with a 3-3 or 4-2 first half, then MRCZ shouldn't really have much of a problem closing it out, right? On a 2-0 with like a 7-2, 7-3 or something like that. Given Phalanx's performance today, I'm not too sure about how they will play going into the next map here. But whatever they do bring out, they have to bring out something very solid, some sort of very solid strategy, some sort of very solid play and overall play style, because as we all know, things can get very, very dicey. They already did, and they can get even more dicey very quickly.
And since MRCZ is going on attack on Clubhouse, Phalanx, they still have the advantage at hand because they're the ones on defense first. So the main question has to be what kind of bans do we get to see from both the sides, and they just have to play to it accordingly. And since you see map Clubhouse, there's always the attacker and the defensive bans that we get to see every single time, and that is the Thatcher and the Mira. There's no escaping to it, Jack. Even like on certain maps, especially on maps like Skyscraper, Chalet, those and also I could even include Border too. Those particular maps, I'm pretty sure that Thatcher isn't required on most of the situations, and I do kind of understand why they wouldn't ban Thatcher in the first place. But certain maps like Oregon, Villa, including the first map that we see on Chalet, and now on this map on Clubhouse, it is very heavily required where you have to ban Thatcher. EMPs, especially with a huge range, more than the secondary EMP impacts, are just so powerful to have in the hands of the attacker. Then it's just best to just ban that particular attacker in the first place. So we're going to see that attacker ban being used in the first place, and the second ban, maybe a Flores or a heavy hard breacher ban. Hibana is a must ban, especially on a map like Clubhouse, because she can easily open up those hatches without facing any issues. Now, Kaid bans have been increased a little bit on map Clubhouse itself if you want a guaranteed win towards Basement Church, or you don't want to waste a lot of time while you try to open up the hatches itself, especially with a huge nerf that's been hit from Maverick, where the Maverick doesn't have any grenades. You don't get to see Maverick being picked a lot quite often, and that's the main reason why you see other hard breachers like Thermite, Ace, and you could even include Hibana too, where they could just easily open up those hatches, especially with the introduction of secondary EMP impacts. They could either just bring in either a gridlock or an OSA to just deny the utilities and just open it up very quickly. So you have those changes, and since with the loss of Maverick not being into the play, we might see a lot of other operators included in this map itself.
That we'll have to wait and see, of course, folks, as we wait for the lobby to be set up and for the players to be all ready. I mean, the lobby is actually set up. I mean, if anyone's hosted a custom game in the chat, you will know exactly how this goes, right? Or played in a custom game for multiple maps. It's the same lobby. It's just that you add the option for the maps that are in play, and then you just, you change one slider. And of course, there's a few more things that need to be put into consideration. Of course, it's not just one slider that needs to be changed, but yeah, overall, I will say map number 2, as soon as we've got the lobby ready, as it were, we will have to see how things go from here. MRCZ, they've had a great going of map number 1. Now let's see how they go on for map number 2, folks. It is quite the game that they will be playing. That is for sure. It's going to be... I want to say it's going to be head-to-head between these two. But again, map number 1 has put a lot of doubts in my mind, right? I'm not making a prediction. Absolutely not. Because let's be real here. If I do and I end up saying something like, oh, this team wins, then I'll end up jinxing them. And Baba, you don't have to worry about that, okay? Your predictions are always correct. You don't have to worry about jinxing teams like me and CCV do, okay? If you want to jinx a team,
what can
you call
I say,
me.
Jack?
All right?
what can I say, Jack? It's both a boon and a curse. So I just usually just stay
Uh
silent and let the match just unfold with its results. All
huh.
right. I just don't want to jinx it that quickly. And obviously, my previous prediction didn't, exactly came out to be true. But nonetheless,
Oh, you
again,
get a
again, no
couple
offense for the
wrong,
teams
but
itself. We're just trying to have fun here, folks. Yeah.
yeah, that's the thing, right? The first map didn't really give us a whole lot to talk about. That's the thing. It was just the MRCZ star-studded show, right? And
Mhm.
here we are at the end of the day. I'm pretty sure I saw Hasib in the chat, right, on YouTube, mentioning how he was the problem. I say that in quotes, of course. He was joking. I'm joking as well, folks. No offense meant
Yeah.
anywhere. But
No offense.
yeah, I gotta say though, what a first map. And like we said, because there's not much to talk about, there's only so much that myself and Baba can say as well before it devolves into the B&B show, the bad jokes and dad jokes show that we have over here at
It's always the
at SA
usual when it
Nationals.
comes to making puns.
Yeah,
It's
I mean
always the
it's
usual.
really it's you and me, dude, who do
Mhm.
this for the most part, right? CCV has joined in as of late, but with aggressive, it's more like we're just making regular jokes, and
Mhm.
the puns don't really land the same way sometimes. I don't really know. Nothing against aggressive. Love the guy, right? Great guy, lots of energy, but sometimes he doesn't get the jokes that I make. So there's a little bit in there. Of course, if aggressive is watching this, I can't wait for him to tear me a new one the next time we get on the desk together, because he loves doing that, especially for predictions. He was the one who said, whenever I make a prediction, it's the curse of the blackjack. So I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut on that front, and we're gonna move on very, very quickly, or not quickly, depending on how close the lobby is to getting set up for this matchup. I think it's something to do with a server change or something like that. I didn't quite catch what our producer said, but yeah, something along those lines. So again, just to make sure all the players are comfortable and all that, right? If you followed the rulings on all that server stuff, and of course social media, which is pretty much every other day, it's a fire going on socials. So yeah, make sure to follow Southeast Esports SA, South Asia Rainbow-Six Esports, right? Or SA R6 Esports, or I say Esports R6. I forget the exact handle. R6 Esports SA, right? It's
R6
in the
Esports
byline.
SA, yeah.
Yes, it's in the byline. How could I forget? But yeah, follow R6 Esports SA as well on Instagram and Twitter and all that for all the updates and for the interviews, especially those on Twitter. Right, they've missed the interviews. If you haven't seen them on Instagram, we are figuring out how to properly slice them up to be able to upload them with decent quality and without compromising, the video quality, because Twitter compression is just beautiful. It's chef's kiss. I say that with full sarcasm, right? Twitter compression is interesting. It makes your videos look
Yeah.
like some way else entirely. But yeah, follow our socials. Make sure that you've got yourselves followed and subscribed here at the Esports Club as well. Speaking of which, the Esports Club, like I said, subscribe, hit the bell if you want not just Rainbow-Six Esports, but other esports as well. We've got streams running pretty much every day or every other day of the month with like very little downtime, all things considered. So if you want some esports content in the Indian region, of course, here you have the Esports Club. And then, of course, you've got our partner, as in the entire tournament powered by Zotac Gaming. If you want some great gaming gear, some powerful stuff, and some pretty good budget stuff as well, Zotac's got you covered. And on the other side, if you're looking for more just content in general, whether it be gaming content, live content, whatever have you, head over to Loco, our broadcast partner, who have some great creators and streams on there as well, that I'm sure some of you, or pretty much all of you, will find something that you end up liking. And of course, if you're here watching R6 Esports to the point where you're here listening to the two casters pretty much blabber on for like however long it's been now, well, get the game, folks. It is great. It is a lot of fun. And of course, it is, of course, better to play with friends. So make sure to get your action as well. A little warning, the learning curve can be a little steep initially, but once you get used to it, it is a great game indeed. But yeah, with all that said, again, we're just waiting on some updates about the lobby. And looks like we will have to go into a short break, folks. So we'll be right back with map number 2. Stay tuned.
Okay. Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back after a little bit of an unfortunate break. The lobby had to be re-hosted, but we are back indeed. The lobby, of course, being between MercenarieZ and Team Phalanx. MercenarieZ took a 7-0 victory on map number 1 that we saw not too long ago, and now map number 2, Clubhouse, which is, mind you, MercenarieZ's map pick is now going to be in play. With that being said, right before we get started with the game, let us have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us tonight. I actually forgot to do this for map 1. That's why I'm doing it here. From the side of Team Phalanx, of course, we've got Hercules, Lefty, Don Escobar. That's, again, I'm going to be calling him Don from here on out. Devastating, and Guy with Audacity. And from the side of MercenarieZ, I mean, these folks, they need no introduction, but might as well get it over with. Naughty Ashrit, Taha, MI7, Din, and Ayan as we go into round well, we will go into round number 1, but of course, before that, the bans for Clubhouse, as the first one has gone off from the side of Phalanx. It was, excuse me, right there. It was, of course, Thatcher. Then Ace has been banned. MercenarieZ are attacking first, mind you. That's why they have the second ban and the third ban here. And the third ban will be the KIRA. All right, we've got the Clubhouse Classic going right about now, as it is indeed one more ban remaining. Who will it be? Let us find out as the timer takes down. Phalanx with the quick decision making. It is Azami. So Mira is left in play. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, yes, it will be, Jack. And since the control on Garage Catwalk will be easier for the attackers, especially for MRCZ, I'm pretty sure that their main focus has to be getting control on Garage itself and also opening up the walls on CCTV. Easier way for the attackers to gain control on the side and just force Team Phalanx on a post-plant situation, unless and until they bring in some denial operators like the Smoke or maybe Smoke or maybe a Capcan's EDD that can deal major damage. You know, that can happen if the attackers are unaware of those information. But all in all, let us proceed with map number 2. MercenarieZ have secured map number 1, Chalet, on a flawless win, 7-0. Now, with second map being in play, Clubhouse, let's see whether if Team Phalanx can hold their ground. 2 bulletproof cams, vital information will be given for them. 2 C4s, and let's not forget, Valkyrie is opened up, which means that they'll have ample amount of information towards the site itself. And looking at the operators itself from Phalanx's side, they will be going heavily relied on utility base itself. So for MRCZ, maybe bringing in an IQ would be a good idea to disable those information first, because if Phalanx gets to know every single information towards MRCZ's end, then it's not going to go very well, especially when you see C4's been tossing out left, right, and center. But on the bright side, Azami's been banned, which means that they'll have good control towards Garage Catwalk once they remove the player off from that particular place. But now with the action phase coming in play, we still have the OSA. Bulletproof sheet will be present, so that's Nordia Straits' explosive, his exothermic charge that will succeed in blowing up the walls in towards CCTV. Quick open, especially in the early phase itself, quick control. Now, all Phalanx needs to do is just heavily play accordingly towards information.
Not just information, mind you, of course, hold down the fort. Oh, that's a C4. And Devastating gets MI7, gets the OSA out of there. That's a big, big drop, of course, as, it'll be a little bit more difficult for the attackers to take control of things. Where is Naughty Usher going? The Valkyrie should have been pinged. There was an active droning situation going on that side of the map. I don't think the drone had hit construction just yet. That, of course, is going to be a big kill. Is there going to be another vault in? That's a C4 out. Of course, not going to do much, but that diffuser drop is going to be a big issue right here. Guy with Audacity's position is given away. Gets the shots off on Taha and gets one more. Oh, dear me. Ayan is down and it's all up to Din. What just happened? MRCZ, full collapse as they played it fast and they played it loose. But unfortunately, too fast, too loose. No drifting from them in this situation. They're waiting for their jump out, but no, it's going to be Sherry to push out. The grenade was uncooked, and Sherry timed the push through. As there was there was a my magnet as well that helped. So yeah, what a start for Phalanx. That's surely one hell of a way to get things rolling as they take round 1.
Yeah, but round number 1, quick, clean, precise plays from Phalanx's side. And what a way to, recover that round 2, especially with the exceptional performance that we've seen from Guy with Audacity. Triple kill, almost about to get his 4th, but it was instantly denied from that. But all in all, this hold that we've seen from second floor CCTV, the breach was very quick from MRCZ. I can give them that. But once they entered in towards the site, That was exactly where Team Phalanx had the advantage majority towards from that side itself. So on round number 2, with the side being in towards basement church and hostel room, you've got to admit Team Phalanx looking very strong on the first round itself, and especially with the swaps that have been made. I believe Don Escobar is the one who's been, he's been swapped out to one of the players from the start of Team Phalanx. For Mercenaries, they've had a fantastic round in the first round, but in the second map on Clubhouse, this is a map being picked by Team Mercenaries, and they need to realize that they have ample amount of information regarding their whereabouts. So they need to figure out a way to eliminate those information first in order for them to succeed in majority of their gunfights. Now, since you have the Maestro and the Valkyrie, both of them still being available, you have good denials, and plus you'll have great amount of information that can help Team Phalanx to confirm those kills with the help of these informations being given from these certain gadgets. Now, you also need to be careful on some certain hard breach capabilities from the side of MI7 and Naughty Yashrit, in which one of the Excalibur spells will be used to open up those certain hatches. I believe the kitchen hatches will be destroyed. Sherry's location will be given away. Wall bangs being made, almost getting the shot off from Taha, but it'll still stay alive. And with Taha still being alive, then it means that there's much more problem. C4 tossed in denial, not gonna happen. That C4 is gonna toss out one, and MI7 will get away with that trade too. The trade games are working well, but that C4 kill is gonna be so problematic from the side of Mercenaries.
Is the Ash gone as well? So a little bit of that soft breach, a little bit of that aggression is gonna be, honed in, I should say, from the side of MRCZ. As they now need to be careful to not lose too many more bodies. If they do, then things are going to be all that much more difficult for them. That much is for certain. But they still got the Buck, who is alive and going for the vertical play. As we have the Hibana coming in for the breach on the hatch. Oh, Din! Should have seen it. Should have seen the mute right there, but doesn't quite. I think a C4 was tossed, but it didn't really find anyone, of course, and that leaves Devastating without a C4 and no reason to stick around in Deep Arsenal. So he's going to just skedaddle out of there for the time being. Attackers have taken hold of first floor pretty much in its entirety, and a push from Dirt is coming in from the Hibana. MI7 could find Dawn, the Jaeger, who is sitting behind the shells here. Of course, the Meat Jammer is stopping Hibana from getting any sort of access on the whereabouts of the side. Grenade goes out. Dawn takes a ton of damage, but so does MI7. As shots are fired back. Wait, there's the drop in, and a big one of that. Oh, what a shot! That is a on down. That's a big drop as well. Ushred comes in, wants to go for the plant, but needs a couple of clearances first. Devastating gets one. Dawn gets another. And Din gets the down, but doesn't know where Hercules is and gets taken down as a result. Phalanx, okay. We've got ourselves a game here, as they have turned things around very, very quickly. And they are now 2-0 up on Clubhouse.
Yep, 2-0. That is an impressive play from Team Phalanx, especially the Dawn, all the way towards the site. He ends up holding that great crown. And for Mercenaries, on their other hand, I'm pretty sure that they are gaining control on certain important sites. They've even succeeded in removing up the hatches. They even forced the roamers to go to force themselves back onto the site. And even with all of that being perfected so well, once they went in for that drop down from the side, that's where Mercenaries starts to fall apart, with Team Phalanx having every single crossfire angles still being in their position. K9 position is there, so does the dummy spot. Even Blue Room was, fully fortified in a way that Mercenaries had no other choice but to drop down from the hatch itself. Even there was some angles being made from main stairs. They couldn't try to, get some good value out of it. Now, round number 3. The site will be on second floor gym and bedroom, and since Mira isn't banned, Guy with Audacity will definitely make good use of that certain operator. Having that good information via the mirrors can help gain ample amount of information towards construction window and also in towards the side itself. One of them will be used in towards the bathroom side. Some minor damage will be dealt. Not quite sure exactly where, but nonetheless, it's not too much to wear. Action phase will be present, the breaches will be done, in which MRCZ doesn't take a lot of time when it comes to breaching, and that's the positive sides about it. They're quick when it comes to breach, they're quick when it comes to completing all of the stuff, which means that they have at least a minute and 30 seconds left to figure out a way to get either the initial picks or just head in for an execute, in which they have ample amount of time, but it's been shut down twice. So on round number 3, if that did not work out, then I'm pretty sure that MRCZ needs to figure out another way by either getting a tactical timeout or just, just winging it on round number 4 itself.
We'll just wait and see for the time being as Din goes ham on those castle barricades. Shots are being taken all over the place as the bathroom side should be taken care of for now. Grenade does go out, but of course it's not inside of the bathroom where the actual meat jammer is. On the other side, CCTV is breached, yes, but the push and roam clear from here hasn't quite happened just yet. Hercules, though, gets a big one to start things off. That is your Zofia gone, Ayan. That's the third time he's gone down without impacting the round too heavily. And of course, that leaves things in a very difficult position. Din with the grenade toss and shots fired, but Hercules gets away again in time. That's the thing. Phalanx are playing with a lot more confidence this time around, which is a little bit different to what we saw as MI7 takes a ton of damage. This time outside of the breach. Shots are fired. Din can't quite seal off the deal there. Guy with Audacity again, just scraping by for now, which is so bizarre to me that Mercenaries aren't able to, seal off these kills. They aren't able to finish the situation that ends up starting. And there's another situation. Devastating should have gone down, but Din couldn't quite finish it off. Not sure what's going on. Drones will go out, but Devastating uses that as the incentive to peek the hatch. And there you have it. Shots are fired. The cross isn't being watched as Dawn is just allowed to get into construction. Mercenaries, guys, what happened? Coordination is just out the window right now. As Ashrit will find one, has to be careful of the jump out from the construction window. Has to be careful of just so many things. And there you go. Guy with Audacity will shut him down. Naughty Ashrit gets that, gets the bullets to the face, of course, from the Mira. As now it is 3-0. Phalanx have taken quite a few rounds here on the defense on Clubhouse. I mean, it's to be expected that Clubhouse defensive rounds would go the way of the team playing defense. But against Mercenaries like this, okay, MRCZ, a little shaky right about now.
Yeah, they're getting caught off guard with those plays, especially once they have ample amount of information. They just usually just go in for a run out and get those important picks. And I'm not quite sure what exactly is happening from MercenarieZ's end. I believe they had an idea. Just once they try to figure out a way to enter the site, that's where Team MercenarieZ are currently stuck. They don't know what exactly to do with the certain situations, mainly because of how good potential control that they have in the site itself when it comes to the man count as well. Even with the cooked grenades not being able to work in their favor, they know exactly at what time do they need to fall back and what time do they need to reposition themselves in a way that would favor them a lot on those rounds. So, with all 3 defensive rounds in the hands of Team Phalanx, at this point, this is just a running gag, because first half, yes, the Chalet was a map being picked by Team Phalanx, and it ended up being in favor for Mercenaries. Now, map Clubhouse, turns out that it's favoring for Team Phalanx, although it's a map being picked by Mercenaries. It always, I think today is the opposite day or something, that even I have no idea what is exactly happening from both the ends. But sometimes mistakes are made, but hopefully on round number 4 we might be able to see some changes being made from MRCZ's end. Devastating will remove one of the shock drones from the Twitch, and now with the succession of removing the walls in towards CCTV, now they can just focus on towards the side itself. But the main problem has to be Garage Catwalk, and I believe that's exactly what they're trying to do. Gain control by removing one of the players and ensure that they can proceed with the plant without facing any issues. Now, they're not going to get more they're not going to think about getting control in towards construction, mainly because there's already 2 players still present and the ample amount of information that they can gain from those Valkyrie camps. So it's a bit risky, so they need to play fire with fire. So everything is done. They've even used the Excalibur spellers to give a long angle all the way towards Garage Catwalk in towards CCTV Balcony. Now, all they've got to do is to make a push. And that is exactly where it's a difficult task for Team Phalanx. But maybe this can, especially with the first frag being made from MI7.
And that's a big one as well. Dawn has been a pretty big pain in their backside so far. So with that player taken care of and the Valkyrie cam now gone as well, you have the utilities being cleaned up, and a grenade's going to come in against Hercules any second now. And of course, all they need to do is find where that player is. But wait, Din's out of grenades. So is Taha. But the prone peak is spotted and taken care of. Sherry takes damage in the meanwhile as well. Hercules going down. Is anybody watching that garage catwalk? Yes, they are. Sherry comes up mighty close, gets the down on Taha. Doesn't confirm the kill though. Doesn't have to for now, as is gonna be down from the breach. There's a player down below. That is, I believe, devastating with a C4. Guy with Audacity has one as well, so they're not out of the woods just yet. Taha will be revived, so will Sherry, as the push is happening now on top of Garage Catwalk and on the breach. MI7 finds Guy with Audacity. One C4 down. They need to find one more. MI7 comes in, gets Sherry, and it's all now up to Devastating, who goes down as well. A flawless round, as MRCZ fully read, perfectly so, into what the side of Phalanx are doing, which is to say, to compensate for their current situation, Phalanx are playing ultra aggressive, and they're really trying not to let MRCZ breathe. But of course, there's a fatal flaw in that endeavor. You get repetitive very quickly, and Phalanx was trying the same thing again. They were trying to be ultra aggressive, in your face kind of a playstyle, and MRCZ read into that. There's only so many times you can get away with it. They switched the sites up immediately. Smart choice right there from Phalanx, as they've gone to basement, church, and arsenal room.
The side on basement church will at least give them good amount of control when it comes to making those aggressive plays. So maybe Phalanx has the higher chances to succeed in this round. But, well, once you have those information player like the Lion, and let's not forget, Jackal is still available, right, Jack? So they could use Jackal to get important footprints on some certain defenders. Again, apologies. The main problem has to be Dawn and Guy with Audacity, right? Because those two players on the side of Team Phalanx are the main reason why Team MercenarieZ are having a lot of difficulties, especially in towards the roaming game. Guy with Audacity deals major damage, so does Dawn. And if MercenarieZ do focus on removing out those roamers first, then maybe we could see a lot of chances for MercenarieZ to bring this round back without facing any other issues. But the ample amount of denials that they have from the C4s, you have 2 C4s and a total of 2 cams that's been presented towards from the Maestro's end that can just deal so much damage while you're heading in for a post plant. That will be a difficult task. So whatever time that they have right now, they've got to do it as fast as possible, in which I did hear one of the hard breaches put to good use. Exothermic charge will also be used as well to open up the gym hallway. Now all they've got to do is just find an opening with the help of the attack drones, remove players one by one, and ensure that Team Phalanx would not have a chance to bring this back. That is in itself a curious thing to see whether if MercenarieZ can bring this back by, winning round number 5 as well.
Should they win round 5, I feel like there's going to be a solid argument to be made for MercenarieZ taking it 3-3 in this first half. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see. The drones have cleared out second floor entirely. Din's already in first floor as well. It is minute 40 on the clock, so it is about time for all of this. But it's very interesting to me that, excuse me out there, there is no defender on first or second floor, it seems, from the Phalanx side of things. You've, of course, got utilities being denied left and right. How many C4s do they have? They've got 2 C4s and 1 impact remaining. Hercules has used up 1 to try and impact trick the hatch. So much was done on second floor, but it seems like Phalanx were pretty quick to abandon it as they deemed it unnecessary for the time being. Another E1D scan goes out, but MercenarieZ are more than aware that there are some pretty vital positions that are going to be held on to. Maestro being in play, of course, definitely doesn't help all of this, as MI7 breaks down the main stairs door. And yeah, there's a lot of information coming in for Phalanx right now. They've got Maestro and Valkyrie. Looking at it, they did this for round 2 basement church as well. Taha sees one, can't quite confirm the kill or get any shots off for that matter. Phalanx are playing very defensively, as we're going to have the flashbangs coming in. We're going to have the secondary EMPs used up as well, as the Lion gives away the scans. Dawn finds one, Dawn finds two, Sherry goes down to the meanwhile. It's a 3v3, MI7 comes down the back, gets one, Maestro, Hercules getting one more as well. Guy with Audacity has to play with fire here, playing around against Tyon. The Valkyrie, position given away, both are running out of ammo, 19 seconds remaining. They got to get the diffuser down. It's now or never, but the diffuser is of course down, and Ayan is down as well. The Maestro has to be taken care of. MI7 does so. It's all now against the Valkyrie. Guy with Audacity peeking away from the angle. Has to be careful here. Oh, no. Is seen at MI7 with the 1v2. Using the footholds against the defenders. A messy round, but MRCZ will be happy to claim it as their own. One round more to them as they make it 2-3. Going into the 6th round, this now makes it that much more difficult for Phalanx to stake any claim for their momentum, for their overall hold on the map. It's been made much shakier as MRCZ fire back. MI7 clutching the 1v2.
What a messy round from Phalanx. It's all of the information that they had. My goodness, I'd never expected that to go down like this.
It was
especially using their own footholds.
Yeah, and not just that, it was a complete last, 25-second rush, right, from MRCZ. They saw that they'd taken just way too long, and they decided, you know what, to hell with all these strategies, to hell with all these setups, we're going in. And, just let's throw the kitchen sink, see if it sticks to the wall. Well, it did, primarily thanks to MI7 being the one to hold the ship together. Oh boy, what a round indeed.
Yep, what a round. If you want to counter the information from both Maestro and the Valkyrie, you know what you should do? Rush from the side, exactly when you only have 30 seconds. And just let the defenders just get confused as to whom to focus and to whom, right? And that alone itself creates so much confusion towards the defensive side that it did ended up having less amount of information. And since MI7, the one who led the charge towards the side on Basement Church, it ended up being the one who will get the final kill nonetheless. Now, we will get to see Team Phalanx change the site once more on towards second floor gym and bedroom. Now, as I recall, on second floor gym and bedroom, once they've opened up all 3 armored panels from the castle, they did open up the whole entire windows, but they didn't have control on CCTV. But now, you could say it's a bit different. Already Hercules has gone down, which means that Dawn is still available, especially with his bandit charges. 2 of them will be used to try to make sure that they would find, they could trick a wall or 2, knowing that you only need to deal with exotomic charges and the Hibana Siscaros pellets, and not being able to worry about Thatcher. But since you have those shock drones that can give you ample amount of information, and denial will also be present, now MercenarieZ, they're going in for a very different approach this time. Control in towards construction. Actually, not on construction. Control towards CCTV, so that the players from the side of MercenarieZ can just easily focus on towards the windows by not being very much afraid from the stairs itself. Guy with Audacity gets down. He's not out just yet. He can be revived, but they have to head in towards the bathroom side for that to happen. And now with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, MercenarieZ have control, but they're losing a lot of time. And if they cannot get a single kill or 2, then this will be a lot difficult from the side of Team MercenarieZ.
And with Din going down as well, that makes things a whole lot more difficult. They've got 5 flashbangs as well remaining, and they're going to run straight into logistics. Shots are fired from below. Taha is flashed as MI7 gets that kill. Got to find the mute. Shots are going to be fired, but no devastating with 2, with 3. Oh, dear me, MRCZ, that's not what you needed. MI7, the clutch player from the last round, is now the last one standing. 1 jump in, and that will make things so much more difficult. The smoke grenade goes out, but that's a cover for where the player could go from is seen. And this is now going to be so much more difficult. Devastating position given away. He's going to take just 1 shot here, but Sherry will be the one to close out the round. Seems like it wasn't all done from the side of the Phalanx just yet, as they had 1 more round to squeeze in. Once again, MRCZ, the coordination completely dropped as they seemed to just run into logistics. Everybody went, gung-ho into that site, but they didn't know where the mute was. There really can be no 2 ways about it. They did not know where the mute was. And that, unfortunately, led to their demise as the Mute ran away with 3 kills, folks. 3 kills. I don't even know how, as they just seemed to walk into that Mute's line of sight. Nobody reacted in time as well to try and keep the Mute at bay. Nobody probably droned it. I mean, in the last 40 seconds of the round, how much droning can you really do? But a little bit more information could have gone a long way. Unfortunately, it simply was not to be. As Phalanx are now in a 4-2 going into the second half. They are on the attack, mind you, so they are going to be in that, quote, disadvantaged side of Clubhouse. MercenarieZ going on the defense. Well, they're going to have to win a couple of rounds here, quite a few for that matter.
Yeah, but now since they're on defense, for Team Phalanx, they have a lot of work that needs to be done on attack itself. 4-2, they have secured 4 rounds on defense. And now MercenarieZ, all they've got to do is to make sure that they do the exact same thing. Changes in strategies will be made from MercenarieZ's end as we see Ayan bringing in the Valkyrie. Huge information will give huge chances for MercenarieZ to succeed, but in order for that to happen, they need to confirm information into kills, and that is the difficult part. But now, we focus on Phalanx's end. Dawn will currently be the one who will be playing as the Heartbreacher Hibana, and I believe they haven't removed the default cams just yet. So they have information on 2 of the players going towards the garage catwalk stairs, and now Taha is currently the one who's in trouble. So unless and until if he doesn't have his team providing some help, well, turns out that's not going to happen. Devastating will just immediately remove Taha in towards CCTV, and now since the coast is clear for Team Phalanx, they can now focus on the site entirely.
Mind you, there is still another player out and about. I believe MI7 is still on the prowl, and Ayan is still on the main stairs. You've got the pings coming in as well, as those are a couple of operators who might be a bit of a pain. No, MI7 actually was playing inside of dirt. Never mind. He's inside of the site. Where is the Valkyrie? Ayan's on second floor. Just hold this position, Ayan. You don't have to be aggressive with the drone. We'll see you. It's fine. The Buck pushes out and gets taken down. Ayan had the advantage there, and that's one very important kill. That's his soft breach taken care of, and another will give away the position of the Zofia. Din wants to go for this. The Claymore is seen, but he can't quite get it. That angle is not a great one either to be peeking. Din has to be careful about this, as Din actually gets that. Guy with Audacity goes down. There are players trying to reconvene on second floor to find where the Valkyrie went, but MI7's on the mid stairs. He gets away with that kill? No way! Sherry going down. And it's now all down to the 2 breachers, as the kitchen hatch breach will be denied. I do believe I heard the impact go boom on the hatch, and yes, it did go boom. That is going to be 1 exothermic charge denied. Is there another impact? There's so many impacts. Wait a minute. Look at that defender stack up. Valkyrie has 2. Okay. Din has 2. The Melusi, that is. MI7 has 1. Din just used the first. There goes the impact. And Ayan has used up their impacts as well. This is impact central right now. But of course, if it denies the breach, then all the better for it. Ayan taking a couple of pot shots in the kitchen. I'm going to get a kill here. Not just yet. 35 seconds remaining. Where does Phalanx go from here? Well, 6 feet under, it seems like, if Ayan has his way. And definitely, he did.
My goodness. For once you thought that Taha just got picked out quite early from CCTV, here comes Ayan once again getting a quad kill.
Yeah. You remember that, I forget which game it was. It was a Hunters match, I believe, on Villa. Was it? No. It was the KIRA MercenarieZ game on Villa, right? And we were saying when KIRA was on defense that they would bring 4 C4s. Remember? We had that whole joke about 4 C4s, and then they said if they had one more, it'd be CCV, which I just did not get back then. And I still don't. You're going to have to explain that to me later on. But all that aside, it reminded me of that. We had 6 impact grenades, folks, in play. Just let that sink in for a second. My goodness. MercenarieZ, they go to some crazy lengths to win some rounds, I'll tell you what.
Yep, they were trying to catch some Pokemons, but in the end, they did catch some certain utilities. So that was on the bright side, coming in from MercenarieZ's end. 6 impacts that it did ended up, saving the hatch into its kitchen. They're very too much happy about this, and also they will make sure to secure the win on defense in round number 7. Now here comes the biggest problem here for MercenarieZ. At least you could say that when it comes to time, Team Phalanx, they will take a lot of time. Especially once they arrive at the site itself, they only have at least 30 or 40 seconds left. Meanwhile, when MercenarieZ were on attack, they had ample amount of time itself. The breach will be done very quickly. They had at least a minute and 30 seconds left to focus on the site. But once they head in with the execute, that was exactly where Mercenaries had a lot of problems. Team Phalanx, on the other hand, they have good information. They do, however, remove the actually not remove. They mainly focus on removing the roamers first, and then they focus on the site itself, which in turn takes a lot of time for Team Phalanx to focus on the site itself. They still have to do the breach. They still have to push in towards the site and head in for post plant and MI7. Not a really good timing for him to fall back, and Devastating will make sure to give a fatal blow to that.
MI7 getting a little bit too panicked on the drone that saw him and trying to fall back out of garage, but unfortunately it was just a little too late to do that. Already spotted, and Devastating more than happy to clean up. As one grenade is tossed, it's not going to find Din, whose position has to be revealed at this point, I believe. There goes the impact, but I don't think that flew quite far enough. And yeah, there's going to be the Hibana breach coming in. Impact is out. And is it denied? No, it is not. All right, so that is out of the way. One breach into cash room, and there might be a grenade from below. Din has to be very careful about this, as this position is pretty much all revealed. You've got the thermite going in for the breach on the other side of the map, and that, of course, is Jacuzzi. That has now been taken care of. The Osa shield will be seen. Din takes a ton of damage. Grenade from below, but he's still alive. Naughty Ashrid, not so much. Tried to contest Shari from below. Will not get that kill, sadly. C4 from Taha could come out. No, decides against it for now. They've got to somehow stay alive. It's a 3v5 situation. And the more they stay alive, the better it will be. C4 should come out. Maybe? Any second now? It does, but it doesn't quite go the distance. Taha missing out on that front, but keeps the X-Kairos away for now. The Maverick is seen, but Din doesn't quite get the shots off. Goes down instead. Devastating takes that kill. That same angle. And in the meanwhile, Dawn will go down. The Taha prone peak is going to be taking one. Devastating finding another in the meanwhile, and Guy with Audacity shuts down Taha in the meanwhile. Oh dear me, MercenarieZ, you cannot afford to be giving away isolated gunfights like this. If you want to make it a 2-0, you still have a chance, but it's 5-3. There's a good chance for Mercenary still, but they need to get their coordination back, and more importantly, they need to stop giving away isolated gunfights. They have regressed back to that same problem that they were having against KIRA Esports, and right now they just cannot afford that.
Did I just see a sprinting Maverick to just melee the Mira's window? Like, even I was like, wait a minute, he's currently holding an angle. He's supposed to get a kill or two, but turns out, Devastating, not only did he get lucky, he ended up getting a kill into his logistics. Hello? 10 kills to Devastating, by the way. I did not expect that to happen. And even more so, the way how they, got control from Cash. Although Ayan's impact didn't quite worked out exactly what he was trying to do. Mainly because he wanted to hold construction as best as he can. And the second part about it is the C4 throw that the Osa was trying to taunt on it. The Osa was literally taunting the Mira to toss a C4. Although it did fail to remove that specific gadget, but I'm guessing that mainly that C4 was used to destroy the X-Kairos pellets from the second floor gym, so that the Mira could have much more firm grip towards the bathroom side. But yeah, there's a lot of funny moments that had actually happened in round number 8 itself. But now let's focus on round number 9, and Devastating will use the normal use of the breaching torch to remove the mute jammers. Breaching charge will also be used. Actually, the exothermic charge will be used to open up that particular lines of sight. Covers will be made from the Osa shield, and now all Taha needs to do is just remove it with the help of his impact beats.
Well, doesn't seem like the Osa Shield's going to be removed for just a moment, but MI7C4 will take care of Devastating. Wait, somebody just got down. Hercules?
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me he
Hercules,
fell out.
he
He
dropped
fell
down.
off the
He
roof.
fell down.
Oh,
Yeah, he fell off the
no,
roof. My goodness.
that's so
Oh,
unfortunate.
no.
Will be revived
Oh,
back up, right? It's outside the building, and of course, can be revived and will be in just a hot minute here. As I think it's going to be Dawn coming to go for the revive, and that is, of course, going to mean the diffuser needs to be picked back up as well. There we go. Revive should be coming in as Dawn approaches. They really let Hercules bleed out quite a bit on the floor in the meanwhile, as MI7 really wants to jump out of this, but can't quite do so. Might actually get one if he decides to go for it at the right time. Maybe. No, he's fallen back. Never mind. Shots are fired towards construction instead, as we do have a potential construction breach coming in. Guy with Audacity with the Osa Shield once again, proceeding to be a bit of a nuisance for the side of the defense. It's going to take a little bit more than just what we've seen so far, mind you, from Phalanx to uproot this defense. Having lost Devastating already, and now with MI7 finding the Thermite, that actually clears out CCTV Breach. That's a big part of the map to play with, as Din gets another. Dawn goes down, and it is all down to these final few players. I don't know why I emphasize the down like that. Forgive me. As that's a smoke grenade. Guy with Audacity taking damage. There's a shotgun here. C4 is out, but it's a shotgun that will get the kill anyway. And he's going to run out as well. Might as well do it, as MRCZ now get a flawless in round number 9, making it 4-5. They still have one more round to equalize.
Yep, one more round, and that site for them will be on Basement Church and Arsenal Room. But I've got to say, as we take a look at it in the instant replay itself, what a way for Mercenaries to just hold their ground so well, whilst there was, making full focus in towards the construction's end. And I've got to say, an unfortunate moment for Hercules as he accidentally fell down the roof. But still, even with him being revived, they didn't had any much more opportunities because they wasted a lot of time. They had no other choice to go for the push. The C4 did catch up, eliminating one of the players. And now Mercenaries are just slowly getting themselves back up. High likely chance that map Clubhouse could help Mercenaries to succeed in at least gaining an equalizer. But now, since there's been a change of plans from Team Phalanx's side, we will see Devastating bring in the cluster charge fuse. Now, let's not forget, we have a total of 6 impact nades, all 3 from MI7, Den, and Ayan. And these 3 operators could also be very useful when it comes to being in the roam game. So you are going to see Ayan roaming around the second floor side. You will see Den maybe playing in towards Blue Room or at the main stairs. And MI7 will only be the one to be holding down towards Basement Arsenal Room. So the timing needs to be perfect. And second, they need to ensure that they would waste a lot of time in towards the kitchen hatch. At least wasting a lot of utilities from the Excalibur pellets will at least disable them on opening the rest of the 2 hatches, which is currently being situated from Moto and also towards on the blue entrance side itself. So let us see what Team Phalanx will proceed with their approach of attack, knowing that they need to deal with some certain instabilities. Wait a minute, the husband deals with some major damage, and so does Sherry. I'm kind of guessing that Taha is currently in towards CCTV, but here comes Ayan. He's going to start things off. There goes Guy with Audacity, and once more, Devastating is going to go down too at the hands of Ayan. What is happening? Already, Ayan is just popping off with the Valkyrie plays. The MPX, formerly known as the P-Shooter, somehow ends up getting with the 2 kills.
It's a damn shame we didn't get those kills on the cam, but it is what it is. It's Devastating, and Guy with Audacity, of course, massive chunks. Not just chunks, massive, help in these breaches that the players will be going for. The fuse, especially utility clear, is so good from the fuse. But never mind that. MI7's on the stairs, walks away with another. Ushrit, this extension is just all over the place, as Sherry is caught as the last one standing. Folks, we're at the minute 20 mark of the round, as we have shots fired. Of course, that is towards the Prisma, and there's not much that Sherry can realistically do here. Everything is being thrown at him as he gets the down on MI7. Can't quite clean up because there are players approaching, and Ayan will find that kill. It's still a flawless for MRCZ, as they've decided, you know what, all right, strategies, we've got them. We'll be extending, but most importantly, it's going to be all in your face, as Mercenaries have just taken that aggression that Phalanx was showing and put it onto a completely new level. Round 11 is in play, folks. The second to last round of regulation, and it's an equalizer. Mercenaries have won the last 2 rounds, and they could very well be the team that goes into match point here. They just need 1 round, but they've gone to second floor gym, the site that was, let's just say, less than stellar for them the last time they came here. So how will they improve in this round?
Man, in that previous round, why use impact nades to destroy utilities when you can just use it to remove the sledge? Man,
Why
it's just
use
pure
impact nades
poetry
to
right
destroy? No. Why use impact nades to destroy utility when you can destroy the sledge?
Ah.
5 seconds remaining.
I think that's actually very similar to what
yeah,
you said.
that actually does make sense.
I know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but it's similar to what you said. So I kind of said the same thing but louder. But yeah, sorry about that.
but
I
with,
had the same
with
idea.
passion. You said it with passion, Jack. And once you
Yes,
said it in the
with
form of poetry,
passion.
it just goes well. It just goes well. Ion, on the other hand, once again, he wants to show his prowess skills with the MPX, but he will be dealt with some minor damage, so he will force himself to not go in for an aggressive peak once again. So MI7 will still be present to provide some help towards the team, to make sure that Ion stays alive, and if he does not, a trade out will happen nonetheless. Guy with Audacity, on the other hand, he's not going to look too well, dealt with some minor damage all the way towards CCTV's end, but he will stay alive for now. Now, they still have the fuse cluster charges, in which they could deny a lot of utilities, but they also need to make sure that it's not currently in the range of those mute jammers, because if that is present, he cannot activate the cluster charge itself to deal major damage towards them. And also, they still need to deal with Mira's mirrors, which they have ample amount of information, and they also need to be careful in the way how Phalanx proceed with the push. Now, they have control on CCTV, which means that they can hold an angle all the way towards outside of second floor gym window and also in towards construction window as well. They're showing their presence from CCTV. Breaches will be done. So does the denial from the impacts. And let's not forget, they have a total of 4 impacts. MI7's location will be revealed from the attack drones, and now they're thinking of make a decision to either hunt MI7 or just focus on the site clearly, because once they get control on the side, they need to make sure that the flanks are covered. Naughty Ashrit will fall back all the way towards bathroom side, and MI7 wins that gunfight despite having the information. Second kill will be done from 10 as he removes devastating, and here comes Don Escobar all the way towards CCTV to try to balance things out in his favor. Gets control on CCTV. Guy with Audacity once again trying to taunt the Mira to use the C4, but instead they have the impact. So there you go. That's the solution for it. MI7 is just popping off with the UMP. 1 more kill. Don, can he get the kill? Yes, he does. Confirmation on the kill as he removes MI7. Recovery of the diffuser will be made. And in a span of 50 seconds, it's a 2v3. Guy with Audacity, not a lot of HP remaining, especially with those 2 bombarded impacts being used right up against him. Taha once again with the peak to remove Don Escobar. And once more, as Ayan gets the headshot towards Guy with Audacity. And with it, folks, Mercenaries will secure match point up against Team Phalanx 6-5. But let's not forget, this is also a round of ones, which means Phalanx can still have a chance to bring this back and put us to overtime.
It has been so long since anyone has called round 12 the round of ones. Thank you for reminding me of that, Baba. I'd completely forgotten I used to call it that. But yes, folks, just like Baba said, it is the round of ones. Round 12 is in play. It's 1 round for Mercenaries to win out this entire competition, finish off this BO3 right here, right now, and it's 1 round for Phalanx to try and push for overtime. Of course, after that point, round 14, and even if we go to round 15, then those also become round of ones, technically speaking. But I call this one the round of ones because it's the last round in regulation as well, the final round in regulation. So, with all that said, let's move into second floor CCTV and a cash room from the Mercenary side. The last time they came here, it was an absolute flawless run from MRCZ, as they will look to replicate some of that success on this round as well. The really, the one that they had to be afraid of was Gym Bedroom, because that site they lost pretty badly, right, when they went there on round number 8. But going into it in round 11, they played it very, very well. In Gym Bedroom, the thing is, right, you expect to lose bodies and you expect to be at a man disadvantage because it's just that kind of a site, you know? Think like Cafe second floor hold, you know? Where second floor hold on Cafe, you're going to extend into third floor, but of course that extension is going to be, losing bodies very, very quickly indeed. Cluster charges go off, and Naughty Yasha takes a ton of damage. Got to be careful where you step, as those cluster charges can get into some sneaky positions very, very quickly. Looks like the breach will be done. MI7? I'm not sure about this. John will see the Goyo. There you go. Position is revealed. He's got to know where the breach is, I guess. If he has enough cover to make the C4 toss an actual thing, then go for it, I guess.
Oh man, this will be huge.
Gonna be going
if the
for
C4 works
shots
out.
will be fired.
Oh.
He goes in. Wait a minute, it's an all-man rush. Everybody's going in. Taha finds one as MI7. And Taha go down. C4 from below. Din gets another. It's a 3v2. Plant is already going off. Red is being watched, but Din comes in with another. Plant is denied in the meanwhile. Thermite going for shots fired. Gets the kill on Hercules. It's 1v2. Naughty Yasha has to do this. Shotgun is out. But never mind. The Goyo canister actually does him in. Oh dear me. The smoke had nowhere to run. He had to contest. What a way to go out. What a way for Phalanx to take a round back. Oh my goodness, folks. This game is far from over as we have pushed past regulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready and say it with me. It is round 13, folks. Are you ready for overtime?
Here it is, folks. Overtime for MercenarieZ and also for Team Phalanx. I just cannot believe they just bamboozled me like that, Jack. Come on, man. I mean, I saw both of, the bulletproof shields. For a moment there, I thought, all right, they're just going to hold an angle. And once the breach is done, they'll just focus on, removing players one by one. And that C4 from MI7 could have gotten a huge kill. But turns out it was all a distraction. They ended up a rush, and that rush favored so much for Phalanx that it ended up putting themselves on overtime. My goodness. And also, the amount of attackers repick that I did see in that previous round. Dawn changing his operator, Sherry changing his, Devastating also did the same thing. So did Guy with Audacity. All 4 players from Team Phalanx changed their operators instantly in that previous round. And MercenarieZ, even though they had some slightest clues to exactly what was going to happen, by the time when they pushed in towards the side, they realized that the Vulcan shields really didn't favor them a lot in that particular situation. And now they'll be like, you know what? I think having a Goyo Vulcan shield is definitely not a good idea to begin with. But now they just need to focus as it is overtime. Round number 13 is opened up. And once again, we'll be able to see the triple use of impacts. 1 C4 will be at the hands of Taha. And now it always relies on Ayan to see whether if he could get the initial picks or not.
Let's just wait and find out. We do hear an exothermic go off immediately. Pretty quick on the time. Not sure exactly where that was. But of course, wherever it was, is going to be helping Team Phalanx, who are on the attack, mind you. Sherry taking some shots from the mid stairs here. Naughty Yasha really wants this kill on the line, and it's an important one at that. So it is understandable why he would want this kill. Could get it. No, the line has fallen back, and Ashrith as well decides to fall back. Devastating going down. Wait a minute, it's an all-side rush. Devastating gets a team kill in the meanwhile. It's a 3v4. What is going on with these guys? Don Escobar team kills as well. It's a 3v3. Make that a 3v2 as 3v2, excuse me, as Don gets one more. Shots are fired. Oh, what a shot from Ashrith. He gets one. Sees the thermite. Guy with Audacity. In the meanwhile, getting MI7, this could be huge. Ashrith has pushed in, but he's currently going to be in a crossfire between this thermite and this. Oh, dear me. Hercules gets Ashrith, and this could actually spell doom for MRCZ. They are pushed out of Basement Church once again by a site rush from Phalanx. They did not waste any time getting in, getting the plant off, and putting MRCZ under so much pressure. Had it not been for the couple of team kills, MercenarieZ might have actually gone down so much quicker. And MercenarieZ, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I don't know, they must have let their guard down. They must have let it slip for these couple of rounds. They can't afford to do this. They were on match point, Baba. And it's now
they were on match
6-7.
point.
They could lose this here.
They can. Second floor gym and bedroom. I have no idea what Phalanx have, plans in stores, especially in this site, man. Last time I remember in this specific site, MRCZ had no problems dealing with this. Actually, there were some certain rounds where MRCZ had a lot of problems, especially with the plays being made from Devastating when he was playing as the Mute. So you gotta be careful in towards logistics. Let's not forget, you still need to be careful on some certain situations too. All it requires is control on CCTV, open the windows, and everything should be nice and dandy. But yeah, especially with Phalanx, with continuous 2 rushes being made on attack, oh boy, not quite sure what will the response Mercenaries would be right now. For now, they'll be spawned in towards the warehouse site. The breaches will be done nonetheless. So they'll make some good particular angles being made from particular places, making sure that both the main, the red stairs as well as the red stairs and cash room will be taken care of. So they'll have an easier access on having good access towards the Windows side. Everything has been, prepped and ready to go from Mercenaries' end. So Mercenaries are just taking it slow and steady this time. They're not going to go in with the same aggressive attempt like Team Phalanx did, and that is a good thing, especially you're in overtime match point. You make one single mistake, then that means you've just played right in the hands of Team Phalanx, and you don't want that to happen.
Absolutely, but one thing Mercenaries also needs to remember is they need to watch their flanks no matter what. There's a player playing very aggressively below that hatch in logistics. I'm not too sure about, trying to contest that. MI7 as well, not too sure about that. So is he going to fall back? Okay, this breach could be pretty bad if they decide to go for it now. They haven't gotten a single body clearance yet, and Usher needs to save this for the Jacuzzi breach. It needs to be taken care of. And they also have to get construction wall open. There's so many things that are yet to be done here that haven't quite been. There's also a castle down below who's holding down the site so succinctly, who's holding down the hatch so well. Again, these minor things that MRCZ haven't quite done much in terms of clearing out. Not sure about. You've got the melees coming in from Ion, of course. Okay, that actually was the one I was gonna continue, with the beat of the melee, like, oh, this should be the one that opens the wall. But I was a bit late on that. Din, in the meanwhile, blinds the mirror window. Now has to be careful about it. Peeking out, Hercules gets taken down first. That's a big drop as well. Grenade's gonna go out in the meanwhile. No, not quite. Doesn't quite find anything devastating. Oh my goodness, flashed out of his mind. A grenade could really take him out here, as he has taken some damage. Here go the mirror windows as well. It's all up to this. Wait a minute. Did they not see him? They didn't see him! Sherry gets the kill from below! And Devastating still in there, because the castle got that! But Taha was already inside of logistics. Gets one, needs to get another. There was a defender approaching that just a second ago. Dawn gets away with that kill! Not like this, Mercenaries, you guys had it! How did you lose the plot so badly? And now MI7 will go down as Dawn was playing on the main stairs. Phalanx, what a play from them. They have forced this match into map 3 after what looked like a hope. Mercenaries, excuse me, I accidentally muted myself there. Mercenaries completely losing the plot, and I don't even want to say it, but pretty much losing the lead as well. This was their game to lose. Mercenaries, you guys had it. What happened? What happened? Why did everything stop going so topsy-turvy? Where did the coordination go? Literally all of the stuff that you guys were doing, how did it fall apart like that? You've seen rushes before. Hunters have done this against you. I don't know, man. I don't know how to feel about that round, all things considered. Let's go to the highlights and talk about it a little bit more.
Yep. Even I have no idea what to say, Jack. Especially on the second half itself. Once you thought that Mercenaries were about to, get match point, turns out Phalanx just decided to go extra aggressive on both of the rounds, with major casualties still being in Phalanx's end with 2 consecutive team kills. And yet somehow Phalanx gets away with a win like that. And at the final round 2, MRCZ Even though they played it nice and steady, yet they somehow lose the round. I have no idea how that happened, but for Phalanx, an exceptional performance from them, especially the performance being made from Devastating, in which he got away with 3 kills twice, playing as the mute, having an M5 shotgun in hand. You even saw the player dropping down from logistics. He didn't even see Devastating. And Devastating was like, no, I will have my entire focus towards that one specific soft wall. If Devastating was removed out by the guy who dropped down from the logistics, that would have been easier for Mercenaries to contain their man count. But turns out they forgot to check their corners. That was all it. They forgot to check their corners.
That's the thing, right? It's such a rookie mistake. You don't expect it from a team like the Mercenaries. And this is the same team that won 7-0 on Chalet, folks.
Yep.
You cannot look at
7-0
me
on
in the
Chalet.
face and tell me this is the same team that won 7-0 on Chalet, that refused to let anything slip under their eyes and absolutely shut down any sort of comeback from Phalanx. This is that same team. You cannot look me in the eyes and tell me that this is the same team. I'm sorry. I know I'm being harsh on the Mercenaries right now, but guys, 7-0. And then they push it to 6-5 and you lose like that? It really puts a bad taste in my mouth.
Yep, this specific round. You even saw one of the player drop down from logistics, right? Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah. You drop down logistics, you look at the rotate. I know you have players in construction, but that doesn't mean someone could be hiding in cubby. The wall isn't open. The mirror window isn't shattered. Did they just completely forget that?
And that too, he did it twice, Jack. Not once, twice. He was
Yeah,
hiding
that
in
sort
the
of
logistics.
blunder on logistics has happened multiple
Yeah.
times. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been happening twice, and somehow Mercenaries, oh man, they got caught from that same mistake 2 times, and that is definitely not looking good. Especially now with Phalanx getting the most good advantage, both when it comes to morale and their performance, they'll be looking to end things off on map number 3 too, in which the map will be on Theme Park nonetheless. Another defensive favored map where Armory and Throne Room will be the site where it will be the highest win rate on defense. But for MRCZ, I'm pretty sure that they will find some certain loopholes that they could get the wins. Again, round number 6 and also the final round. Devastating getting away with 3 kills with the SMG, and the final round where we did get to see Devastating get away with 2 kills with the shotgun and the SMG 11. These plays like that, this should not have happened, Mercenaries. As we take a look at the match summary itself, Devastating with 12 kills, with Don Escobar with a total of 13. And what's the best part about it is that every single player from Team Phalanx has the same cost percentage. Really?
Wow.
57% on all 5 players. Balanced as all things should be.
If there's one thing to take away that match, it is that, folks. 12-8 and 13-11 to Devastating and Dawn. 8-6, 8-9, and 6-8 to Sherry, Guy with Audacity, and Hercules, respectively. MI7 and Ion, in the meanwhile, 71% and 57% in terms of cost, leading the charge. MI7 by and far, 15-9, Ion 10-9. Din 8-10, 57% as well. Taha good on support, not so good on kills. Pretty quiet map for a player like Taha, 6-10, and Naughty Ashrid, the quietest of them all, 3-9 and 50%. Couldn't really do a whole lot of anything except for a good bit of support for a good number of rounds. MI7, 4-2 in terms of the entry. Devastating as well, 4-3. As overall, of course, statistics, folks. Statistics-wise, both teams are very, very much close. But again, it was just that Mercenaries dropped their guard way too quickly, and it was their match to lose. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It was their map to lose. It literally was. They picked this map. The first rush I get, right, round number 12. That rush, okay, fine. The first time it happens, it catches you by surprise. You go to Basement Church. You've just seen Team Phalanx rushing. You know full well that if they see any gap in your arsenal, they will try to rush it. They had a Ying as well. I don't think Mercenaries even knew they had a Ying. And Mercenaries get rushed on again. And then in the last round, Phalanx did not play that aggressively. They actually played very, very quiet, very passive in the map, and they just had that one castle in the lower floor. That is it. Mercenaries didn't even clear first floor. They didn't even do that. Everybody was on second floor. Everyone. Jacuzzi, breach, and construction. That's it. They didn't clear second floor. First floor. If they did, that castle would have been gone. The meat would have been forced out of logistics much earlier, and he would have had a far different round. But again, Mercenaries just completely throwing like their entire book of plays out the window. And now we will be going into theme park, folks. Map number 3 will be in play. MercenarieZ will be attacking first there as well. So Phalanx have a really good chance of having an early lead on map 3 theme park. And MercenarieZ, I gotta say, I mean, given how they played against the militants, I guess some of their shortcomings shouldn't really have been this much of a surprise as they have been to us recently. But at the same time, it is expected, like a little bit better is expected from them at the end of the day. Phalanx, fantastically played. 100%. They deserve that win there. Mercenaries on the other side, well, I've already said my piece on that.
Yep. Like I said in the starting of match number 2 itself, just because Phalanx ended up on a 7-0 scoreline on Chalet doesn't mean that it would be the same result on map number 2. They did ended up securing a win on Clubhouse itself. And now with the deciders being on map theme park, MercenarieZ will be going on attack first, which means that Phalanx will be going on defense. And they've got to make sure that every single strategies that they've applied on defense, they have to make it count. They've got the final chance and they have an opportunity to put themselves in the 4th position in the group stages qualifiers. They're this close. Phalanx is very close on getting those 2 important points that could help them get a chance. I mean, not only just that, if they win this matchup against MercenarieZ, this will be huge for them. But also, let's not forget, we still have future much more matches left for Team Phalanx to ensure that they secure a spot. But this win up against MercenarieZ, this will be huge for Phalanx if they get a chance to win this. So for MercenarieZ, man, first map was going so well. And then second, this had to happen. But yeah, again, no offense to MercenarieZ, they did all they can, but on attack, there was a lot of mistakes that they could not focus on it properly. And I've got to say, MercenarieZ, if they cannot figure out a way to adapt things in map number 3, then it's not going to look out too well. But for now, folks, again, we have to take a short little break, and we'll be right back with the deciders map.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people the best if I back myself a little sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I back myself a little sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Oh, won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm staying fake, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people the best if I back myself a little sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I back myself a little sooner than this?
Stop myself for a while.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asian Nationals here for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for map number 3 of game number 14 of the South Asian Nationals. It is Team Phalanx versus Mercenaries here on what will soon be Theme Park, as it were, as Mercenaries took a quick 7-0 on Chalet, but then on Clubhouse completely fumbled the bag, and Phalanx walked away with an 8-6 overtime victory. Theme Park will now be in play, as MercenarieZ will be attacking first on that map, and of course, as we all know, Theme Park is definitely a very defender-sided map, so Mercenaries will be having a pretty hard time of it, all things considered. How do they conduct themselves here? Well, let us find out as we go into the bans.
Yep, there you go, folks. The decider map is open for these two teams, and now it's time for the ban phase on map Theme Park. Phalanx have made a successful recovery on a map like Clubhouse, and now they're here for the final bans. And to start it off, it will be once again the Thatcher being banned on the side of attack. And now Mercenaries will be having a decision to pick what kind of operators do they require for their specific bans on this side. Maybe we could see a Jackal ban, Lion ban, maybe a Flores ban could also be the highest stakes. Yeah, there you go. Flores ban will be made from Mercenaries, which means that on the side of defense, it will be the same defensive bans as you can see. Maybe a Mira or a Valkyrie.
All right, a lot more standard at the minute for these bans, Thatcher and Flores. And yeah, we'll just have to see what the defender bans are. Mira will be the first one banned. This one, of course, from the side of MercenarieZ, as the final defender ban for the night is about to come out, folks. And of course, it is from the Phalanx side. They made their decision. The timer has ticked down, and it is going to be Kaid. All right, Valkyrie is still in play. And of course, we'll have to see how this affects the rounds, given that Phalanx with Valkyrie did a very good job of countering MercenarieZ's offense in map 2, Clubhouse that is. And we'll have to see how now, with the Valkyrie available, how they conduct themselves. The Thatcher is, of course, banned, so they don't have to worry about, anti-breach utility getting taken out too early, as we'll be going straight into round number 1, which is, of course, on first floor, Armory and Throne Room to start us off.
Yep. Armory and Throne Room, the most heavily defended wins site, where Team Phalanx will start it off in round number 1 itself. And now, talk about the teams itself. MercenarieZ, even though they had a fantastic start in the first map, 7-0, they ended up losing the second map on Clubhouse, with Phalanx winning it out on an 8-6 scoreline. And since both of them have the chance to at least win this round or not, on the bright side, Phalanx have secured one map at least, which means that when it comes to the point system between Team Won't Stop Peaking, they have at least the same points. The only difference has to be the round conversion rate, in which Won't Stop Peaking might have a lot or maybe less, depending on that situation. But if you focus on the round as of now, round number 1 is present, so does the players on the teams prepped and ready for their push. And all we've got to see is whether if Mercenaries have fixed up their mistakes, or Team Phalanx would end up using this opportunity that they have in their hands.
Right now, of course, we're going to have the drone phase coming in for the round. Not too much in terms of kills, but it seems like Phalanx really want to take a gunfight already on the cafeteria and arcade corridor side of things. Got to be careful on that area, though, because those windows don't exactly provide the best line of sight or angle, for that matter, to be peeking on. Ayan's going to go in straight through. There is a player up here. Will be heard as he takes care of the drones. Now on the arcade stairs. That's your Mute, I believe, a.k.a. Devastating, who was quite the linchpin in the last round. And this round as well could be just as effective, as the footprints will be scanned by the Jackal. Of course, you all know the drill at this point. Yellow footprints means they are fresher as compared to green, as the Mute will now be identified. Position will be given away, but of course can simply decide to fall back into the site, which he will do. The third and final scan from the Jackal, this one on the Azami, and that's a good one to have, forcing the Azami down through Dragon Stairs again. But Phalanx, again, this could just be their ploy to keep Mercenaries at bay. they probably realized that, yeah, the Jackal's in play. All right, let's give them signals that we're up there, and then come back. It's just more time wasted, right, as they try to search for these defenders. It seems like that has worked. We're just now getting to the vertical setup for MRCZ's attack here on Clubhouse.
Especially even when you have the secondary shotguns, that will actually help the Jackal to open up some certain lines of sight. It'll be easier for them to remove those important mute jammers, though. All they've got to do is just wait for that breach to happen all the way towards office, establish lines of sight, and get the kill. But turns out devastating has its minds of his own. 1 kill, 2nd kill from Dawn, as both Taha and MI7 has been eliminated. There goes your hard breaches and also the chances of opening up the yellow wall. And turns out they don't have any other hard breaches to open up any lines of sight. It's devastating. Gets one more with the SMG-11. Removes Din out of that place. And now it's a 2v5. A 2v5 situation where they haven't got control on the side. But although on the bright side, they've opened up the side from when I thought they did not. But at least they did. Guy with Audacity gets one more as he removes Naughty Yashid, which leads to Ayan left at a 1v5 situation. Mercenaries haven't secured a single kill, in which now they will, by removing one of the players out of that place, and that should be the Melusi. And here comes the trade quickly at the hands of Sherry. Team Phalanx will secure round number 1 without facing any issues, and also a good roam control being made from the side of Team Phalanx.
Absolutely. The roam play from Phalanx was great. Also, the lurking in the site adjacent room. Think the bathroom in the lab storage area, and of course, barrel room as well. Those were the 2 areas where a lot of those kills came from. And I gotta say, Mercenaries continuing that issue, that particularly troublesome playstyle of theirs, where they simply regress into isolated solo gunfights, thinking they can brute force their way into site adjacent rooms or site even, where they can get kills. That simply doesn't work that way, and it's Phalanx that they're facing right now, a team that has improved so much. Had this been, say, the Hunters, I don't think Chalet would have been that easy or even close to being Mercenaries, a comfortable map for the Mercenaries. I don't think we would have seen Chalet. Mercenaries would have probably banned it out against a team like the Hunters, but not today, not for now. As Phalanx have taken the first round. Again, defense on Theme Park, as is to be expected. Should be a good time for the defenders for the time being. Phalanx being on the defense, of course, can take full advantage of that, and they will do so as they continue to strengthen their hold. They've got the Frost in play as well. A couple of important areas where Frost mats have been put in. One, of course, is the Arcade Corridor or Yellow Stairs Landing rotation. That is a vaulting rotation as well, so if that one isn't blown wide open, that Frostmat will stay in place. Same with the one in security, of course, going from security into initiation. Those 2 Frostmats are very important, and if one of the MRCZ players gets caught in one of them, then, well, let's just say they won't be having a great time of it now, will they, as we go into the action phase of the round.
And already we see the attackers just mainly getting control from the cash room itself. And I believe Guy with Audacity is also present. His location will be revealed from the attack drone. So now the attackers knows exactly where the Valkyrie's positioning is. But for now, he'll be forced to fall back all the way towards the office side to make it safe. Doesn't want to challenge it. And also it's a good decision, mainly because a 1v2 gunfight usually ends up in a trade. So it's best to stay alive and force a lot of problems towards Mercenaries than just try to contest and give the advantage for the attackers themselves. Breaches will be done all the way from the side, from the office's end, and Taha will be the one to push all the way towards the side. Let's not forget, he also has a diffuser in hand, in which that if Taha loses the gunfight, they'll have instant information towards the diffuser. And they've got to be more careful about this. Information from the attack drones will be placed in a specific way that they could catch some certain roamers and catch them off guard. And some will be used to gain some information regarding the MI7 will use the the secondary EMP to ensure to disable any electronic gadgets and open up some certain lines of sights. And now Devastating is playing in a very close angle into his control room. Very unexpected. He might be able to get away with a kill or 2, but instead he does not. Now Yashid goes in for a sprint attempt and will get away with those 2 important kills. Dawn and Devastating, both of them will be eliminated. C4 tossed from the Valkyrie. Will it connect? No, it does not. But still, they will stay alive. But the attackers are slowly gaining momentum as Taha and Ayan, both of them, gets 2 important kills, which leads to one more. But with Taha, this will be there to eliminate the Valkyrie and succeed with Mercenaries succeeding a win in round number 2.
much better from the Mercenaries, and this is something we need to see consistently from them. So I think we've identified the actual issue that's happening with MRCZ. Consistency, folks. They are not consistent. I think we can all pretty much agree on that for the time being. A flawless round on Bunk after the way they lost on round 1 in Armory Throne Room. Like, you tell me. Or just how Clubhouse ended as well. So MRCZ, while they're getting these flawless wins and while they're keeping themselves afloat, they need to find a way to get their consistency up and running and consistent, basically, you know, for lack of a better word there. They need to make sure that they don't lose rounds the way that they have so far, because if they continue to lose rounds that way, well, there's really no saving them, even from themselves at the end of the day. The site will remain the same, Bunk and Daycare, once again from Phalanx, who probably have some idea of how to play this site a little bit better. It was very much, an office initiation-centric push from Mercenaries. I think what happened with Phalanx is that they didn't expect MRCZ to continue playing with that kind of aggression that they showed from earlier, which could mean a couple of things, and we'll get into those couple of things in a moment. But all things considered, for MRCZ, what really matters is how they progress past this point. We've said this before time and time again, but MRCZ, they need to buckle up. Sometimes, again, their consistency really gets the better of them, as the first E1D scan will come out. MI7 using up the first of those scans, but of course all that does is put defenders to a standstill. Their location will not be given away if they're at a mute jammer or if they are standing about as still as a rock can. But the question is, can these E1D scans and the Jackal tracks give Mercenaries the kind of intel they need and the kind of legroom they need to be able to make the plays and win rounds?
Yeah. Especially having those two intel operators like the Lion and the Jackal, they'll have ample information on players' whereabouts. And the same thing can also be said towards the defensive side too. Cooked nade from Naughty Ashred won't be able to connect anyone as of now, but it will at least provide some vertical lines of sight towards it. But the first frag will be done, and it will be at the hands of Sherry, the Azami. VSN working well to his avail, and the best part about it is that it's Taha. It's the secondary hard. It's the hard breach being down and out, and Gazadacity, he'll find another one by removing Naughty Ashred off of that play. And now it's just only Ayan left in a 1v4. What just happened? The push was just going so well, and then suddenly they started to lose players one by one once Sherry got the initial frag out. Ayan will down one at least. That's Hercules down and will be confirmed, pushing themselves in a 1v3. That wall bang did eventually shut it off for Team Phalanx to end up winning that particular round itself. And now this is concerning coming in from MercenarieZ's end. No information, no, he still has some smokes to block lines of sight, but would it be more than enough? Information will be relayed, and Sherry will just ends up getting the win nonetheless. By having the information from the Valkyrie camps, will provide Phalanx the necessary win that they require in round number 3.
And yeah, that's unfortunate for Mercenaries to have lost the round that way. We didn't quite get to see all the kills, but I think it's just the fact that Phalanx were playing such a more forward position going into the round, right? They were playing in waiting room actively instead of inside of, office and initiation like they had been for so long. That, of course, allowed for, for Phalanx to get away with a lot more, because their overall play was much more centered, right? Instead of being spread out where Mercenaries could take advantage of it. Instead, they actually decided to, narrow it down, hone it in, and of course that allowed them once again to, I'm saying allowed a lot, but that of course got them the jump over the Mercenaries, which then got them the round win. One thing I would like to see from Mercenaries here, because there's a lot of information that seems to be going awry, right? A lot of info that they just don't seem to be getting. I'd like to see MRCZ get a Dekebi, especially if there's a Valkyrie in play. You see a Valkyrie in play, get a Dekebi, because Dekebi's calls can now affect even dead teammates on cameras, right? And they can't shut it off, so they just have to deal with it for the entirety of those many excruciating seconds that Dekebi's call lasts for. So guess what? That would be the perfect counter to dead teammates watching Valcams, or even active teammates, because they have to get out the Valcams. And that gives the attackers precious seconds to make headway. Again, there's just some things that MRCZ could do to try and gain the upper hand that they simply aren't doing. Their overall attacker pick has remained largely the same. The only difference is MI7 bringing in the Amaru. Not sure how much that's going to help on Team Park, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, once again, devastating. He wants to engage in this particular gunfight, and I'm pretty not sure that this would be a good idea. He will be given away with the information from the attack drones, but he still wants to contest all the way towards daycare. Information still being given, but on the bright side, he'll just fall back to safety as of now and let Sherry do most of his work out. But MI7 will catch Guy the Dastardly off guard with the help of his Gara hook. Instant control from the hallway side will put a bit of pressure towards Phalanx's side. Den also does the same thing by removing Dawn off the board, which means that with 2 players gone, Mercenaries have control in this particular situation. But let's not forget the side is on first for Armenian Throne Room, which means that since they've got control on second floor, they still have time to push in towards the side itself. Barrel is already opened up, which means that Mercenaries could make their attempt on a push all the way towards Throne Room via Barrel Room itself. But you still got to be careful on the rest of the defenders, especially Sherry, who is right from outside the side, who could get away with an important kill. Hercules, he's not going to shoot the attack drone just yet, which means that his position is not compromised as of now. And if Mercenaries, if they forget to check those corners once more, then it's not going to look out too well from their end. Impact, beautifully done to deny the Ace Summer breach charges, which could have gained them access towards Yellow Stairs, but that is in itself is going to waste a lot of time.
Not just that, you have now Sherry pushing up Dragon Stairs, going for a flank, and he could get away with a couple of big kills. No, Ion will deny that, and it's a big drop onto Split, but Devastating just gets 2. But MI7 coming around the back gets that kill in return. It's 3v1, and the plant is being put down. Wait, Hercules just gets that. They weren't there to watch it. Of course, trouble will be avoided. Ion comes around, gets that kill onto Hercules. 2-2. As this time it'll be Throne Room that MRCZ will win, and that puts them, like I said, on a 2-2, folks. MRCZ playing a lot better on the attack overall, except for the rounds where they lost, where, again, isolated gunfights and the loss of coordination seems to be their biggest issue, which, of course, leads into the wider issue of consistency overall, as we now go into second floor initiation and office room. We'll have to see how they play this one. Office, of course, is played slightly differently as compared to Bunk and Daycare. So depending on how MRCZ play this, we might see it be a 3-2 Phalanx or 3-2 MRCZ.
Yep, at least MRCZ, despite having troubles on map Theme Park, at least they're adapting to what Phalanx are making the situation. Still equalize it 2-2. And now, with the side being on second floor office and initiation room, you'll see some minor changes being made from both the sides. We see Guy with the Rhapsody bring in the Yokai Drone Echo, and Dawn once again with the Frost Mat Traps. The Welcome Mat Traps hasn't caught at least a player or two as of now, but for MRCZ, I'm pretty sure that with the help of their attack drones, they're just making sure that everything is checked to it accordingly. Lion will be brought out. Jackal won't be available. They're not going to bring in Jackal as of now. And like you said, Jack, they haven't brought the Cabby once more. That it could have helped out if they had brought in the Valkyrie. But since Valkyrie isn't present from Phalanx's end, they don't have to worry about it that too much. Except they still need to worry about the Yokai drones, which could disorient the attackers once they head out in for the plant. So, Mercenaries, they've got to pick up the time. They've got to make sure that they have control of the situation right away, or else Team Phalanx, they had the advantage once they find a loophole towards MercenarieZ's attack phase.
Let's just see how MercenarieZ pushes this site and pushes the site adjacent rooms. Again, getting the roamers cleared out and getting, any lurkers potentially cleared out is a big part of Theme Park's attacking side, and MercenarieZ would do well to be fully aware of that. Wait, was that the Ace Taha who went down below into Lab and Storage?
Yep.
Yes, Taha's actually in Lab Storage bathroom, trying to come up Yellow Stairs, I believe. All right, this could be interesting. There are a couple of players on top of the Yellow Stairs area. particularly the Jaeger in cash room. But Taha's requesting some sort of assistance towards lab. Not sure what's going on there. There's going to be another EE1D scan coming out. Shots fired and missing a lot. Devastating, taking damage and falling back as a result. Ashrit gets one. The Lion gets the other. But Dawn is going to find one. Guy with Audacity gets taken down in the meanwhile. It's down to the 4v2. Make that the 4v1. As Sherry now stands alone. Shots are fired and is pinged, mind you, because of the Lion scan. Gets two. But Din came around and saved MRCZ's, MRCZ skins at just the last moment there, because had Din not gone for that flank, Sherry was on track for a massive clutch. But now MRCZ have made it so that Phalanx, if they want to lead, they have to win this round and then one in the second half. But a pause request has come out from the MRCZ camp. They're asking a pause, probably some sort of tactical pause, or maybe Taha isn't quite here. Maybe Taha's gone to do something, or maybe the game crashed for one of them. Could be anything. Could be a tactical pause. Okay, it seems like it's going to be a tactical pause. All right. All things considered, it's probably a good time to take one because of, let's just say, MRCZ's, like we've said before, consistency issues. Phalanx, for the meanwhile, they will simply have to buckle up because they have been bleeding rounds here on the defense on Theme Park. An attack on Theme Park for Phalanx, I'm not too sure about their chances.
I mean, the only chance that Phalanx has on attack has to be on the second floor side itself, because that's the only way that they could at least recover those rounds on major situations. But Armory and Throne Room, unless and until if the attackers knows exactly where to push at the exact same movement, then you could say that they have the higher chance of winning the site itself. And Mercenaries, they have succeeded on some certain situations, right? Armory and Throne Room, they did manage to remove some certain players out of the place. The biggest concern have to be getting control on vertical on the side towards the second floor, in which they did that. There wasn't any problems with it. They focused on the site once they had at least a minute and 30 seconds left, and they did so without facing any problems at all. But now, since Team Phalanx will be going on attack, they need to make sure that they would do the exact same push that Mercenaries did, or win first floor Armory and Throne Room to ensure that they equalize the first half itself. That's the main reason why Mercenaries has made a decision to bring in the pause time itself, mainly because that Team Phalanx might have a different method of their defensive strategies to hold out Mercenaries for a longer period of time. And since his army is present, Sherry's Kuna barriers could at least help them provide some ample amount of coverage towards the barrel side, but also they need to make sure that they could, have better control towards second floor, at least waste a lot of time, force them to have at least a minute left, and then go downstairs in a way that they have ample amount of control in towards the side. They could do exactly that. And with Hercules bringing the smoke, I don't see him bring in the M5 shotgun a lot. He brings in the FMG for good gunfights from medium to long range. Many people would prefer using the M5 shotgun mainly because of how powerful that weaponry is, even if it's on mid or close range. So it's up to players' preference. Hercules will still bring in the FMG, while Devastating will still have the shotgun in hand. And let's not forget, Devastating's performance with the SMG-11 has been so influential on both of the maps that we did see, both as in Clubhouse as well as on Theme Park. So expect Devastating get a lot of initial kills or two, especially when the execute would happen. And if Mercenaries decides to, not being able to, get proper information from their attack drones properly. So we just have to wait and watch and see what Team Phalanx has to offer in round number 6.
Round number 6, the last round of the first half. Phalanx will be going into attack in the second half from here on out, which will, of course, make things pretty dicey for them if they end up on a 2 and 4 down situation. Mercenaries on the attack so far have been pretty good, and actually, that's a very early first kill. Gets Guy with Audacity. I think the Melissa was trying to go for a peek somewhere, somehow, and gets taken down as a result. That's a big drop right there. And that, of course, means that Team Phalanx are left with one player down for the rest of this round. Sherry and, of course, Devastating will have to pick up the pace. So will Dawn going forward from here. As Mercenaries for now, they sit with quite the body count advantage. MI7, top of Dragon Stairs right now, trying to find a kill or two, maybe. The drones are going to be very important, I feel like. Something tells me in this round, if MRCZ don't have the kind of intel they want to have, then it'll be so very difficult for them. The Jaeger's position is given away. Don doesn't even know that he's currently being scouted out. That, of course, leaves things very, very questionable for that Jaeger's survival further into the round. Minute 35 is all that remains, mind you. 90 seconds for Mercenaries' play here. What is their idea? Where do they want to go from? Seems like it's going to be a push that comes in through this part, aka, of course, maintenance corridor. Shay takes a ton of damage in the meanwhile. The Meat Jammer has not been taken care of, mind you. C4 should come out. No, an impact comes out first. And a grenade does go in. There you have it. Will it be another impact trick? It could be. Ta's got to be careful about this. If it gets impact tricked out, then we might have ourselves in a bit of a spot of bother here. They're still asking for a clearance for this. Oh no, okay. A little bit of more depth on that wall so that the impact can't quite go and end up denying it. C4 might be tossed. Impact trick will not work. The breach should be closed up a little bit. Yes, the Azami Kiba barriers come in along with the smoke gas grenades. Sherry with a huge play right there. Gets the grenade thrower. Ion caught on Dragon Door. What are you doing there like that as well? Goes down. 30 seconds. It's a 3v3 now. They've got to get in. They've got to get these players, and they just aren't being allowed to. Those Kiba Bears are doing a lot of work as Don Escobar finds one. That's Din down. 20 seconds remain. 4v3 is the situation. The attackers have to get in. MI7's opening up a whole new area of the map. Devastating is sticking in the smoke. What do you mean? He's going to go down as Naughty Usher cleans up on him. 3v3 now. Don is down. Sherry is taking a ton of damage. It's a 3v1. 2v1. Hercules gets one, but the plant has started. All you need to do is hold this plant down. There is cover. The smoke doesn't know where it's coming from. And Ashrit will get the kill. Extremely messy round from both sides. But, oh boy, howdy that. That was a hell of a round, I'll tell you what. The round was won by Mercenaries, and they are now 4-2 up. Phalanx, 2-4 down, going into attack on Theme Park. I don't like their chances here, Baba. It is the second half now. Ooh, boy.
Man, that single mistake from the smoke. That single mistake. Man. Poor devastating. The smoke gas canister, which is supposed to focus on blocking out the players from the breached wall. Everything was set in motion. The impact nades, the Kiba barriers, the smoke. The only problem was the placement on the smoke. That was the main reason why Phalanx had lost round number 6. That one single placement of that smoke. Devastating was also ready. Once Mercenaries would make that push, Devastating could just use the shotgun to remove at least one player out of the play. But, oh man, things did not really work out that way for Phalanx. No, they did not. And ending things out on a 4-2 with Mercenaries being on defense, this will be even much more tougher for them with the side being on Armory and Throne Room.
All right, then. Round number 7, the second half. Emma, on the defense, coming in with the Throne Room site. But they've got players above, of course. Din will be helming the roam for the time being. Has to be careful on his positioning here, because if he makes a few mistakes, even one or two, he could go down without even knowing it. Shots are fired in the meanwhile. But of course, that's just MI7 taking a couple of pot shots, but Ayan is the one to get the first kill. The alibi all the way out towards the second floor cache and bathroom area. Getting a big first kill like that too, as Sherry and now Devastating go down. Din with the second. The roam has worked, and boy has it worked out. Minute 50 on the clock, and they've lost 2 players already. Their drones are being denied by the meat jammers, by bullets, and even if they find where these defenders are, doesn't seem to be working out for Phalanx, as Mercenaries have a tight grip on this round already.
Tight grip, especially once you remove both the soft breacher and the Candela's Sherry. And since you have ample amount of control on the situation, Guy with Audacity still wants to make sure that they have at least a slight amount of chance towards Phalanx to secure this round. And he will do so by removing Din, but you still need to be careful of Ayan, who is still aggressively playing all the way towards the cash side. The MX Post Storm won't be able to find a kill or two, but he wants to go aggressive. Not quite sure if it's a good idea, Ayan. Oh, he sees the player, doesn't want to go in for the peak, but he goes with it anyways, and Guy with Audacity succeeds the gunfight. Oh, yeah, not quite sure if this was a really good idea to be going in for a peak like that. You had the advantage, you could have just played it passively. But going in for a triple peak like that is going to give Phalanx the chance on attack itself. 45 seconds. Phalanx are losing time, but at least they have some chance to open up the wall into a throne room. And here comes Guy with the Raspberry once again. Triple kill. Okay, Taha goes out, so now Yashrif will use some sort of cover towards the throne room itself to hold his ground towards the site. But this opening that we see right now from Guy with Audacity, maybe there is still a chance that Phalanx could bring this back. MI7 gets the kill off, so does Don Escobar. What just happened? Phalanx has the advantage now, 1v2. It's all down to Nodi Yashrif. 1v2 has certain amount of cover, but will he get the kill? No, he does not. Don gets the kill, and Phalanx gets away with the win.
Okay then, mercenaries. Do I say it? Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Why?
Why?
Why? You have a 5v3. You've got a very powerful side like Armory Throne Room in your hands, and your idea of defending it is giving away solo peaks like that again? Was Clubhouse not enough? I'm not even talking about Ayan.
From cash.
I'm not even talking about Ayan. I want to know what happened with Guy with Audacity after he got the kill on Ayan. How did he end up with two more? He was above, on the roam. Roam clear, I should say. Coming down to the site.
Yeah.
How did he end up with two more? Why are players outside the site in the last 40 seconds? Get back in the site. The push is coming in. Hold the split door and hold this breach. Dragon side. Those are the two sides of Throne Room you need to watch anyway. Nobody opened up Yellow Wall. So that, you can't tell me that Yellow Wall was open, because then Usher wouldn't have been allowed to play where he was. He had to be much more careful. But he never peeked there, because he didn't have to. Yellow Wall was closed. Battle Room was closed. There was no push on split. They didn't have enough players to push on split. What is going on, mercenaries? We saw this so much in Clubhouse. I thought that given the amount of time that has passed since, and, you know, overall, how they seem to have been conducting themselves, I'd have thought that they'd have gotten some of their consistency issues under their belt, but seems like that was not the case, at the very least, for round number 7. It's a 4-3. Phalanx could still equalize here, but Mercenaries for now hold a lead. It's a temporary lead if they keep playing like this. As Ayan's position is given away, the mute will fall back, create a new angle. And meanwhile, more shots are being fired. Ayan, that was a very quick peek. Didn't get too much info out of that, I feel. But there's also players on cash room side. Phalanx are changing up where they push from. The drones will have seen this, and Devastating gets the shot on Ayan. That's your mute gone again. I disagree with that peak entirely. SMG 11 or not, that sort of peak is just not advisable. Minute 40 on the clock. And now, minute 40, excuse me, on the clock. And now all of Mercenaries' players seem to have fallen back into the site because they've just lost their first. And now that they're on the body count disadvantage, they'll have to be so much more careful. There is, I think, one player still off site, maybe. Yes, it is Din, who's gone out of the split door and going to be going up arcade stairs. There are pings from the cameras nearby. Gets one. That's one to start things off. Got to be careful of any cross angles being held in the meanwhile from any of these attackers on the second floor. Sherry gets Din. That's your Ying. Getting one more. C4 goes out from Taha to no avail, as the verticality is now being set up. 55 seconds, plenty of time for Phalanx to set up a solid push into the site.
Yeah, Den has also been removed already, which means that they don't have to focus on the roam. C4's already been expanded, but you still gotta be careful on the bullets. And Taha almost getting a shot off from Guy with Audacity, but he will fail to find that opportunity. All they've got to do is just hold their ground out as MI7 finds one headshot towards Sherry. 3v3, the round is still equalized as Hercules starts to use his another Ace Salma breach charges to open up that particular lines of sight. Dawn gets one more, a headshot towards Taha, and now it's Ashrit and MI7 left in a 2v3. One C4 is still present, so does the impact nades, and MI7 will ensure to at least give some hope to Mercenaries to succeed this round. All he has to do is just hold his ground as MI7 gets one more. It's 1v1 sprints! Guy with Audacity sprints! Not a good way to be doing in that particular situation. My goodness, Phalanx. Oh boy. Oh man. 1v1. Guy with Audacity almost had the chance. But sprinting at that exact same position is not going to get away with a win like that, man. Oh boy. Mercenaries, in the end, we will see them secure round number 8. 5-3. They only require 2 more rounds on defense to secure their round on defense. And my god, will it be a tough challenge for both of these teams.
You're telling me it'll be tough. All right. As we now move into round number 9, second floor bunk and daycare is the site of choice, folks. And of course, Phalanx once again looking at the round that they just lost with a little bit of trepidation and a little bit of sadness as well, because again, they'll feel like they should not have lost that round. And of course, as things continue on, Mercenaries will simply have to, make sure that even if it comes down to as close as it did in the last round, they don't lose these rounds. They've had that issue for so long. A couple of these rounds have gone their way, which is of course fantastic for them. But for the time being, we'll just have to see how Phalanx plays this round. And, Guy with Audacity, he was sprinting down split, right, to try and get the final kill. But at the same time, there were, 9 seconds remaining. I doubt there was enough time to go out of the breach, get the diffuser, get the plant going, especially when I think he didn't know where the final player was to begin with. So all things considered, there was only so much Guy with Audacity could do in that moment. As we, of course, will be moving into action phase of round number 9. And MI7 is going to see one. There you have it. Devastating goes down. Couple of planks on that door were broken open. And that is enough for the bandit to take the first kill.
More than enough. Let's not forget, that is the Maverick eliminated, which means those breaching torches won't be in effect for all of those reinforcement walls, which means that they just need to rely with explosive utilities with impacts and flashbangs. And oh boy, will it be a tough job for Team Phalanx to recover in this particular situation. No more will they have a chance to open up those particular lines of sight, so they need to make do with other situations, which they're losing a lot of time once again. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Team Phalanx are still trying to figure out a way to have at least find some weak points in which they could find some advantage out of it. And they'll make do so first. C4's been tossed out from MI7, but not a lot of information will be given. You still got to be careful on those 2 important lines of sight. One of the players will be forced to fall back and just go back all the way towards arcade stairs to hold his angle from that particular place. And now MI7 is in a very difficult situation because he's been indicated from the attack drones, which means that his position has been compromised and he needs to find another way out of this. He could challenge the angle or forced to fall back, but it's going to take a lot of time for that to happen, and you're going to give away the important chokehold. And Taha, on the other hand, he goes aggressive, not quite sure if it's a good idea. And Phalanx, they're slowly starting to lose apart. MI7 gets one, so does Taha. Actually, never mind then. Taha's aggressive attempts is looking very well, as Don Escobar gets one as well. Removes 10. 2v3, another kill as both Taha and Den has been gone in a mere 35 seconds. This is a 2v3 and Hercules goes down at the hands of MI7. Confirmations will be made of a down, which Don needs to be careful all the way from yellow stairs. He sees it, but the crossbar angle has been held out so perfectly well from Mercenaries. They can secure match point. It's a 1v3. Don is still alive all the way towards Cafe, and finally he will be eliminated with the storm of the alibi. And we will see Mercenaries secure map point 6-3. as round number 10 commences.
Round number 10, and it's 6-3 to the Mercenaries, a position that some would say that they should have been in map number 2. But okay, I'll stop joking about map 2 now. But 6-3 to MRCZ. They've got match point and series point in their grasp. They've got defense on Theme Park going. They've got all the factors aligning for them here and now. And really, the only one who could lose this match for them is themselves. Who did I say that for? A couple of nights ago. Oh yeah, KIRA Esports at the end of the day. So, with all that said, Mercenaries will decide to go to second floor initiation and office room, of course. The site that they have not had the chance to go to so far. They did win on the attack here before, so that's all well and good for them. And now on the defense, they'll simply have to take this one round, and that's it. That is game, set, and match. MRCZ get 2 points and walk away with yet another victory. Again, it's going to depend a lot on how they play the early round, right? Their aggressiveness is great, but they need to make sure to not to, fall under a repetitive pattern. If they do end up doing that, then they'll end up losing more rounds than they know what to do with. Shots fired. Din going for a spawn peek, but of course not pre-breaking the window, being fully aware that somebody could see and shoot that window out before he has a chance to do anything. But of course, just a couple of pot shots, really, all things considered. Not much in terms of the spawn peek from Din. As we now move into the rest of the round, drones are out, as Phalanx needs to be absolutely aware where these defenders are before making any serious moves.
Yeah, I believe MI7 will have some idea, but the same thing can also be said for Team Phalanx too, as information towards MI7 will be given with him removing one of the attack drones. Cook nade will be made from Sherry, a mere guesswork in which it's not going to work out well. And I just realized that there is 2 players from Mercenaries holding towards Dragon Stairs. Now, for Phalanx, they need to realize that this is match point. And if they make a single mistake, then it's all over. And turns out, I think it's going to happen just right now. MI7 finds one, so it is devastating to remove Ayan out of the play. He's been the one who's been making a lot of majority of the damages, but MI7 is also doing the same thing too. All low on HP, as devastating will be forced to fall back, but the cook nade from Sherry succeeds in removing MI7, which means that there is still a chance for Team Phalanx to push this all the way to victory. But still, they need to focus on the side itself. Devastating is so low on HP, and Nordiyashrit comes away with a quick getaway. Removes Sherry out of the place, equalize it to 3-3, and Mercenaries, they could end this in the back.
They could, but Taha, again, a peak like that is just completely unnecessary and did not need to do that. You have another keeper barrier, my guy. But anyway, that kill will, of course, go off. The sledge taking it. Dawn more than happy to do so. Mercenaries 2v3. They have a man count disadvantage going on right now as the drones are finding out where these defenders are sitting. Nadia Shrit takes advantage of the Gershmod affecting the excuse me right there. Okay, all right, Dawn goes down, and meanwhile Hercules taking a kill back, immediately refragging. Shots are fired. Din, awkward position to be in. Has to fall back and does so into initiation as Hercules holds out somehow towards the bathroom side, trying to enter, trying to get in, doesn't know where Din is. And all Din has to do is play this safely. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Hercules coming up close, doesn't know where the defender is, and that is why, he's trying to go for the kill instead of the plant. Din's gone prone in the meanwhile. Oh no, shooting like that is just going to give away your location here. Shots fired, but Hercules aimed at, leg level, knee level, I think, as that is where the head of the prone operator would be. But with all that said, folks, it is MRCZ to win out the match and finish things off on a 2-1 at the end of the night, folks. It's a 2-1 to them as they have won Map 3 Theme Park 7-3 as well. A pretty good showing from them. Overall, great games between both teams. Regardless of whatever happened on round 14 on Clubhouse, we don't talk about that here, not anymore. As, of course, MRCZ's big ups to them. They've gotten themselves in one more match win, that is, and, of course, 2 more points as a result of that.
Yep, and also as we take a look at the highlights itself, talk about the entirety match on map Theme Park. It was 7-3. Usually, we did get to see a Phalanx securing a lot of rounds on defense in the first half, and Mercenaries were having a lot of issues to it accordingly, especially with Ayan, who had a lot of issues while playing on towards attack, but it was MI7 who had to recover the round in the second half on defense. He was the main reason why Mercenaries could put themselves back up on their feet and secure this map on theme park itself. But that does not mean that Mercedes didn't had any problems at all. No, they had a lot. They forced on individual gunfights, and opening, cooking a nade with him being open really did put Mercedes in a very major disadvantage. And Nodi Ashret, even though while he was doing so well, the denials was just used so well to perfection, it usually ended up being a lot of problems from their end. A lot of flanks weren't being watched well from both the sides. MRCZ were just on the side of attacks. Some attack rounds were going perfectly well, some attacks didn't go out too well in their favor, and once they were reaching towards the defensive side, once like I said, they were taking a lot of individual gunfights that it did ended up with Guy with Audacity get 3 kills back to back. And that was actually very concerning from the side of Mercenaries. But I'm glad in the end they did get to recover the round on the final round itself. And with Din, for a moment there, once he gave away the information, I realized that he was using the suppressor, so he was fine. And with it, yeah, then there you have it. Map number 3. Mercenaries will secure this matchup up against Team Phalanx on a 7-3 score line. And Phalanx, I've got to say, an impressive performance being done from this team.
They had a great showing today. I'll give them that. Phalanx definitely showing us a very, very, very good game from their end. It just simply wasn't to be. As soon as Theme Park, it became that 4-2 in the first half. I think that's really where Phalanx ultimately lost the plot. Because on defense, Theme Park, you really got to win rounds. As shown by Mercenaries, they were completely relentless when they went on the defense. Some as well, but it still worked out, and that is really all they'll be thinking about going forward from here. As of course, we have a look at the player standings, the match summary, for the final time tonight. MI7 12-7. All right, going 80% cost as well, 3-1 on entry. By far the best entry fragger in this map, 1.41 as well on the survival rating. Ashrit once again picking himself back up, 10-6, going 80% and 2-0. Ayan 7-7, 80%, 2-1. Din and Taha 6-7 each. Taha having a bit of a quiet map in terms of the cost percentage, overall influence on the map, I guess, but still getting plenty of kills. And I guess that still evens things out. Over and out on the side of the Phalanx, of course, 10-7 to Don Escobar, 80% cost as well. Unfortunately, not too hot on entry kills there. Sherry 9-8, 60%. Guy with Audacity 6-8, 40%. Devastating 6-9, 40%. And Hercules 3-9, 70%. Really hard support here for Hercules in this map, but unfortunately not enough. Not a whole lot of kills. I wouldn't say enough, but not a whole lot of kills from Hercules, of course, which did seem to, hold that player back a little bit, especially in the gunfights. And devastating as well in terms of actual effectiveness in the map, definitely seemed a little shot. Same with Guy with Audacity. Both of them are doing what they do normally, but the thing is, there was only so much of that they could do before they ended up dying in the round there. Of course, survival ratings as well reflect that just a little bit. But yeah, 7-3 and 2-1 to the Mercenaries, as they will walk away with another win here. We'll go into the points table in just a moment here, folks, as we will, of course, have the player spotlight before that. And it is, of course, MI7, 31 and 18 in the match in total. All 3 maps combined, 1.33 rating, cost of 77.42%. Castle as the main operator on defense. I don't think I've seen that so far, so I'm pretty interested in the overall play. How many times, he may have played Castle, or that could just be, MSN's preferred operator on the defense, which is still rare. You don't get to see too many people say, hey, Castle is the player I main. Castle is the operator I main on the defense. 1 kill per round guaranteed, basically, with MI7 on board. Of course, that allowed for Mercenaries to get a whole lot more going than, of course, they probably would have had before. But with all that said, MRCZ, this is another very important win for them.
Yep, another important win for Mercenaries, as they'll have at least some hopes towards heading towards the group stage itself. I believe they'll at least secure fourth place, since One Stop Peaking has 4 points as of now. Maybe we'll get to see that in the group standings itself. But talk about MI7, you'd usually get to see MI7 play as Wamai most of the time. But like you said, Jack, playing as the castle, although the UMP is very difficult when it comes to its low rate of fire, but has good control when it comes to recoil, having a suppressor in hand, also having suppressor attachment being used from the UMP, at least gives some ups towards that particular weapon. But all in all, its main use from castle is to provide necessary protection from the doorways, and that's exactly why those armor panels comes into play. And MI7 doing both of the works best as he can on Clubhouse, and also on map number one, the map name is Chalet. Both on map Chalet and map number two, Clubhouse, he did get to use Castle a lot frequently, but we didn't get to see him use Castle a lot on Theme Park itself. Mainly, he was playing as the bandit, and with him playing as the bandit, he did end up getting most of his kills majoritively. So let's take a look at the team stats itself. All 5 players on the side of Team Mercenaries, so to get to see their main roles being played on both attack as well as on defense. Taha has been exceptionally. Taha was performing really well on map number one itself. They didn't have any problems from that, but it slowly started to dwindle out a lot on map number two and map number three. Ayan was the one who's been delivering a lot of fatal blows while he was playing both. Both playing as the Jackal on attack as well as Jaeger on defense, having a rating of 1.27. And then we have Din, always he always works as a surprise factor towards all of those 3 maps. Although map number one and map number one and three were the ones where Din did actually get a lot of impactful kills, the early peak potential really did favor for Din a lot. On map number two, Clubhouse, it didn't really favor for Mercenaries quite a lot at that particular moment. So as we take a look at the cost percentage itself, 77% for MI7, 64% for Din, and of course for Nordi yesterday, 67%. His plays from the smoke was so powerful, especially with the shotgun, in which he did ended up getting a lot of kills from his end. Those smoke plays that we did get to see from Nordi Ashrit was so influential. For a moment there, I thought we were about to see him play smoke once again on map Theme Park, but since Azami wasn't banned at that moment, you could have said that Mercenaries were preferring to have more control on the site rather than preferring for using traps and denials, and it did ended up with the Team Phalanx ending up majority of those rounds. But all in all, map number three, it did ended up favoring for Team Mercenaries, ending things off on a 7-3. As we take a look at the standings itself, yep, we're going to see Mercenaries in 5th place as they will secure 3 points, and One Stop Peaking will at least secure on 4th position itself, having 4 points in there. And Phalanx and Mercenaries, both of them will have the same points itself, interestingly enough.
All right then. Mercenaries in 5th position with 2 matches, 1 wins, and 3 points in total. As they have, of course, just won this game that they played right here, right now, against the Phalanx. I'm just, excuse me, I'm just taking down some final notes. That's why, I got myself a little distracted for just a second. But yeah, overall, there you have it, folks. Points table: Shaheens and KIRA leading the charge right now as they both are racing to catch up to the Hunters. 2 points away from that. Hunters, of course, currently, like we said, preoccupied elsewhere, and we wish them the best of luck in that as well. But still 8 points in 4 matches. They've had an undefeated streak. The only one so far to have an undefeated streak like that is, of course, the Shaheens, as they will, of course, come back for their matches very soon as well. You guys don't have to wait for too long, Shaheens fans in the chat, as they will be back very, very shortly indeed. With all that said, folks, I do believe that just about wraps things up here at the South Asia Nationals Day 7 Match 2, or match number 14 in total. As, of course, we have had a pretty interesting day of matches. The first one was very quick indeed, and the second one as well, Mercenaries versus Phalanx, looked like it'd be pretty quick as well. But of course, that wasn't to be. Phalanx had other ideas, and of course, now we see the results of that. With all that being said, folks, we do hope you've had a great day at the SA Nationals here for Rainbow-Six-Siege. I've been your host, Blackjack. Joining me has been my co-host, Babagusta. And of course, we've been joined by Assassin47, our producer, and all the admins in the back end, taking care of the things that we, of course, want to keep things running smoothly here. We'll be back tomorrow with 2 more matches. So once again, tomorrow, around about 4:35 p.m. IST, we hope to see you back. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
No